Chapter 363. Previously, in order to search the kitchen of the main battlefield, the night watchers found firewood and set up 3 bonfires beside the well. The broken beams of the house crackled and burned in the fire. The raging flames rose half a meter into the air. Fatty was able to keep his oath in front of the Dragon Queen, and after the great wall cracked open and facing Erlu's coercion, he was even more determined. He refused to reveal the secret of the Dark Gate, and Erlu and the Night Watchers went to the bottom of the well, so they didn't get the secret out of him like Danny did. Moreover, the Night Watchers were nearby, and they didn't want Erlu to control the magic hub of the Great Wall, so Stannis didn't put too much pressure on Fatty. Not long after, Fatty was free. He was tired, hungry, and cold, so he ran to the bonfire beside the well, squatted on the wall of the well, and closed his eyes to rest until he saw the pig trotter that was kicked into the charcoal hole by the Dragon Queen. When the Dragon Queen walked into the kitchen to look for evidence of the rat chef, she saw Fatty sitting by the bonfire, chewing on a bone with his face covered in oil. 7 levels of hell. Sam, what are you eating? Danny had a bad feeling. Burp? Pig trotter. Sam chewed on the oily tendon and mumbled, No, it doesn't taste like pork, it's more delicious than pork. Venison? It tastes like deer meat and a bit like bamboo rat. So fragrant, so fresh. Do you have any more? One isn't enough. Such a big one. It's not enough. Danny's mouth twitched, and she confirmed again. Where did you find the pig trotter? In a charcoal pit. Luckily, I have good eyes, Sam complained as he chewed on the bone. Megalosaurus is too wasteful when it eats. A mouthful of dragon flame burned half of the thick leg, or else I would be full. Gulp. A drop of cold sweat slid down her temples. Danny blinked her eyes and swallowed hard. She then asked, I remember, it was already cold. Remove the charcoal, cut it into pieces, stir it over the fire, and rub salt on it. It smells good. Oh, the bones are so hard. Sam stuffed a huge bone into his mouth, and the sound of his teeth rubbing against the bone could be heard. This meat, I don't know where it came from. Danny didn't know if she should tell him the truth. Isn't it just the leftover bones of the Megalosaurus? I've seen a lot of them in front of the King's Tower in the past few days. Sometimes, Sir Barristan would cut a piece of meat from the charred thigh of the bison as a side dish. Fatty pulled out the bone club from his mouth, then pulled out the long sword at his waist. With a series of clanging sounds, he chopped off the top of the bone. Then he picked up the rest and sucked on it with his mouth. Drip, drip, drip. As the milky white bone marrow entered his mouth, Fatty's squinted eyes shone with happiness. This fat man must be quarantined, Danny said to the Night's Watch and Stannis, pointing at the fat man who was sucking the marrow out of his bones. Lock him up in the underground rock cellar. Do not contact him for at least 14 days. This was an era of debauchery and bad etiquette, an era where slaves of 3 surnames were everywhere. At this moment, someone was considering changing allegiance for the 4th time. Under the setting sun, the surface of the Blackwater Bay was golden. Tidehead Island, High Tide City. On the cliff of the sea, there was a towering stone castle. At the top of the castle hall, on the floating wooden throne, Count Monterey trembled as he held a letter. He asked the gray-robed scholar under him in fear, Scholar Newton, what should we do now? Count Monterey was only 6 years old. He had a round red face, white skin, and Valeglia's signature silver hair. He was a very cute child. At this moment, the child's eyes did not have the naivety and carefree that a child should have. His blue eyes were only filled with confusion and fear. The hunchbacked old scholar with white hair frowned as he thought for a moment. He said solemnly, My lord, in theory, you should be like Count Adrian and change your allegiance immediately. Make a statement to the outside world and support Danny, Liz Targaryen firmly. But we have just pledged our loyalty to Lannister. A middle-aged knight with a missing front tooth, Sodas, said hesitantly, In the Battle of Blackwater River, Count Morford died in battle. Tidehead Island suffered heavy losses and lost the ability to protect itself. But in the Battle of Dragonstone Island, Tidehead Island was not plundered by Count Redwind's Chinting Island fleet. We had long ago promised Duke Tywin that the day Dragonstone fell would be the day Tidehead all swore fealty to the Iron Throne, citing the fact that his lordship was too young to resist King Stannis. Now, it has been less than a month since Dragonstone Island fell. We have also pledged our loyalty to Queen Cersei for less than a month. If we change our allegiance so soon, isn't it too? The Battle of Dragonstone Island was extremely tragic. Sir Roland led the dozens of guards left behind by Erlu and caused dozens of casualties to Lannister. Of the 2,000 elites left behind by Tywin at the King's Landing, more than 1,000 died on the spot. The rest were mostly crippled. That was why the Great Sparrow could still leisurely wash the floor of the great cathedral after tricking Cersei. While Dragonstone Island was in such a tragic state, Tidehead Island, which was less than 10 kilometers away, was in peace. At that time, Tidehead Island was still under Erlu's control. This was the survival wisdom of the Westeros nobles. Throw away your integrity and kneel down to beg for mercy. Protect the castle and continue to live a carefree life. Monterey Valerian, whose father had died, still had a few loyal vassals. After the Battle of the Blackwater River ended, the loyal vassals quietly surrendered to Tywin. With Tywin's personality, when faced with people who were kneeling and begging for mercy, he would immediately walk up to them and personally help them up. He would sit at the same table and drink wine with them. After the War of the Usurpers, he gave up on Targaryen and turned to Theon, becoming the second vassal. After the War of the Four Kings, he gave up on Theon and turned to Lannister, becoming the third vassal. Now, the young count saw the hope of returning to his old ways. Sir Thordas Targaryen is the true lord of Valerian. Knight Dink, who was in his early 50s and had short white hair, sighed with a complicated expression. More importantly, she has the Megalosaurus. She is a true dragon. When the true dragon returns, Valerian can only submit. But according to the legends in the City of Knowledge, she is an evil witch who commits all kinds of crimes. She even violated the rights of the guests and burned the City of Knowledge, allowing the dragon to eat Professor Peristan, who served her. Will the people of the Seven Kingdoms accept such a woman? Sir Thordas hesitated. Dany's guess was not wrong. The night she left the old town, the City of Knowledge frantically sent out crows to tell the nobles of the Seven Kingdoms about how the Dragon Queen violated the rights of the guests and viciously burned down the City of Knowledge that was friendly to her. That's right, the person who violated the rights of the guests became the Dragon Queen. The nobles of the City of Knowledge and the Old Town warmly received the Dragon Queen, who used the alias of Layla Wayshui, who knew that she actually used evil witchcraft in the City of Knowledge. Professor Peristan and Sir Dax Norton. During the incident in the City of Knowledge, little Ian was forced to death by Barristan at the staircase, went to stop her, but were instead devoured by the mystic dragon that she summoned. After that, she rode on the dragon and burned half of the City of Knowledge, destroying the Steward's Pavilion. One must know that at that time, the professors in the City of Knowledge were treating Layla as a VIP. So, while Dany was still acting cool in Hudgian County, the news of her coming to the Westeros was already known by the nobles south of King's Landing. Let's not talk about the reaction of the nobles and the commoners towards the return of the mystic Dragon Queen. Count Adrian Sitiga, who had been obediently being a captive in the King's Landing, immediately ran away. Adrian Sitiga was the Count of Crab Island. Like his younger brother Count Morford, he had followed Stannis to participate in the Battle of Blackwater River. After all, Crab Island and Tide Island were the strongest territories among the few vassals of Dragonstone Island. Adrian, who was in his 50s, was luckier than Count Morford, who was not even in his 30s. Or it could be said that he was older and more cautious. He was also more cunning and did not have the recklessness of a young man. Although his family's army had suffered some losses, but his life was still saved. Without a doubt, Count Adrian was also a qualified noble. He immediately knelt before Tywin. Other than true dragons, lions, or stags, there was no difference to crabs. The Count of Crab Island's emblem was a red-shelled crab. Tywin did not make things difficult for him. He only asked the old crab to stay in the King's Landing for 2 years. When the situation stabilized, he would then be allowed to return home. The old crab gladly agreed. He thought that the situation was settled, and the day of the king's landing was coming. Then Tywin died. The imps ran away, Cersei went crazy, and the Dragon Queen appeared out of nowhere and returned on a dragon. The old crabman may be old, but his mind was not muddled. He immediately led the remaining 200 to 300 crab soldiers and escaped from the king's landing in the night. At that time, the 2,000 lions of King's Landing were buried on Dragonstone Island by the Night of Flowers. Even Cersei was locked up in the dungeon by the Great Sparrow for various adjustments. Lannister's power was in a vacuum at King's Landing, and no one cared about the old crab. Once he returned to Crab Island on a fast boat, the old crab immediately sent a letter to the neighboring Tidehead Island, inviting his little brother to welcome the queen and join in the righteous cause. Then, the 6-year-old Count Monterey gathered his retainers to discuss this matter. Even if I am a scholar, I have to say that the City of Knowledge has made a huge mistake this time. Scholar Newton said with an ugly expression. You also think that the scholar is lying? Old Sir Dink's eyes lit up as he quickly asked. Yes, regarding the Dragon Queen's violation of the guest's rights. Most of the nobles were skeptical, especially the nobles and knights who attended the Honey River Conference. They had interacted with Layla before. Although they were shocked by her identity as the Dragon Queen, almost no one believed that she would violate the guest's rights. Instead, it was the ordinary citizens who followed the crowd. Most of them cursed the Dragon Witch, and some even treated her as the second fry. I can't find a reason why the Dragon Queen would violate the guest's rights. Even many of the citizens in the old town saw her riding a dragon and spitting out fireballs, even if it was true that the City of Knowledge was set on fire. Scholar Newton suddenly paused, and his expression turned ugly. There's a saying that the guilty party cries first. I am very worried that the violation of the guest's rights is true, but Sir Sodas licked his teeth and said doubtfully, could the City of Knowledge be lying? That's impossible. The scholar swore to be neutral and not participate in the struggle for power if... Did you notice the reaction of the old town of Hightower? Scholar Newton said bitterly. What reaction? No reaction. They did not express any opinion at all. Most of the nobles in Riverbend were also silent. If the City of Knowledge did not have any political leanings, why would the Dragon Queen attack the City of Knowledge? I suspect that a scholar recognized her identity and did something dishonorable, provoking the Dragon Queen to take revenge. The young count was confused, but Soda's and old Dink's expressions changed drastically. They shouted in disbelief. Has the City of Knowledge gone mad? Suddenly, a loud beast roar came from the sky outside the window. A terrifying aura that made people tremble followed. Dragon, Megalosaurus. The guards outside the hall shouted frantically. The hunchbacked scholar laughed bitterly and shook his head. Don't think about it. She is here. Valerian has no choice. Count, prepare to swear your loyalty. Chapter 364. Although they met the door god and the rat chef, Dany did not change her plan. That night, she left the Great Wall with old Yamot. As for the fact that Erlu and the Night Watchers did not believe in the rat chef, she did not waste any effort to prove anything. Seeing that Fat Sam had sucked out the rat chef's bone marrow, she turned around and left without another word. If Erlu wants the Great Wall, let him take it. Dany also understood that Jon and the other Night Watchers did not meet the Black Door again. Even if Erlu forced Sam to open the Black Door, and even if Erlu and Melisandre enter the Black Door, they might not be able to enter the Green Wind Ball and see Windsong like she did. She had to use the 9-color vortex, the belt, and the second soul at the same time. She also had the help of the 2 dragon souls to rush through the Green Wind Belt and enter the Wind Ball. She did not believe that Melisandre's magic power was stronger than hers and the 2 dragons. Therefore, Dany left with a clear conscience. Although the old scholar kept muttering, the Great Wall will not be at peace until the Mad Axe is taken care of. He could not find the Scarlet Ghost even after searching the entire Long Night Castle. He could only remind Melisandre and leave with the Dragon Queen. Dany rode the White Dragon, while Barristan and the Old Man rode the Black Dragon. They set off at about 1 o'clock in the morning and found a forest near the Dread Keep when the sky was just beginning to brighten. They set up their tents and rested for 3 hours, slept, and ate the 2 cows of the Bolton family before continuing their journey. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, they arrived at Blackwater Bay. She left Yemont and Barristan to rest on the cliff near the sea on the Crabclaw Peninsula. Dany could sleep on the dragon's back, but they could not. She was full of energy. She rode the dragon around Dragonstone Island and found that there were 200 or 300 guards. She then flew to the west in the direction of the King's Landing in an attempt to find Bronn's fleet. There were many ships in Blackwater Bay. Dany was not sure which one belonged to Earl Bronn. Or perhaps Bronn had already arrived at Tidehead Island. She and Bronn had agreed to meet at Tidehead Island. Thus, Dany decided to look for Valyrian. Valyrian's castle was built on a cliff facing the sea. To the south was the sea, to the west was high tide, and to the north was a small plain with villages. The main castle was built against the mountain. The buildings were of different heights and were surrounded by 8 towers. The front of the castle was guarded by 6 sentry towers that blocked the mountain path. On the east side, there was an observatory. There was a 1,000-square-meter courtyard in the center of the fortress. Flowers like baby stars and white daisies surrounded a dragon pagoda in the center. Of course, Valyrian had dragon towers for Megalosaurus. However, it was not tall. Due to the steep terrain, it only had 4 floors. The top was 200 square meters wide, much smaller than the dragon tower in Volantis. When Dahe and Little White landed, it was a little crowded. Half of their tails were hanging outside the tower. Your subject, Monterey Valyrian, greets your majesty the queen. The 2 dragons circled in the sky and landed on the dragon tower. A round-faced child in luxurious clothes led 7 or 8 knights to kneel and welcome them. Sigh, how pitiful. Valyrian only has 1 child left. The dragon queen had forgotten her own identity and felt pity for the child. Your majesty, little Monterey looked at the dragon queen blankly, not knowing what to do. Rise, all of you. I am Dany Liz Targaryen. Dany glanced at the knights and scholars with different expressions behind the young count and said loudly, I want to take over the Targaryens' land, Dragonstone Island. The hunchbacked old scholar quietly touched the young count's back. The child immediately said respectfully, Valyrian is willing to serve your majesty. We are willing to serve your majesty. The knights behind the child swore together. Sighing, Dany said, let me borrow the dragon tower for a few days. Let's talk downstairs. The dragon tower was originally prepared for the Targaryens. However, the Megalosaurus had disappeared for more than 100 years. The bedrooms and living rooms downstairs had not been occupied for a long time. The facilities were a little old. The servants only changed the beds, curtains, chairs, and sofas when night fell. In the living room, the fireplace burned brightly. Under the chandelier, Dany and the young count sat opposite each other at a long table. On both sides were knights and 2 scholars. The maids entered in a single file, carrying Chinting Island golden wine, steaming hot bread, freshly stirred butter, thick beef soup, salad made of green peas, onions and beets, fish stewed with almond milk, roast duck, fat chicken, roasted lamb chops that were grilled to golden brown. It was very sumptuous. Both parties had introduced themselves. Yemont and Barristan were old acquaintances. At this moment, everyone was much more familiar with each other. The atmosphere of the banquet was very lively. After 2 rounds of wine for the Dragon Queen, Dany began to talk about business. Monterey and the knights, you don't seem to be surprised by my arrival? She was puzzled. The young count glanced at his scholar and whispered, we received a messenger crow from the city of learning a week ago. Ha! Those bastards made the first move. Dany immediately understood. She sneered and asked, they didn't say anything good about me, did they? This. The young Count Monterey hesitated. They said that you violated the guest's rights and murdered the doctor who treated you as an honored guest. The hunchback scholar put down his wine glass and sighed bitterly. What? Barristan was furious. I never thought that the city of learning could be so shameless. Dany was not angry. If the lower limit of a scholar was a negative number, The absolute value would be as high as the upper limit of a scholar. Scholar Newton doesn't seem to believe the City of Learning's rhetoric. She was more curious about the attitude of the Tidehead Island scholar. I suspect that the City of Learning did something that violated the guest's rights. The hunchback scholar said with an ashen face. The City of Learning did it, and it has nothing to do with you. Danny comforted the sensible old scholar. She then told him everything that happened that day in detail. She did not even hide the truth about the true world and the dance of the blood dragon. The people of Tidehead Island were stunned at first. Their faces were filled with disbelief. When they came to their senses, they were filled with righteous indignation. They slammed the table hard and cursed. I'm afraid that the City of Learning has shot themselves in the foot this time. Dr. Perez Dan is not dead at all. He is even sending a request for help to all the nobles of the Seven Kingdoms. Old Yamant said with a complicated expression. He hated the City of Learning for what they did. Targaryen would never forget the pain of the Megalosaurus extinction. He could never forgive the City of Learning for plotting this. However, he deeply understood that the City of Learning had served the Westeros for thousands of years. They had made outstanding contributions and were indispensable. If the City of Learning lost its reputation, the nobles would no longer trust the scholars wholeheartedly. Without the support of the nobles, the City of Learning would not be able to maintain its reputation and credibility. However, the nobles in Westeros could not do without scholars. The City of Learning is also stupid. Almost all of the scholars know the truth about the dance of the blood dragon. They can guess the reason why the City of Learning is dealing with me. Can the dozens of scholars in the City of Learning stop the rumors? Even if they don't say anything, I can still capture a few of the scholars. When the time comes, won't the truth be revealed? Danny mocked. Even the scholars know? Sir Dink cried out. If so many people know, why hasn't the secret been spread? Sir Sodas asked in surprise. To be honest, Danny was also curious. The files were in the library. Even the scholars had the right to borrow them. How many scholars had there been in the past few hundred years? Why did no one tell the public? Also, the past generations of Targaryens were too careless, could not even be used to describe them. How stupid must they be to not receive any news about it? Actually, Danny was wrong about two things. First, before the Targaryens were exterminated, there were no files about the dance of the blood dragon and the true world in the library. At that time, ordinary scholars did not know the core secrets of the City of Learning. Second, the system for scholars to promote to scholars was far stricter than she had imagined. If a scholar's thoughts were unhealthy and had the idea of revealing the City of Learning's secrets to outsiders, especially the Targaryens, the scholars would let him be surprised before he took action. For example, Bull Neck Marvin, the extravagant scholar who could slash people with a knife and write poems with a pen, was also fearful of the City of Learning. He was worried that he would be poisoned to death one day if he said the wrong thing. Not to mention the Targaryens. Even the eight-clawed spider Varys did not know that the City of Learning had such great ambitions to build the true world. Your Majesty, how do you plan to deal with the City of Learning? The hunchback scholar asked worriedly. Sigh, the scholars and scholars who have committed crimes should all wear black clothes and be rid of their sins. As for the City of Learning, I will not ban it. Perhaps we should change the place and change the name. There must be a major reform. Your Majesty is merciful. Old Newton let out a long sigh of relief. His whole body relaxed. Why don't I convey your intentions to the City of Learning tonight? He probed with a fawning expression. Danny waved her hand and said seriously, No, take Dragonstone Island and let Scholar Yimont represent me to inform them of the results of the trial. Yes, yes, yes. That's how it should be. Scholar Newton nodded repeatedly and said in agreement. However, there was still a letter that night. Scholar Newton represented the Dragon Queen and sent it out to Count Adrian Sitiga on the neighboring Crab Island. It was late at night. After learning the details of the other ghosts, the hunchbacked scholar and Sir Dink left with the dozing young count with heavy expressions. By the fireplace, old Yimont, who was nestled in a fur chair, muttered, when attacking Dragonstone Island, Tidehead Island can be of help to you, but it will become a burden after that. I'm worried that King's Landing won't let the enemy at their doorstep go. Battle is inevitable. At that time, you have to protect Count Monterey. He's your vassal and the only heir of House Valerian. If I ride a dragon and burn the Red Keep, will the nobles of the Seven Kingdoms think that I'm the Mad King II? Danny sneered. Definitely, the old scholar said with certainty. The Red Keep to Targaryen is like Winterfell to Stark and the Eyrie to Arryn. Your Majesty, you don't like the Red Keep, but it doesn't mean that it doesn't have any symbolic meaning. Barristan also advised. That's why I don't want to recruit too many old vassals of the King's Landing. Not to mention loyalty, just the price of protecting their territory far exceeds the help they bring to me. Danny, he said helplessly. However, Tidehead Island and Crab Island were different. Whether she came today or not, whether the young count pledged loyalty to her or not, King's Landing would treat Tidehead Island and Crab Island as her forces after she took Dragonstone Island. This was something that Valerian's vassals knew, and so did the Count of Crab Island. It was because he understood that the mark of Targaryen on him was too heavy that the Count of Crab Island made a prompt decision to flee. He was even prepared to raise the three-headed dragon flag before the Dragon Queen attacked. I hope that Count Sedega can put in more effort. I don't expect him to be of much help to me, as long as he can protect himself. Danny sighed. Old Yimont's eyes flashed as he smiled and said, Actually, you still have a force that you can rely on. They are absolutely loyal to Targaryen. In fact, they're only loyal to Targaryen. Not only are they numerous, but they're also brave and skilled in battle. They won't be a burden to you. Who? Danny's interest was piqued. Southern barbarians, the old scholar said strangely. Chapter 365. There are barbarians in the south too? Danny asked in surprise. Barristan suddenly came to a realization and slapped his thigh, exclaiming, If not for the old scholar's reminder, I would have forgotten. The clans on Crabclaw Peninsula are only loyal to Targaryen. They even take pride in being the model subjects of the Megalosaurus. Crabclaw Peninsula? Danny got up from the soft couch and went to the map of the Seven Kingdoms hanging on the wall opposite the fireplace. Her finger pointed at Nymph, and then traced the horn-like peninsula to the east. It's strange. The land between Blackwater Bay and the Trident River is empty. There are no signs of castles, roads, towns, or villages. There are no castles, only clans and tribes, Barristan said. Old Yamant also got up from the soft fur chair and came to Danny's side. He pointed at the map and said, The peninsula is barren and barren, full of swamps and pine forests. But every dark valley has its lord. Most of them are descendants of the ancestors. Even the Undulls were unable to conquer Crabclaw Peninsula. Twilight Valley, Nymph, and even Serdega of Crab Island returned in defeat there. The lords and subjects of the peninsula do not believe and are not willing to receive any outsiders except Targaryen. 300 years ago, with the goal of recruiting soldiers, Visenya rode the Megalosaurus to Crabclaw Peninsula and visited the clans of Crab Island one by one. The lords saw the majesty of the Megalosaurus and were shocked by the tragic end of Helen the Blackheart. They were also moved by Queen Visenya's charisma, and they all knelt down and submitted to her. The queen also returned the favor and took them in as Targaryen's direct vassals. Both sides swore an oath and established a relationship of monarch and vassal. It has never changed. Although Crabclaw Peninsula did not pay a single copper to the Iron Throne in taxes, they never refused Targaryen summons. In the Battle of the Trident River, the great clans of the peninsula also fought with Prince Rhaegar to the end. Less than a tenth of the lords returned to Crabclaw Peninsula alive. Barristan's eyes were blurred as he sighed. Although the barbarian civilization is backward, there are very few people who can compare to them in terms of loyalty and spirit of brotherhood. Danny sighed. This could also be considered another version of chivalry. Every dog slaughtering generation. Treat the clansmen as reserve forces and recruit soldiers when we really need them. Yes, Garth will transport 3 million gold royals worth of food to Dragonstone Island. We'll send a batch over then. Dany made her decision. The hunchbacked bachelor Newtown asked the weavers in the castle to make 100 true dragon flags overnight. Early the next morning, Sir Dink led his men to hang the Targaryen three-headed dragon flag at the High Tide docks and the top of the castle. The appearance of the black dragon flag with a red background shocked the people of High Tide City and the harbor merchants. Targaryen has returned. The elderly residents of Tidehead Island dreamed of the previous dynasty and rushed to tell everyone they met about the return of the true dragon in fear and excitement. Quick, go to Dragonstone Island and tell Sir Lucian about the appearance of the three-headed dragon flag on Tidehead Island. A merchant of the king's descent concealed the anxiety in his eyes and whispered to the helmsman to sail away from the port. Sigh, a great storm is coming, and Queen Cersei is still locked up in the great cathedral of Baelor. King Tommen doesn't seem to be able to do anything. In the harbor hotel, a customer who was drinking whispered, I'm afraid it's going to be another rebellion of the Four Kings. Winter is coming. Can't those great nobles just stop? His companion cursed in a low voice. Why would the people involved in the game of power care about winter? Which winter can freeze the king to death and starve the nobles to death? It's not like it's a long night. The seven hells. Have you counted how many kings there have been in the seven kingdoms in the past 2 years? This, Robert, the young wolf master, Renly, Stannis, Joffrey, Tommen, Balon, Dany, Liz. I heard that the pirates of Time Island took the old path again and chose a pirate king called Yulun. There are only 7 kingdoms in the Westeros, and there are already 9 kings. A merchant on the other side of the narrow sea laughed strangely. I heard that this Targaryen has true dragons. How many of them? Yes, you haven't been to the trading cities, so you don't know about the Anti-Dragon Mother Alliance. Dany Liz Targaryen has 4 dragons. Hiss, how terrifying. Aegon only has 3 dragons. I wonder if she'll block the passage and stop the ships transporting grain to King's Landing. A grain merchant suddenly said, Yes, the king and the great nobles are playing the game of Iron Throne, and we're going to make a profit from this. The Great Sparrow took a loan of a few million gold royals from the Iron Treasury and is buying grain from the free cities like crazy. The price of grain has increased by more than 3 times. As long as it's transported to King's Landing, it'll be shiny gold royals. This is a rare opportunity. Soon, the merchants changed the topic from the shock of the true dragon's reappearance to the worry of the sea route being blocked by the war. Look, red shell crabs. Suddenly, a brown-haired middle-aged mercenary stood by the window and pointed at the harbor and exclaimed. Everyone gathered around and saw a huge 50-meter-long galleon ship with 2 decks leading 3 second-class, 30-meter-long, seagoing ships and more than 10 paddling longboats slowly approaching the dock. Every ship had 2 flags hanging side by side, the red crab shield flag on a white background and the black 3-headed dragon flag on a red background. Standing on the 3rd floor of the tavern and looking into the distance, they could vaguely see a tall, silver-armored old man with white hair standing on the top deck of the flagship. It's actually Count Sadiga. Wasn't he captured and locked up in King's Landing? The plump merchant next to them asked doubtfully. The news of the true dragon has already spread. He's not stupid. Why would he stay in King's Landing and be suspected by Lannister? Regardless of whether he's truly loyal to the Iron Throne, as long as Targaryen appears, the Lion will no longer trust him. It's better to escape and become the true dragon's trusted aide. Not only Valerian and Sadiga, but also dozens of nobles in the royal territory. After all, they've been loyal to Targaryen for hundreds of years. Their ancestors only became nobles when they followed Aegon to Blackwater Bay. A mercenary knight from the royal territory said with a complicated expression, when the news of Count Adrian bringing a fleet to High Tide's harbor reached the floating wood castle, Dany was on the observatory, facing the sea and meditating. She was listening to the sound of the wind. It turned out that she had wronged Barristan the last time. He did not interrupt her epiphany. That magical version of unity of heaven and man was not just once. As long as she calmed down, She could enter the deepest part of her consciousness in the wind and hear the sound of the wind again. Since unity of heaven and man was a normal state, it naturally did not count as an epiphany. At this moment, Danny's forehead was shining with a faint green light, her consciousness drifting around with the sea breeze. She did not know where she was, nor did she know where she was. She seemed to have turned into the wind, blowing on the surface of the sea, bringing up waves, and then being washed away on the reef without warning. Then the scene changed. She came to the plains, gently stroking the petals and wheat, the leaves singing to her. At this moment, she seemed to have merged with heaven and earth, with a sense of transparency. Suddenly, she felt that her body was not coordinated. She felt that the second soul's circular green prophet meditation technique was very awkward, and the 9-colored whirlpool was very ugly. Her mind was in harmony with heaven and earth, but the green prophet meditation technique and the grand wizard meditation technique were somewhat incompatible. To exaggerate, it was like building a modern villa in a garden in China. It was very awkward. She wanted to demolish the villa and rebuild an oriental classical pavilion that could merge with the garden and become a part of the garden. Then, the circular shape of the green prophet meditation technique shattered into thousands of single runes. Then, some of the runes began to be annihilated, some of the runes changed form, and suddenly, new runes that Danny had never seen before appeared. All the runes surrounded her like petals, merging with her into the wind, on the sea surface, on the reef, on the island, in the forest, in the wheat field, in the city, in your majesty, wake up, Count Sediga is here. A hateful and determined old face replaced everything in the world, magnifying in front of Danny. I'm not angry. The old knight is innocent. Don't be angry. Don't be angry. With a wooden face, Danny chanted the clear heart mantra a few hundred times in her heart, then slowly said, "So fast? It's not even noon yet." Maybe he received the letter last night and set off at dawn. "It's only a few hours' sea journey from Crab Island to Tide Island," said Baristan. He went up the floating wooden castle. "Just bring him here to see me." The sailors saw the Count's fleet on the sentry tower. They should have just arrived at the pier. "Scholar Yimont wants you to go down and welcome him. This is the etiquette between a ruler and a subject." "All right," Danny nodded. "You guys go to the pier first. I'll ride the dragon and catch up later." After the White Knight left, she sighed and entered the space of consciousness, observing the circular second soul that had reformed. It seemed like there was something more, but it also seemed like there was no change at all. "Kueishi's right. I should settle down for a few years. It's best if I can put aside my affairs and focus on cultivation." Then she smiled bitterly and shook her head. There was no time for her to develop. Winter was coming. She began to summon Blackie and Little White. Hiss Dahe, who was lying on the cliff boulder basking in the sun, jumped up and circled half a circle to the front of the star observation platform. Like a sea swallow, he lowered his body sideways and flew close to the wall. Then Danny sprinted and jumped down from the 30-meter-tall tower. She closed her eyes and felt the sound of the wind beside her in the form of a dragon spirit. At that moment, she, Blackie, and the world seemed to have become an organic whole under the adhesion of the wind. Like a normal person walking up a flight of stairs, Danny leaped lightly onto the back of the black dragon that was speeding past. She stood on Blackie, opened her arms, and closed her eyes to feel the pulse of the wind. This is wonderful. This is true cultivation. Heaven and man as one, the law of nature. Queen Danny rise. Suddenly, Danny, who was immersed in the sea breeze, heard her name. The voice was intermittent and vague. Hallucination? Eris, Rhaegar, you two have to perform well. Our family is really going to have a good time. Her Majesty the Queen is in the prime of her youth, and she is the only Targaryen left. Coincidentally, Valerian also only left a child. The Queen should marry, and the kingdom should have an heir. We, Sediga, have the noble bloodline of Aleglia, and have been friends with Targaryen for thousands of years. There is no one more. Danny's heart rippled. The voice gradually weakened and finally disappeared. She also broke away from the temporary magical state. God, I heard Count Setiga's voice. This is the Green Prophet's ability to listen to the earth? Danny was overjoyed. In the future, could she be like Bran and blind in river text, able to see through all the secrets of the world? With such beautiful expectations, the Dragon Queen did not care about the old crab's little calculations. Chapter 366. Adrian Setiga, the Count of Crab Island, also known as Red Crab, was a strong old knight in his 50s. Unlike Valerian, he had 3 sons and 1 daughter. After the War of the Usurpers, as a vassal of Dragonstone Island, he had always fulfilled his obligations to Stannis, but that was all. During the War of the Four Kings, when Stannis rebelled, the old crab did not dawdle and personally led the family's main ship, the Red Crab, into battle. However, just like how the old skin flayer had followed Luo Bainan on his expedition but left half of his main force in the Terror Fortress, the old crab had not gone all out either. His 2 grown sons had been left at home, and only half of the family fleet had been taken away. Onion Knight Davos had lost 3 of his sons in the battle at the Black River. It was obvious how cunning the old crab was. Now that the real Dragon Queen had arrived, the old man immediately took out all of his family's assets. Of course, the old crab's intentions were not pure. He saw an opportunity. 2 megalosaurus, 1 black and 1 white, were bathed in the golden sunlight. They broke through the clouds and fog, spiraling down towards the pier on the coast. The loud and clear dragon roar alarmed more than half of the residents of the small sea city. It also stunned the busy sailors at the docks and the loudly shouting sea merchants. Unfortunately, Dahe could not speak the common language. Danny looked at the crowd's reaction and thought regretfully. Well, she had verified in the past 2 days. Dahe could indeed speak, but it spoke in the language of animals, which was actually the original language. She couldn't understand it with her ears, but she could understand it in her dragon spirit state. Danny, it only knows how to call its mother by her first name, just like a human baby. However, since his vocal cords could produce speech, Danny was trying to teach him the common language. Perhaps, in less than 2 years, Blackie would be able to speak like Smaug? Megalosaurus? It really is the Megalosaurus. The Megalosaurus has been resurrected. After Count Adrian finished lecturing his sons, he went to the side of the ship to relieve himself. Tears streamed down his face, and he could not speak properly. True dragon. Targaryen is a true dragon. Long live Queen Dany. Long live the true dragon. The residents of Sea City clamored and cheered loudly. The dragon is real. We're in big trouble. We need to inform the King's Landing and warn King Tomon and Queen Margaret. Some mercenary knights hid the worry and shock in their eyes and quietly retreated into the crowd. 7 gods above, the Westeros are about to change. In the hotels, on the streets, and at the docks, merchants from all over the world looked up at the sky in shock and fear. When Barristan and the young Count, Monterey, led a group of people from the floating wooden castle on the mountain and separated the crowd with the cooperation of the dock guards, Danny rode Big Black down. Your subject, Adrian, greets your majesty. Mr. Adrian and his 2 sons were handsome, with silver streaks of blonde hair and purple or blue eyes. The old crab was in his 50s. He had a square face, a high-nosed bridge, and a straight chin. His body was still tall and strong. He had not changed shape, but his old face was a little oily. Of the 2 little crabs, the older one was in his early 20s, and the older one was in his late 20s. They were both tall and strong with handsome faces. Your Excellency, I'm very grateful that you could bring people here so quickly. Danny smiled as she helped the old count up. I've been waiting for the true dragon to return. I wish I could grow wings and fly here in the middle of the night. The old crab said excitedly with red eyes. With such a loyal subject like Your Excellency, I don't have to worry about not succeeding. Danny smiled as she exchanged some pleasantries with the old crab. She then began to introduce the people on both sides. Dragon Queen only had Barristan on her side. Everyone knew his character, so there was nothing much to introduce. These are my sons, Aerys and Rhaega. The old crab proudly pulled his two sons to show off to Dragon Queen. They're great lads who are proficient in cavalry and naval warfare. Eris is only 23 years old this year and has experience in sailing to Iban and Midsummer Islands. Riga is also great. When I was trapped in King's Landing, he led the soldiers of Crab Island to defeat a few pirates who came to take advantage of me. This name, Danny did not know how to complain. She did not know that the old crab had an 8-year-old son and a 12-year-old daughter named Robert and Circe at home. With the old crab's status, there was no need for him to curry favor with anyone. He purely wanted to bless his children with the names of king, prince, and queen, although the ending of the four of them was, "I'm Eris Satega. Greetings, your majesty." The eldest brother with a buzz cut looked into the eyes of the Dragon Queen and lowered his head with a red face. The second son, Riga, did not hide his admiration for the beautiful queen. He stared at her and volunteered, "I am Riga Satega. Your majesty, your beauty is beyond the imagination of the world and beyond the limits of words. Please let me be your navy commander and serve you faithfully." Danny resisted the idea of using human dragon fusion and releasing electric eye to scare him. She only smiled faintly and said, "I have the idea of taking down Dragonstone Island. Let's go to Floatingwood Castle and talk more." Screech, Blackie flew into the sky, and White Knight brought over a horse for Danny. She walked side by side with the old crab and the young count. White Knight and the two little crabs brought up the rear, followed by a group of knights. 200 to 300 people walked towards Cliff Castle. Dragonstone Island should be taken down immediately. Years ago, Aegon set out from Dragonstone Island and landed at Blackwater Bay before conquering the Seven Kingdoms. Your Majesty can repeat the path of your ancestors and use Dragonstone Island as a stronghold. Send out orders to all the families in the king's domain and find another shore to land. Tywin is dead, Jaime is disabled, and Lannister is badly injured. In the past 6 months, Cersei has squandered all the wealth and reputation left to her by her father. She is also locked in the great cathedral by Sparrow. Who knows? When you arrive at King's Landing, the people will swarm out and put you on the Iron Throne. The old crab excitedly advised the queen, "I only want to take back the Targaryen land, the Iron Throne. Let's wait until next summer to consider starting a war of conquest." Danny shook her head. "Why? You have a dragon and the Seven Kingdoms are in chaos. This is a rare opportunity. If we wait until summer, there will be a few years of buffer. Lannister will have recovered and sorted out the chaos. Then, Tommen will have come of age and the Seven Kingdoms will be united. We will be in big trouble." The old crab said anxiously. "There are deviant ghosts," the young count said. "Deviant ghosts?" The old count was stunned. "Monterey, what stories did your wet nurse tell you?" "It wasn't my wet nurse. It was the queen who told me that there are deviant ghosts outside the Great Wall. She even fought 2 deviant ghosts. The deviant ghosts admitted defeat and knelt on the ground. They called her the strongest queen of mankind." Monterey's round face was full of admiration. The old crab's mouth twitched. He lectured his little brother as an elder brother. "Monterey, you are already 6 years old. Why can't you tell the difference between stories and reality? Her Majesty is telling you a story. You have to understand that legends and stories are all fake." Cough, cough. Danny coughed a few times and said, "Count Adrian, the deviant ghosts are real." Really?" The old crab and the young crab were stunned. Could it be that the City of Knowledge was not lying? Her Majesty was really the Mad King II? Barristan saw the doubt on their faces and said seriously, "At that time, 6 deviant ghosts led thousands of ghouls to attack the barbarians' camp. The queen rode her dragon and bravely challenged the deviant ghosts to a battle. The Night Watchers, Stannis, and the barbarians all saw it." "Stannis?" The old crab was even more shocked to hear the news of his old master. Why'd he go to the Great Wall? The king of the barbarians attacked the Great Wall. He went to support the Night Watchers and subdue the barbarians and the Northerners. He wanted to make a comeback. Danny said, "You let the dragon burn him to death?" The old crab was shocked. "Why would I burn him to death? Robert is Robert. He is himself. During the War of the Usurpers, he was trapped in Wind's Breath. Of course, he is also one of Targaryen's enemies. That will not change. But I swore at the Great Wall that when the long night comes, I will not harm any of the vassals who help the Great Wall. Looking at the old crab's puzzled gaze, Dany sighed and said, "The humans are facing a great disaster. They are too short-sighted and narrow-minded to still play the game of power." The old crab frowned and confirmed again. "There really are deviant ghosts? It is not that I do not trust your words, but this is too sudden. I'm not mentally prepared at all. It is like a dream. In a few days, you should receive a messenger crow from the Night Watchers. In a few months, the Night Watchers will escort a group of ghouls to the south. You can see it for yourself when you pass by Dragonstone Island." Then, under the Dragon Queen's signal, Barristan loudly told the story of her heroic battle with the deviant ghosts beyond the Great Wall. The knights were stunned. They even suspected that the old knight had lost his honor and was telling a fantasy story in public to curry favor with the queen. Damn it, fighting a deviant ghost alone in front of thousands of people, and the deviant ghost knelt down and admitted defeat? How can we, who have intelligence and reason, believe you? Everyone cursed in their hearts, but they only agreed verbally. On the other hand, the young count had already heard the story of the Dragon Queen's battle with the deviant ghosts last night. Hearing it again now, he was still amazed and excited, shouting from time to time. Finally, they climbed up the mountain path and entered the floating wood castle. The knights followed their master into the hall, and the second crab said, "Even if the deviant ghosts are real, you said that they cannot cross the Great Wall and will not affect the southern countries." "Liga, you are wrong," the first crab retorted before the Dragon Queen could say anything. "The appearance of the deviant ghosts means that the long night is coming. Who can escape under the long night? With the Night Watchers temporarily blocking the deviant ghosts, the Queen can quickly take the Iron Throne and gather more strength to support the Great Wall," the second crab argued. "People will die in war. Her Majesty hopes to conserve more strength to deal with the deviant ghosts," Barristan said solemnly. "When the Queen takes Dragonstone Island, Lannister will be greatly threatened and will only focus on eliminating us. Why would she send troops to the Great Wall?" the old crab said with a serious expression. "Then I can stand on the moral high ground and call on the nobles of the seven countries, justifying the extermination of the Lannister clan. Not only can no one gossip, but they will also cheer loudly, nailing the lion to the pillar of shame in history." A glint flashed across Dany's eyes as she thought coldly. No matter what, she inherited this body and shouldered the Targaryen family's debt of gratitude and hatred. Who should she look for to avenge the extermination of the Targaryen family? Robert? It was a fact that his wife was stolen. Not only did Liga steal his wife, but he also wanted to eliminate his son. The Mad King first killed Ide's father and brother. Then he wanted to kill Robert, who was an adopted son in Arryn Valley. Only then did Jon Arryn raise the flag of rebellion. Robert was truly forced into a corner. If he didn't rebel, he would die. That was why Dany didn't kill Stannis with a mouthful of dragon fire. Stark was even worse. Actually, Stark only had himself to blame. This was something Dany didn't know. Jon Arryn and Horst Tully, Catelyn's father, they weren't even the masterminds. There was no need to exterminate them. There was only one family that had to be cleansed with blood. Lannister. Tywin was too vicious. Mad King Aerys only made him lose face, and then he played Casme's reign on the Mad King. Everyone in the family was wiped out. Lannister wasn't the only one who knew how to repay a debt. Dany could forgive Bella and Theon, but she wouldn't pity Lannister if they really dared to seek death. Report. At this moment, a messenger guard ran into the hall and said to the Dragon Queen and the young Count, "Your Majesty, Count, a group of knights holding the true dragon flag has arrived at the docks." Dany was stunned for a moment before she asked, "Is it Count Bronn of Stockworth Castle?" Chapter 367. Bronn was here. He brought with him 3 cargo ships, 40 sailors, 200 fully armed mercenary knights, and dozens of chests of gold and silver. He came with his foolish wife, bastard son, and disobedient scholar. bronze flag of the burning chain, and the three-headed dragon were hung on the ships. It was very eye-catching and immediately caused a commotion at the docks. The real Dragon Queen has gathered the old officials of the king's domain and is preparing to attack the king's landing. The merchants and sailors at the docks rushed to report, frightened and excited. Dany treated them all equally. She did not look at the Earl of Blackwater differently because of his disgraceful background. She still rode her dragon and led White Knight and a group of knights to the docks to welcome them. Well, Bronn's original surname was uncertain, but during the Battle of the Blackwater River, he was responsible for raising the chain on the Blackwater River at the right time. For the Battle of the Blackwater River, this was a crucial task. Bronn completed his task beautifully. Cersei and Tywin awarded him the title of knight. He was also proud of this and called himself Knight Blackwater. He also designed the green chain coat of arms. That day, when he received Dany's promise that he would be given the title by his own surname, Bronn changed his surname back to Blackwater. This Blackwater circled in the sky and landed beside White Knight. Dany jumped down from the dragon's back. Bronn Blackwater greets your majesty. Bronn brought his wife over and bowed. Earl Bronn, Lady Lolas, greetings. Dany nodded and said strangely, "You haven't been floating on the sea all this time, waiting for me to come to Tidehead Island, have you?" "No, we just arrived today," Bronn said. "Yes, we have been floating on the sea for a few days." At the same time, Lolas giggled. Bronn looked embarrassed and glared at his wife. Lolas was so scared that she shrank back. "Your Majesty, Bronn explained awkwardly. "I'm not sure about Valyrian's attitude. If they captured me and sent me to King's Landing, then—" Dany waved her hand nonchalantly and got on her horse. She called out to him, and they walked side by side towards the floating wood castle. "You're right to be cautious. I'm very satisfied that you were able to come on the first day I hung the three-headed dragon flag," Dany said with a smile. Bronn heaved a sigh of relief and said with a wry smile, "I've arranged for a spy to be stationed at Hightide's Pier. The night you left, I started packing. It took me 2 days to travel from Stockworth Castle to Twilight Valley, and it only took me a few hours to buy a boat and sail to Tidehead Island. I have been waiting for you at sea for 3 or 4 days. If you hadn't come, I would have retreated quietly and continued to be the Earl of Stokesburg." "Ha ha! Very smart, very prudent arrangement." Dany laughed. Then she explained the matter of the deviant ghosts from beginning to end. "The Great Wall is far more troublesome than I thought. It took a lot of time. So, the Eternal Night is coming?" Bronn asked in a trembling voice. "If the legends are true, the deviant ghosts can bring about the Eternal Night, then the third Eternal Night is coming," Dany said with uncertainty. She was not sure if the Eternal Night would bring the deviant ghosts, or the deviant ghosts would bring the Eternal Night, or if the deviant ghosts had always been in the extreme north and moved with the wind and snow. Dany even suspected that the deviant ghosts had never been exterminated. "Then, what plans do you have for the future?" Bronn thought for a while and asked. After a sumptuous lunch in the afternoon, the plates and bowls were removed, and the long wooden table was covered with a sea blue mirror blanket. The group of knights and knights continued to sit in their seats and listen to the Dragon Queen talk about the Dragon Gang's Eternal Night battle plan. Well, with Bronn, Monterey, and Adrian as the leaders of the 3 counts, together with 7 knights and more than 40 knights, this was the current strength of the Dragon Gang in the Westeros. It was a bit pitiful, but the 3 counts were not depressed. Instead, they were very excited. The young count did not know anything. There were so many people at home, and there was also a dragon, so he was very excited to watch the show. Adrian was the well-deserved big brother of the Dragon Gang, and the Dragon Queen had a dragon, so of course he was excited. Bronn also had confidence in the Dragon Queen who had the Megalosaurus, and not only did the Dragon Queen not look down on him, she even let him, Valyrian, and Sitiga form the 3 heads of the Dragon Gang. 7 gods above. That was Valyrian and Sitiga. To be able to sit side by side with them under the throne of the Dragon Queen, Bronn was so excited that he trembled. Let me talk about the arrangements for the next few years of winter. Dany looked at the group of eager and anxious subordinates and said solemnly, "First of all, We must always stand on the moral high ground and truly uphold the honor of the nobles and the great spirit of the knights. No matter what Lannister and the other nobles of the Seven Countries choose, we must have the defense against deviant ghosts as the core guiding principle. Any questions? Your Majesty is right. White Knight was the first to agree. If the Iron Throne does not believe in the deviant ghosts, or insists that the deviant ghosts are fake and does not care about the Long Night, and only cares about attacking us, what do we do? Bronn asked the same question that Crabbrother had asked before. I will represent the people of the Seven Countries, represent justice, represent humanity, represent light and summer, and destroy them. Dany said solemnly, Dragonstone Island is too close to King's Landing. It is easy to attack. That is true. But at the same time, it is easy for me to burn Red Castle. I only need to fly west for 2 to 3 hours. Then let's just take down King's Landing. Crabbrother clamored. Take down King's Landing, and I have to defend King's Landing. Then we will fight for power and authority. After a year and a half, we will barely stabilize King's Landing. Then we will fight against those who do not agree, and so on for another year or two. Do we still have to attack the western region, Arryn Valley, Riverbend, Stormlands? By the time I complete the feat of Aegon the Conqueror, the Seven Countries will be in ruins, taken down by the deviant ghosts, and everyone will be finished in the Long Night. Dany stared into Crabbrother's eyes and said aggressively, Maybe it will not be that troublesome. Crabbrother lowered his head and mumbled, Maybe? You're telling me maybe? Dany's cold eyes were filled with disdain. Underestimate the enemy. Do not think that the Megalosaurus is invincible, and do not treat all enemies as fools. If we cannot get through the Long Night, 100 Iron Thrones will be nothing but scrap metal. Your Majesty is right. If we take down the Westeros now, we will not be able to feed so many people. Old Crab muttered, When the Long Night arrives, the island will become the safest place. We can strengthen Dragonstone Island's defenses, store enough food, and hide on the island. After the Long Night, the Seven Countries will be exhausted, and the Queen will easily take the Iron Throne. Many of our enemies will not even survive the Long Night. Bronn slowly said. Barristan frowned. He was very dissatisfied with the 3 heads of the Dragon Party who only considered the problem from the perspective of personal interests. Why can't you learn from Her Majesty and give up on personal interests? Although Her Majesty will not fight for the Iron Throne, she will still carry out her responsibilities as a queen. He told them about the Dragon Queen's plan to buy food to relieve the Three River Basin. No, in Old Nan's story, the Long Night lasted for an entire generation, and most of the lords starved to death. We may not even have enough to eat ourselves. Why should we care about those lowly peasants? They are not even your subjects. Crabbrother cried out heartbreakingly, as if Dany was using his money and food to relieve the peasants. Riga, Crabbrother pulled his brother's sleeve and said seriously, Her Majesty Dany is a true queen. You should feel honored to be able to serve such a queen. Hearing this, Dany's expression became a little better. At least there was still a reasonable person. The awareness of this group of nobles was even worse than the new free people of Slave Bay. Dragon Queen was somewhat vain and liked to show off in front of her loved ones. She had always wanted to create the illusion that she was a valiant, great, righteous, and benevolent queen in front of everyone. However, she never felt that she was great, righteous, or kind. She only did what she could and did not have the slightest sense of sacrifice. However, compared to the nobles of the Westeros, she suddenly felt that she was great, righteous, and kind. She was about to become a White Lotus. As expected, no matter how ugly a flower was, as long as it met a green leaf that was ugly enough, it would still be a peerless fairy. Also, let me tell you one more thing. Even if the Long Night passes and the Seven Countries wither, I may not be able to ascend the Iron Throne. Dany said, What do you mean? Everyone was shocked. I made a sacred oath on the Great Wall that whoever ends the Long Night will be the king. Targaryen will be willing to submit to whoever kills the king of strange ghosts. Oh, I won't submit. I will go to Slave Bay and become a queen. Let my descendants be the Duke of Dragonstone Island. At this moment, apart from the young Earl, Barristan, and old Yemont, everyone's faces were distorted. 10,000 alpacas were running in their hearts, and 1,000,000 MMPs appeared in their minds. The three heads of the Dragon Society were about to collapse. Then what should we do? Bronn asked with a wooden face. Don't worry. First, I have dragons and all of you brave and skilled knights. Under my leadership, with everyone's fearless efforts, we have the best chance of killing the king of strange ghosts and ending the long night. What the hell do you mean, fearless? You make my hair stand on end and my heart tremble. If I lose my life, what's the use of my land and title? Besides, I don't have a son. If I really die, won't my family's property be left to that bastard Tyrion? Bronn regretted it. No matter how difficult it was to deal with Cersei, she was still easier to deal with than the strange ghosts. He could almost think of Cersei's way of dealing with the long night. Hide in the rear, high walls, deep trenches, and plenty of food. Happily watch the righteous queen, knights fight the strange ghosts. When the long night is over, sharpen your sword and stab the heart of the last hero. This was also his style. He also wanted to do this. Why? Why is your majesty so righteous, great, noble, brave, and benevolent? I am the same as the shameless and cunning Cersei. Why did I become hot-headed and switch to Saint Dany? Dany didn't know that the Earl of Blackwater was complaining about her noble character. In fact, she didn't have that at all. She continued, even if someone stole my head and became the hero of ending the long night, I also have the right to become a duke. The King's Landing was built by Targaryen. The King's Landing was developed by Targaryen and his vassals. I have the right to take back my own land, just like how Winterfell has been known as the King of the North since ancient times. If the new king still wants to occupy the King's Landing, he must exchange it with other land. In short, the Targaryens will have the title of duke and land that matches their status as a duke. I will also leave a promise to everyone. Lands, titles, and money will not be lacking. Barristan added, and the most precious thing, honor. The queen will lead everyone on a path of unprecedented glory. Lands and titles are not worth mentioning. Sure enough, you are the same kind of people. I entered the wrong door. I want to be on Cersei's pirate ship. Bronn thought bitterly. Chapter 368. Good, very good. Her Majesty is right. The long night is everyone's common enemy. The one who ends the long night will be the king. This will directly end the dispute over the Iron Throne and unite the 7 nations to fight against the other ghosts. Amidst the silence, Old Crab suddenly stood up excitedly. He waved his arms and cheered loudly. His excitement was not disguised at all. Father, are you out of your mind? Being a wretched thief is your style. Saving the world is not something you should be doing. Crab Jr. widened his eyes and looked at his father in disbelief. Old Crab pretended not to see his son's strange gaze and continued to praise the Dragon Queen. Her Majesty is wise and benevolent. She has a true spirit of sacrifice. She is the role model for the nobles of the 7 nations and a role model for the kings to learn from. I believe that as long as the nobles of the 7 nations see the Queen's determination and sincerity, they will put aside their prejudices and work together to get through the long night. Father, are you all right? Crab Jr. stuttered, his eyes filled with panic. Father is crazy. I'm fine. Old Crab glanced at the nobles at the table and said loudly, the King's Landing is full of clowns. Have we not been waiting for a noble king to stand up and clean up the old mountains and rivers, cleanse the world, and return a brand new Westeros to the world? Some of the knights nodded silently, some looked excited, and some reluctantly agreed. The rest looked at their companions blankly and decided to go with the crowd. Your Majesty, I will carry out your will. Bronn heaved a sigh of relief. At least there was a guarantee. That was not bad. I will listen to the Queen, Count Monterey said. The 3 heads of the Dragon Party, the Knights, and the Knights all agreed with the Dragon Queen's idea. Thus, the guiding ideology of the Long Night battle was unified. Then, let's move on to the next step. How to take down Dragonstone Island. 2 hours later, the first Dragon Party Congress ended. Three main tasks were completed. First, determine the core ideology of the Dragon Party. Second, attack Dragonstone Island and the subsequent defense. Third, the division of positions. As for her position, Dany did not follow the system of 7 ministers in the Westeros, which are the Hand of the King, the Captain of the King's Guard, the Minister of Finance, the Minister of Justice Judiciary, the Chief of Intelligence, the Minister of Marine Affairs, and the Grand Secretary. It wasn't that she couldn't gather 7 ministers, but that her main focus was still at Slaves Bay. She couldn't maintain a small court on Dragonstone Island. Based on the current manpower and the needs of future battles, the 1st Fleet General, the 2nd Fleet General, the 1st Honorable Knights Legion Commander, the 2nd Honorable Knights Legion Commander, and the Dragonstone Island Garrison Commander were established. The position of General of the 1st Fleet was held by the Old Crab. He had many ships, many sons, brothers, and sailors. He could barely build the framework of a fleet. The 1st Fleet was mainly responsible for gaining control of Blackwater Bay. At the very least, they had to ensure the safety of Dragonstone Island, Tidehead Island, and Crab Island. The 2nd Fleet was led by the Big Crab, and it was only a fleet that existed on paper. Dany would buy ships to fill it up later. The Giant Crab had rich sailing experience and was especially familiar with the narrow sea. It was most suitable for him to be in charge of transporting food and receiving the barbarians from the Great Wall. The 1st Honorable Knights Legion Commander was the young Count Monterey in name, but the actual command was controlled by his vassal, Sir Thordos Bush. The middle-aged knight with missing front teeth was originally the garrison commander of Hightied City. He was in charge of the safety of Count Valerian's family. There were no issues with his loyalty and ability. The 2nd Honorable Knights Legion Commander was Bronn. The Dragonstone Island Garrison Commander was in charge of the safety of Dragonstone Island and the Queen. Naturally, the White Knight was also in charge. Right, the Honorable Knights was a new thing that Dany came up with. It was to distinguish them from the knights and mercenaries of the 7 kingdoms. She changed the names of the knights under her, just like the White Knights. It was a new profession. The Honorable Knights were different from the normal knights of the 7 kingdoms in 2 aspects. The oath and promotion system were different. As long as one swore the 8 knight vows, 8 honors, and 8 disgraces version, made by the Knight King Dany, and followed the vows with their actions, there was no need to apply holy oil, have a war horse, or use knight battle skills to become a glorious knight. It seemed like a child's play, but in reality, it was the fastest way to promote her ideas. Dany wanted to quickly seize a share of the knight market. But this didn't mean that the quality of the honorable knights couldn't be guaranteed. If an honorable knight violated the oath, and this was known and confirmed, the local monks had the right to strip him of his title. It sounded a bit complicated, and taking off his pants to fart was superfluous. What was the use? Or, there were too many honorable knights to supervise? Dany didn't want to create a perfect world. She was just promoting her ideas. In other words, Dany wanted to turn the Westeros knight civilization into a wuxiao one. Yes, she changed glory to chivalry, chivalrous knight, knight on a horse. Currently, in Westeros, the promotion system for knights was like this. Commoner, working hard to earn money. Commoner with a little money, arming his son. Commoner with a horse and sword, training. Free knight, looking for an employer. Mercenary knight, working for the nobles. Productive knight, performing meritorious deeds, and knight with a title. See, there was no need for benevolence, righteousness, morality, or noble character. There were 2 most important things, money and enough viciousness. Only with money could one have good equipment. Good equipment could save one's life. Only with enough viciousness could one kill. Killing was equivalent to performing meritorious deeds. After performing meritorious deeds, one would become a noble. The whole promotion process was despicable and bloody. The typical example was Bronn. What about after Dany's honorable knights? Commoner, having good ideals and a heart of chivalry. Honorable knight, strong martial strength and outstanding moral character. Famous honorable knight hired because of his reputation. Disreputable commoner or honorable knight hired, doing good deeds or doing bad deeds without being discovered. Productive night, did you notice that it was very similar to the promotion process of the heroes in the wuxia world? Commoner, yearning for quick revenge in the wuxia world, wuxia people, martial strength and moral character. Heroic knight, using his reputation to buy property, doing bad deeds without being discovered. Disreputable heroic knight, doing good deeds without being discovered, or doing bad deeds without being discovered. Heroic knight, who is never short of money and could be passed down for generations in today's Westeros. Knights were not afraid of being discovered when they did bad deeds. In other words, they openly bullied the good, burned, killed, and plundered. Wasn't it natural for nobles to bully commoners? Because the identity of a knight was bestowed by the nobles and the church, commoners could not remove the title of a knight, even if they cursed loudly. Commoners could not crown an ordinary person with true chivalry with the title of knight, even if they praised loudly. It was different when it came to honorable knights. Their identity, honor, and shame were all determined by the common people's sense of right and wrong. Anyone who swore to be a good person, abiding by the 8 honors and 8 disgraces version of the chivalry spirit, would immediately receive the title of an honorable knight. Anyone who fulfilled the knight's oath of the Night King would be praised and sung by the common people and become a famous honorable knight, heroic knight. Anyone, even the king, who violated the oath would be spurned by the common people and nobles. It would be useless even if he insisted that he was an honorable knight. In the wuxia version of the knight civilization, no noble would dare to kidnap commoners in public, commit murder, arson, and other crimes. At most, they would quietly drip dry, and Westeros would evolve into a large number of Ubuchuan. Tide Island, high tide city, floating wood fort, inside the newly built holy church. Under the statue of the 7 gods, the Night King Dany had a solemn expression. The sunset was projected on her body through the mosaic glass window, giving off a sacred and majestic aura. It was just like when Stannis converted to the Red God religion and gathered all his vassals on Dragonstone Island to witness the red-robed woman burning the statue of the 7 gods. The Night Queen restored the floating wood fort's holy church and gathered all her mounted knights. There were more than 1,000 of them, and redefined the meaning of a knight. The 3 heads of the dragon faction knelt before her, followed by the knights and knights under the 3 heads. Behind them were bronzed 200 mercenary knights, hundreds of the young count's retainers, and more than 400 marines led by the old crab. The holy church was not big enough. So many people could only kneel on the stairs and in the courtyard. Under the double dragon spirit state, the Night Queen Dany had a domineering aura and said loudly, "I swear to be kind to the weak. I swear to be kind to the weak." The knights in front of her shouted in unison, "I swear to fight against rape. I swear to fight against wrongdoing and injustice. I swear to hold the sword in my hand and fight for the people of the world. I swear to not harm children and infants. I swear to help my brother knights. I swear to be honest and trustworthy, to abide by the basic laws of the country and the traditions of all races. I swear to be ashamed of ignorance, to be ashamed of being lazy, and to be ashamed of being extravagant." The Night Queen nodded in satisfaction and said, "Very good. You have become the first batch of honorable knights in Westeros. Please remember and uphold your oath. The 7 gods, Megalosaurus, and I will watch over you together." Nighttime. In the tower where Count Setiga lived, in the old crab's bedroom. "Dad, this is another Saint Baylor, the second son of the crab side." The old crab shook his head and said, "Although she is overly righteous and even gave herself the title of Archbishop, she is much smarter and more rational than Baylor. In fact, I am very happy to see a queen who sincerely believes in the 7 gods." When Stannis burned the statues of the 7 gods on Dragonstone Island, the old crab was also present. At that time, he used a piece of linen cloth to cover his face as a sign of protest. The nobles who dared to openly oppose the Red Gods were burned to death. The second son of the crab said emotionally, "The 7 kingdoms are in chaos and the kings are in conflict. Only the despicable can survive and obtain the final victory. The queen is too benevolent. My heart is burning with worry. The eldest son of the crab said solemnly, to be able to serve the benevolent and righteous queen, we should be happy. The long night is dangerous. The nobles of the seven kingdoms are shameless and cunning. If we are not careful. After a pause, the second son of the crab said solemnly, Brother, you have to understand the principle of act within your means. The queen seems to have the absolute advantage, but she clearly wants to fight the deviants. The dragons are not invincible. Following that, he looked at the father of the crab and asked, Father, do you think the deviants are real? Of course they are real. Would the queen lie? The eldest son of the crab immediately said. The second son of the crab ignored his eldest son and only stared at his wise father. They might be real. After a moment of silence, the old crab said worriedly, After a while, he nodded thoughtfully and said, Father is right. Everyone is different, and I have to treat them differently. But what about House Sadiga? Our roots are in the Westeros. No, Sadiga and Valerian's roots are in Targaryen. 400 years ago, our ancestors were still living in Valeglia. As long as there are dragons in Targaryen, we will go wherever they go. The old crab smiled. Don't forget your mission. He emphasized his tone and said with anticipation, Mission. Crab Lord's face turned red again. But she doesn't seem to treat me differently. Crab Lord II looked at his brother with jealousy. The eldest son had an advantage. His brother was so stupid, but the Count of Crab Island was his, and the position of Dragon Queen's husband was also his. As the second son, his mission was to become a White Knight. When Barristan passed away, he would take over his position and become the captain of the King's Guard to protect his brother and the queen. So you have to work hard. The old crab patted his son's shoulder and said earnestly, The queen is young and beautiful. She even built such a huge empire with her bare hands. Her taste must be as high as her ability. Just based on appearance, status, and ability, no one in this world is worthy of her. But she has to marry eventually. Even the legendary hero Nymeria has married 4 times. For the Targaryen Empire, she needs an heir. You all heard her say it herself. She needs at least one descendant to inherit the Duke of Dragonstone Island or the Iron Throne. At this point, the old crab became excited again. He stood up and rubbed his hands, pacing back and forth by the fireplace as he said, Originally, in terms of bloodline, Valerian and Targaryen are closer. But now, Monterey is just a child, younger than Tommen. There is no hope. So, it is time for us Sitiga to bear the heavy responsibility of producing Targaryen descendants. In fact, during Valeglia's reign, Targaryen, Valerian, and Sitiga had intermarried for many generations. Aerys, you're the eldest son. You're honest and honest. Your status, character, and ability are all worthy of a powerful Targaryen queen. Brother, if you're not willing, I am willing to do it for you. Crab Lord II looked at his eldest brother who had his head lowered and was silent. Before Crab Lord could speak, the old crab put on a stern face and reprimanded. Rhaegar, you are the second son. If the second son wants to marry the queen, isn't that an insult to her majesty? Furthermore, your character is not liked by the queen. If that is the case, don't mention it again in the future. Rhaegar Sitiga lowered his head, his eyes flashing with resentment and jealousy. Dragonstone Island was no more than 5 kilometers long and less than 2 kilometers wide at its widest point. It was a stone island formed by the eruption of an active underwater volcano. On the narrow and barren land, there was only a castle and a small fishing village. The castle was built with Valeglia's black stone. Its overall shape was like a creeping megalosaurus. The design of the castle was mostly related to dragons. Smaller dragons decorated the frame of the doorway. The dragon claws extended from a wall were torches. The large stone wings contained the smithy and armory. The dragon tail formed the arch, the bridge, and the outdoor stairs. The castle complex had the stone drum tower as the main castle, Aegon's garden at the back, the wyvern tower, and the sea dragon tower on both sides of the main castle. Among them, the sea dragon tower was built into a crow's nest after Eiler moved his family here 400 years ago. Only the wyvern tower, which looked down on all the nearby buildings in terms of height, still bore the responsibility of the megalosaurus. Dawn. The sky was gray. Light rain. Dragonstone Island, wyvern tower. More than 30 Dragonslayer crossbows were arranged around the top of the tower, and more than 50 strong archers were on standby. The acting castellan, Lucien Lannister, stood at the edge of the tower, looking at the fleet in the distance. His mood was like the sea in the rain, turbulent, dark, and cold. The rain was like a fog, enveloping his body and soaking his golden lion cape, taking away heat and courage from his body. His father, Damian Lannister, was Tywin's cousin and the acting castellan of Casterly Rock City. His family was one of the main branches of the Lannister family, so the important task of guarding Dragonstone Island was left to him. In the future, perhaps one Lannister would become the Duke of Dragonstone Island, or be demoted to the Count of Dragonstone Island. But yesterday morning, a terrifying news came from the neighboring Tidehead Island. The Dragon Queen had arrived on a dragon. Without a doubt, she would attack Dragonstone Island. Just like how if Stark was still alive, he would definitely take down Winterfell. Since yesterday afternoon, after Sir Lucien sent a letter to the King's Landing, he began to arrange the defense of Dragonstone Island. Roland Windstorm, who was loyal to Stannis, led a team of less than 100 men and stopped Lannister and Redwyn's army of more than 10,000 for a few months. He even caused more than 1,000 deaths of Lannister's elite. Now, he had 400 guards and reinforcements from the King's Landing. How long could they stop the Dragon Queen? How much damage could they do to her? But she had dragons. Lucien was worried and unsure of what to do. Thump, thump, thump. A soldier wearing a lion helmet and golden armor quickly stepped on the stairs and panted as he reached the top of the tower. He passed a parchment scroll to Lucien and said, "Sir, the Dragon Queen sent someone to deliver a letter." Lucien pursed his lips and opened the parchment scroll. After reading for a while, he passed it to the black armored knight who walked over from the Dragon Slayer crossbow. He frowned and said, "She asked me to surrender, put down my weapons, leave the castle, and allow us to return to the King's Landing." After a moment of silence, he asked the young scholar beside him, "Scholar Pylus, what do you think?" Pylus was 25 years old and had more than 20 chains around his neck. He was young, but he was as serious as a 60-year-old man. Hearing this, he looked solemn and asked politely, "Sir, are you asking if the contents of the letter are trustworthy, or are you asking how to respond?" Lucien's heart was in a mess. He nodded and said, "Tell me about it." "The Dragon Queen has dragons, 16 ships, and at least 1,000 soldiers in the fishing village. She has the advantage. There is no need to use her reputation to deceive people. And because she has dragons, you have no chance of winning. Why don't you agree to her request and return to the King's Landing first?" And then, slap. The black armored knight with the orange pattern of 3 black castles on his chest crumpled the parchment scroll into a ball and threw it under the cliff. He then slapped the young scholar to the wet and cold stone ground. "Bah, Lannister will never surrender to a false king." He spat on the scholar's messy brown hair and announced loudly to the soldiers on the tower, "This morning, we received a messenger crow from the King's Landing. King Tommen wrote a letter asking us to hold on for at least 2 days and wait for the arrival of reinforcements led by Sir Matron. It would be best to shoot that woman, or at least kill a dragon." Lucien only glanced at the scholar whose cheeks were red and swollen and bleeding from the corner of his mouth. He then stopped paying attention to him and frowned at the black armored knight. "Sir Burke, we only found 30 old dragon-slaying crossbows in the warehouse. They're all here. If Dany Rise attacks from other directions, our chances of winning are not high." The black armored knight waved his hand and said confidently, "This is a dragon castle made of immortal stone. It is enough to defend against the dragon flames of the Megalosaurus. Using the Targaryen castle to fight against the Megalosaurus of the Targaryen." Ha ha! Maybe we can really kill a dragon. Hiss boom! In the dark clouds where blue lightning flashed, a ferocious black monster drilled out and rushed straight in the direction of the flying dragon tower. Megalosaurus. It's really the Megalosaurus. The black armored knight's eyes widened. His courage plummeted as he shouted in horror. Chapter 370. The black dragon was like a fairy in the storm, nimbly moving through the thunder and lightning. Blue and white fork-shaped lightning flashed around him, adding to his mysterious power. The black dragon drilled out of the dark clouds and hovered more than 1,000 meters above the flying dragon tower. It did not immediately rush down to spit fire, but Sir Bacon and Lucian couldn't help but shout in fear, "Attack!" The lion-armored soldiers immediately pulled the trigger, and more than 30 treadmill-sized crossbows shot out a thin rain of arrows. The crossbow arrows, as tall as a person, made a long air passage in the rain. They flew more than 300 meters high before they slowly hovered in the air and then accelerated to fall into the sea. The black dragon lowered its head and hissed. Before the second wave of arrows arrived, it flapped its wings and flew to the Galen ship with the true dragon flag on the sea. The Megalosaurus ran away. Megalosaurus is also afraid of the Dragon Slayer crossbow. We drove away the Megalosaurus. Sir Bacon was stunned. His fear disappeared, and he cheered excitedly. The Dragon Slayer crossbow is so powerful, far beyond the attack range of the Megalosaurus dragon flame. At the top of the flying dragon tower, the crossbow arrows can almost cover the entire stone drum tower. Although they didn't hit the Megalosaurus, they might have forced it to not dare to come down. Sir Lucian was also very happy. Long live King Tommen, long live Lannister. Under the leadership of Sir Bacon, more than 100 lion-armored soldiers on the tower shouted loudly, "Sir, you attacked the Megalosaurus." Scholar Pylus's mouth was red and swollen, but he still looked serious and dutifully reminded his lord at this time. "You attacked the Megalosaurus, which means you refused the Dragon Queen's persuasion to surrender." Lucian raised his eyebrows and said disapprovingly, "You saw it. With the Dragon Slayer crossbow, the Megalosaurus didn't dare to approach the Stone Drum Tower. With only 1,000 shrimp soldiers and crab generals, she can't break through the castle defense of Dragonstone Island." Woo-woo-woo on the sea. At the center of the fleet, 2 kilometers away from Dragonstone Island, the flagship, Layla, was the first to sound an urgent horn. Yes, before we set off, the old crab wanted to change the name of the new red crab to Holy Danny Leasy. The Dragon Queen declined with a smile and suggested that the flagship be named Layla. Woo-woo-woo. On the other side of Dragonstone Island, a bugle horn sounded, signaling the start of the attack. 400 armored soldiers holding the flag of the 3-headed dragon walked along the rugged mountain path, slowly approaching the castle gate. Ha ha! The evil dragon is so angry that it wants to attack the Stone Drum Tower. Black Armor Duke Rick pointed at the Long family soldiers on the hill in the distance. He leaned on the wooden frame of the dragon-slaying crossbow and laughed. "Lucian, do you see that? Only 400 armored soldiers dare to attack Dragonstone Island? That woman doesn't know anything about the defenses of her hometown. Sir Burke, leave this to me. You go down and teach those traitors a lesson. Let them know the price of betraying the Iron Throne." Lucian said coldly, "I'll make sure they don't return." Sir Burke laughed cruelly and left. Glancing at the young scholar with wet hair who was still standing respectfully at the side, Lucian frowned and said, "Scholar Pylus, send a message to the King's Landing immediately. Tell King Tomon that the reinforcements can take their time. There's no need to rush. I swear on the name of Lannister that the Mother of Dragons won't be able to take down Dragonstone Island in a month." 10 minutes later, a messenger crow flew away from the crow's nest in the Sea Dragon Tower and flew towards the city by the bay in the west. Caw-caw. The sound of dragons' roar could be heard vaguely. Lucian had been using a telescope to observe the large Galen ship. At this time, he could vaguely see 2 Megalosaurus, one white and one black, jumping out from the stern of the ship. They first glided away from the tower for a distance, then increased their altitude, and their figures gradually disappeared in the misty water. Where did those two beasts go? What is Danny Leezy Targaryen doing? With a puzzled expression, he held the telescope and kept turning in the direction, observing the sky in all directions, hoping to find the location of the Megalosaurus attack. Caw, caw, suddenly, a sharp whistling sound came from above. Lucian and the other lion-helmeted guards looked up, and their pupils contracted. Their expressions changed drastically. Two black stones the size of bathtubs fell straight down from the sky. At this moment, the two dragons once again disappeared into the misty rain. The two huge terracotta tanks had accelerated by 1,000 meters and were only 500 meters away from the top of the tower. The 7 levels of hell, the Megalosaurus can actually throw stones to hit people? Lucian's expression changed drastically. He looked at the direction where the giant stones were falling and ran out of the falling range in a few steps. He even shouted, "Quick, quick dodge. The platform is big enough. Don't squeeze." Yes, the flying dragon tower was big enough. It used to be able to stop a Megalosaurus like Beleriand. The area was bigger than a basketball court. When the two terracotta tanks fell, of course they could dodge. But those are terracotta tanks. Boom, boom. The fragments of the terracotta tanks flew in all directions, penetrating the armor and flesh, bringing about waves of screams among the surrounding soldiers. The liquid in the terracotta tanks fell down at high speed, splashed, and turned into a cloud of oil mist. It was still flying in the air, but it burned fiercely. Boom! A 10-meter-tall mushroom cloud rose from the top of the flying dragon tower, formed by red fire and black smoke. Mutilated corpses, intact corpses, and burning corpses that were still flying in the air, wailing in pain, along with broken crossbows and twisted arrows, flew in all directions. They fell into the bottom of the cliff, onto the roof of the stone drum tower behind, and into the courtyard. The entire castle shook slightly. 600 kilograms of kerosene almost ignited the flying dragon tower into a towering torch. The fierceness of the fire could be felt a few kilometers away. 60 crossbowmen, 50 strong archers, and their commander, Sir Lucian, were wiped out in one wave. How terrifying! Crab number 2's eyes widened. He was frightened and excited. I didn't expect the Megalosaurus to be used like this. Old Yamant wore a sealskin cloak and looked in the direction of the flying dragon tower with blurred eyes. He muttered, "As long as we are careful enough, the dragon-slaying crossbow seems to be ineffective against the Megalosaurus. It's too strong. If the terracotta tanks were not filled with kerosene, but wildfire, if it did not fall into the flying dragon tower, but..." Old Crab spat out 2 words with a pale face. "King's Landing, Red Castle. Let the Layla get close to the cliff behind the castle. We'll board from there." Danny had her hands behind her back. The sea breeze mixed with the drizzle lifted the hair on her temples, adding some coldness to her beautiful face. Hiss, hiss, Dahe and Little White landed on the deck, causing the huge ship to shake violently a few times. 10 minutes later, they each carried a terracotta tank sealed with a wooden lid to the top of the castle. Amidst the terrified screams of the guards, they ignited 2 sentry towers with a few ordinary siege crossbows, burning dozens of lion-helmeted guards to death. Rumble. When the Layla was 300 meters away from the cliff behind the castle, more than 10 pillars of fire were already burning around the stone drum tower. Thick smoke billowed, and a burnt smell filled the air. Even the people on the ship could smell the roasted meat. Hiss, hiss, this time, Blackie and Little White did not carry the terracotta tanks. Instead, they lowered a long rope ladder with 3 or 4 knights standing on it. They first seized the flying dragon tower, where the flames were gradually extinguishing. With steel shields in hand, they set up a defensive formation at the entrance of the corridor. After the 2 dragons went back and forth for more than 10 times, close to 100 honorable knights in iron armor had gathered on the tower. Only then did the Dragon Queen descend on the black dragon. The honorable knights did not disperse their formation. According to the battle plan, Bronn had already led 400 armored soldiers to seal the exit. The lions had nowhere to run. That's right. The 400 long family soldiers from the fishing village did not charge at the castle gate at all. They formed a tight formation and blocked the narrow stone path outside the gate. Hiss! Blackie raised its neck, and the crimson dragon flames in its mouth quickly condensed into a fireball the size of a wash basin. It fell into Danny's palm under everyone's shocked gazes. True dragons need the flesh of lions to fill their stomachs. Come with me and clean up Dragonstone Island. 10 fully armored knights holding arc-shaped shields walked at the front, followed by archers and knights holding spears and swords. Everyone was wearing iron armor and helmets. Danny walked at the back, protected by Barristan. Blackie and Little White did not stop working on the transport plane. The Dragon Queen led 100 of her armored subordinates to cross the castle's defensive line. They went from top to bottom and from the back to the front, while they were massacring the enemies with their overwhelming military strength. The 2 dragons also continuously transported soldiers from the ships. Yes, the castle on Dragonstone Island was built on the side of a mountain, and the terrain was dangerous. Every killing hole, battlements, and sentry tower was an insurmountable obstacle, and every obstacle could take out dozens of times the number of enemies. For example, the Knight of Flowers, Loras, because he charged too quickly, he was burned into a strengthened hunting dog by the boiling oil that was poured out of the killing cave. However, all the obstacles only defended the bottom and not the top. They were completely unable to stop the Dragon Queen's bursting orange team. Furthermore, Lannister's forces were scattered. He arranged guards at every obstacle. There were more than 10 obstacles, and there were only 10 or 20 people guarding each one. How could they stop Dragon Queen's 100-man armor team? The Dragon Queen was even using cheats. She raised a large fireball and shot out small fireballs. As the Dragon Queen slowly but steadily pushed forward, the number of long family soldiers attacking the castle gradually exceeded the number of lions. The number of soldiers with 3-headed dragon insignia on their breastplates increased, and the lion-helmeted soldiers began to scatter and flee. When the lion-helmeted, golden-robed soldiers panicked and opened the castle gates to rush out, Bronn outside the castle blew the horn to attack. After Duke Tywin's death, Cersei became the Queen Regent. The boss's ability and skill in controlling his subordinates determined the upper limit of the quality of his subordinates. A muddle-headed and incompetent king would have many mediocre officials. Cersei's ambition was higher than the heavens. Her ability, wisdom, and methods were almost on par with her eldest son, Joffrey. After she became the Queen Regent, the King's Landing court started a feast of crows. Ministers who were truly talented and dared to speak their minds, such as Kevin Lannister, had all left the center of power. Villains who were not well known, but were good at flattering and making the Empress Dowager happy, had entered the palace and occupied high positions in the court. When the Queen Dowager was trapped in the Great Holy Church by Sparrow and was being adjusted, her hand of the king, Orton Mar-Ives, ran away. Her admiral, Orion Mar-Ives, brought Cersei's fleet and escaped from the King's Landing. Her treasury manager, Harris Swiver, and Grand Secretary Pycelle not only did not try to rescue her, they seized the opportunity when the Queen Dowager was not around to seize control of the court. The Queen Dowager of the Seven Kingdoms, who was once worshipped by thousands, was now left with poison scholar Coborn as an obedient official. More than a week ago, when the City of Knowledge informed the King's Landing that the Dragon Queen had violated the rights of the guests and burned down the City of Knowledge, the Imperial Conference controlled by Grand Secretary Pycelle did not pay much attention to it. The City of Knowledge was far from the King's Landing. It was even further away from the King's Landing than Myr and Tyrossai. News of the Dragon Queen had come from the other side of the Narrow Sea a long time ago. At the beginning, Pycelle was still very worried about the restoration of the true dragons. He even conspired with Tywin to assassinate the Dragon Queen. But now that 2 years had passed, news of the Dragon Queen kept coming, and he was numb. So be it. After all, It was the city of knowledge that was burned down by the dragons. Moreover, she had violated the rights of the guests. 7 gods above, this was great news. The Dragon Queen was even crazier than her father. No noble in the 7 kingdoms would support the second Mad King. It was as if the second shoe had finally fallen. Pycelle was relieved and relieved. He started to cooperate with the City of Knowledge to increase the public opinion of the Dragon Queen that the second Mad King is better than the first, until he received a series of messenger crows. The Dragon Queen has arrived at Tidehead Island, and the Dragon Queen has sent troops to Dragonstone Island. Perhaps I should encourage the Great Sparrow to kill that idiot Cersei. The Grand Secretary thought sadly. Chapter 371. On the morning of the Dragon Queen's attack on Dragonstone Island, the King's Landing was also covered in icy rain, casting a cruel shade of gray over the city filled with refugees and trash. Red Keep, Council Hall. The fireplace was blazing, and the meeting room covered in an exquisite Myrish carpet was heated. Under the chandelier full of lit candles, there was a purple wooden meeting table. At the head of the table sat the little fat king with misty eyes. On his left was the Virgin Queen, Marjorie Tyrell, wearing a light yellow dress, fluffy hair, and a thin golden crown. Sitting opposite the little rose was Grand Scholar Pycelle. Beside the Grand Scholar was the Treasury Manager, Harris Swiver, and White Knight, Burroughs Braun. 3 doddering old men. Including the king and queen, there were only 5 people. It could be called the most shabby imperial conference in history. In fact, Sir Burroughs, who had entered the palace twice, was pulled in to make up the numbers. He was not the captain of the King's Guard, nor was he as famous as Barristan, so he was not qualified to participate in the imperial conference. However, as the Minister of Justice, one of the 7 ministers of the council had always been vacant, and the capital garrison was directly under the Minister of Justice, the council needed someone to manage the gold robe. Burroughs, who was loyal to Lannister, came. He took on part of the duties of the Minister of Justice. Well, he only acted as the mouthpiece between the gold robe and the imperial conference. He did not directly manage the capital garrison. At this moment, the White Knight, whose cheeks were as flabby as an eggplant, was dryly reporting the news he received from the gold robe this morning. Last night, at least 200 people froze to death. The sparrows carried the corpses and circled around Steel Street before carrying them out of the Lion Gate. Sir Burroughs stroked the ridiculously short beard on his bald head, yawned, and said listlessly, "Why carry them out? King's Landing is short of food now. Why don't the sparrows send the meat to the flea nest? Maybe the brown soup today will be more delicious." As if the bald old man had said something witty, the few gentlemen in the meeting room laughed. Even the kind-hearted Queen of Virginity covered her mouth with her hand, and her beautiful big eyes curved into 2 beautiful crescent moons. "Is the brown soup delicious? Can I have brown soup for lunch? I'm a little hungry." Fat King Tomon licked his lips in a daze and looked at his wife with a longing expression. Quack! The laughter suddenly stopped. The gentleman and the queen looked uncomfortable, and the atmosphere was a little awkward. Tomon was even more confused. "Cough, cough. Sparrows eat brown soup, but they don't eat sparrows." The people who froze to death were all refugees from Hujian County. They were all sparrows. The sparrows carried them to prey and sent them out of the city for burial. Sir Balos rubbed his flat nose and broke the silence. "It seems that the Great Sparrow has borrowed a lot of gold royals from the Bravosi." Grand Scholar Pycelle's eyes flashed. "He has money, food, and countless beggar army. Maybe we should pull him into the Imperial Conference." Harris seemed to have heard the most ridiculous thing in the world. He shook his head and said, "Didn't you hear what the people outside said? The crownless king, the big sparrow. Everyone called him the Real King of King's Landing. Invite him into the Imperial Conference, and the next moment, there will be poor people with axes rushing into the Red Castle with the Great Sparrow. Just like how they forced the Archbishop to elect the Great Sparrow as Archbishop, they put a blade on our necks and asked us to kneel and welcome the Great Sparrow to the Iron Throne." Then, we nobles will all be like Archbishop Bernard, scrubbing the floor of the Red Castle with soap every day in exchange for a piece of black bread that is harder than stone and coarser than sand. The Red Castle is not the great Cathedral of Baylor. It is protected by elite armored knights. How can a beggar army rush in? If the Great Sparrow joins the Imperial Conference, there will be a conflict with the witch. Let the beggar army deal with a mystic dragon, and then the mystic dragon will burn the sparrow. Speaking of this, Pycelle couldn't help but chuckle proudly. She has already burned the city of learning that has served the Seven Kingdoms selflessly for thousands of years. She has become a villain who violates the rights of guests, and she will repeat the old path of her ancestors and burn the church's armed forces. Pycelle laughed like a little hen. Harris's eyes lit up and said excitedly, "Burning the city of learning is the Mad King II. Violating the rights of guests is Fry II. And killing the priests is Meg the Cruel II. Mad King plus Wade Fry plus Meg the Cruel. What does that mean?" "Hiss." Little Rose gasped and exclaimed, "The combination of the three of the Westeros is so terrifying. So terrifying." Tommen's round face was pale. White Knight Balos's soft cheeks flashed with a hint of helplessness and broke the happy dreams of the gentleman. He said, "You might not know this, but the Great Sparrow doesn't dislike the Dragon Queen that much. In fact, after the news of the Dragon Queen came, his attitude towards the Empress Dowager was even more. Mother, sob, sob, sob." Hearing someone mention his mother, Tommen couldn't help but cry. "Hurry up and bring my mother back. Cobborn said that she doesn't have enough to eat in the Holy Cathedral." Cobborn, that bastard. Anger flashed across Pycelle's old face. Then, he kindly comforted the king. "Your Majesty, don't worry. The Empress Dowager is not suffering. She is only fasting with the help of the Great Sparrow. She eats and drinks less, wears linen clothes, and prays devoutly. She is now in a state of enlightenment. Just like St. Bell back then, she can listen to the teachings of the seven gods." "Really?" Tommen stopped crying and looked at his first wife with red eyes. "Really, have you forgotten? I have fasted before, but I have never been so close to the seven gods like that moment. My heart is filled with joy, happiness, and satisfaction. If it wasn't for you, the Iron Throne, I wouldn't even want to go back to the Red Keep. I would have fled back to my old home in High Court." Little Rose squeezed out an ugly smile, as if she was trying to squeeze out a pustule. Not wanting King Tommen to ask Cersei any more questions, Pycelle gave White Knight Balos a subtle look. "So, the weak Kingsguard continued. I don't know why, but the Great Sparrow seems to have expectations for the witch. At least, he is waiting for the best offer and is not in a hurry to choose a side. Unless we give him a greater benefit, or the witch does something blasphemous against the seven gods, he will not side with the Iron Throne. After all, he is not stupid, and he treated ahem. He has already fasted for the Queen and the Empress Dowager. Can we trick the Great Sparrow into the Red Keep so that we can help him with his fasting as well?" Little Rose gritted her teeth and said softly, "I'm afraid that the King's Landing will riot." The Grand Scholar frowned. "It's okay." Little Rose smiled gently, like a spring breeze blowing across a lake, warming the hearts of the gentlemen. "High Court can send another batch of food over. I will endure the filth and stench, and personally bring enough bread and cheese for a week for everyone who might riot. After a week, who will remember the Great Sparrow?" She smiled sweetly. "Just like what you did before. The people of King's Landing are almost calling you Saint Marjorie. Such a good reputation is too obvious in contrast to Lannister's reputation. Everyone loves Marjorie, and everyone scolds the Empress Dowager for being incestuous. No wonder Cersei is trying to drag you down with her." Pycelle looked deeply at the sweet queen and shook his head. "I have sent a messenger crow to Sir Kevin and invited him to King's Landing to preside over the situation. As for dealing with the Great Sparrow, let's wait for the new hand of the king to bring back the Empress Dowager and discuss it with the Imperial Council." Although he was very dissatisfied with Cersei, he would never change his loyalty to Lannister. He could not watch Tyrell surpass Lannister in reputation. let alone allow Tyrell to replace Lannister. Actually, you are all wrong, White Knight Balos interrupted. The Great Sparrow is far more cautious than you think. Since he came to King's Landing, he has almost never left the Great Cathedral. In front of the Great Sage Hall, there were thousands of beggar soldiers and hundreds of sons of war who were armed and armed. Before his safety is guaranteed, he will not enter the Red Keep alone. Speaking of this, he suddenly remembered something. I almost forgot. Because the weather is getting cold, the Great Sparrow told me that the church needs the right to cut firewood in the Kingswood. As a matter of fact, he had only informed Humphrey and had arranged for the sparrows to chop wood in the woods early in the morning. What? Pycelle, Queen Marjorie, and Sir Harris all paled at the same time. The Grand Scholar was furious. The Kingswood is the king's private hunting area. Every deer and every piece of wood belongs to the king. This is a tradition that even the seven gods cannot violate. How dare the church risk universal condemnation? They were really angry, detaining the queen and the queen dowager, and using their misconduct as a reason to go against the teachings of the seven gods. It was Cersei who took the lead and arranged for her adulterer to seduce her daughter-in-law. She even asked him to pretend to be her daughter-in-law's adulterer and go to the archbishop to complain about her daughter-in-law. Tommen. But taking possession of the king's property was very different. Today, they could cut down the king's forest in the name of the seven gods. Tomorrow, they could touch the king's treasury, although it was empty. The day after tomorrow, they could confiscate the king's fief and occupy the Red Keep. In fact, the forest, the fief, the castle, the treasury, and the people together made up the title of nobility. It was an inviolable right for the Lord. This was also a sacred agreement between the Church of the Seven Gods and the nobles. Now, the Great Sparrow was a little arrogant. Well, the Great Sparrow was not arrogant. He had his reasons. The Great Sparrow has a letter of authorization from the Queen Dowager Cersei. The Queen Dowager has agreed. The White Knight mumbled. The gentleman and the Queen were silent. Cersei was the Queen Dowager Regent. The royal forest belonged to her family. Of course, she had the right to give her things to others. The Great Sparrow has crossed the line. After a long time, a cold light flashed in Pycelle's old eyes, and he said faintly, although there was no such thing as holding the emperor to order his vassals in this world, they were all big players in the game of power. How could they not understand the meaning of this matter? Harris pulled his collar and turned to the window on the east side of the sea. He muttered, "It's almost noon. I wonder how the battle on Dragonstone Island is going. The waiting time is really worrying." Well, the main topic of today's meeting was actually Dragonstone Island and the Dragon Queen. The few of them had been chatting for a long time just to find a topic to pass the time. Puff, puff, puff. As they were talking, a big black crow flew through the rain and past the window, flying towards the crow's nest tower. It's coming. It flew back from the sea. It must be for Dragonstone Island. Pycelle was excited. He stood up and walked towards the door. As he walked, he said, "Everyone, please wait for a moment. I will go to the crow's nest to get the letter." Chapter 372. Grand Secretary Pycelle was 84 years old this year. A few years ago, he was still a handsome old man with a white beard. Every night, he would watch the stars and the moon with the ladies on Silk Street. However, he was scared by Tyrion once and was thrown into the dark prison for a few months. Although he was released, he felt like he had lost one of his kidneys in the prison. He could no longer lift his head and walk as if he was flying. The old man climbed up the tower, shakily, and hurriedly took out the letter from the crow's leg. He only took a glance and shouted excitedly, "Seven gods bless." After half an hour of back and forth, he was still a few steps away from the door of the conference room. He held the letter and shouted loudly, "Your Majesty, Queen, great news." The mystic dragon which retreated, the army suffered heavy casualties. Even a mystic dragon was heavily injured. We won. What? Killed the Megalosaurus? Sir Harris shouted in shock. Is a mystic dragon which dead? Little Rose asked anxiously. Not dead. Pycelle held onto the door frame and gasped. Then how badly is she injured? How long can she last? Palos hurriedly got up from the chair and walked to the door to take the letter. After reading for a while, the White Knight, who entered the palace for the second time, said awkwardly, "The battle hasn't even started yet. What do you mean? Hey, why can't you read between the lines?" "Look," Grand Secretary Pycelle took back the letter and read loudly. The Dragon Slayer crossbow completely restrained the Megalosaurus. The mystic dragon was afraid and hesitated. After a wave of arrows, the mystic dragon had no choice but to retreat. Our army occupies the commanding heights. The flying dragon tower is covered with arrows. We will win and not lose. At least we can hold on for a month. Sir Matron, please do not rush to march. If the warship is not equipped with the Dragon Slayer crossbow, please do not go out to sea to avoid colliding with the fleet of the Mother of Dragons. Do you see between the lines? I seem to see Sir Lucian's confident smile. Everyone knows Lucian's character. He is honest and steady, serious and does not smile. If he says there is no problem, then there is no problem. The Grand Secretary emphasized. Yes, I watched Lucian grow up. That boy never talks big. Sir Harris nodded in agreement. Little Rose lazily sat back in her chair and said in annoyance, "Dragon isn't dead, Dragon Queen isn't injured, and no one on the other side has died. What are you all so excited about? Your Majesty, you don't understand. The dragon-slaying crossbows were invented by our scholars. There are 500 brand new dragon-slaying crossbows in the Red Castle's armory. Now that Dragonstone Island has confirmed the use of the Dragonslayer crossbows, we no longer need to worry about the witch riding her dragon and burning Red Castle," Pycelle said with a serious expression. Little Rose thought about it carefully and nodded in agreement. After being taken out of the great cathedral by Count Tali, she really had the thought of immediately escaping back to the High Court. In addition to the fear of the big sparrow occupying the King's Landing, she was also worried that the Dragon Queen would burn down the Red Castle and burn herself to death. On the third day after Marjorie left the great cathedral, she received a letter from the City of Knowledge. If the dragon-slaying crossbows were really as powerful as the data on paper, the Westeros dragon-slaying crossbows had not killed a dragon yet, then the Red Castle could at least guarantee its safety. The Dragon Queen has only been in the Westeros for a few days. How did you make 500 dragon-slaying crossbows so quickly? Is it easy to make dragon-slaying crossbows? She asked curiously. Black wings bring black news. Pycelle was startled. He walked to the window and looked out. He did not see any crows, so he said casually, "Your Majesty, we use black crows to deliver good news and bad news. There are also white crows in the crow's nest, but white crows are not as strong as black crows." "I really see crows," Tomon insisted. "This is the Red Keep. Nobles often send letters here," the scholar said casually. "Since Lord Lucian is confident that he can defeat the rebels, then should Lord Matron go to reinforce Dragonstone Island? According to the plan, he should take 1,000 gold robes out to sea this afternoon," Lord Balos asked. "What do you think, Lord Harris?" Pycelle asked uncertainly. After a moment of silence, the bald old man waved his hand and made a slashing motion. He said coldly, "It's time to reinforce. Dragonstone Island's terrain is dangerous. It can easily result in a loss ratio of 1 to 10. 1 for us and 10 for the demon dragon. As the news of Targaryen's return spreads, there will inevitably be disloyal people in the Seven Kingdoms. We will turn Dragonstone Island into a slaughterhouse and kill the rebels in the Seven Kingdoms who are still loyal to the demon dragon." "Yes, Lord Harris, you are right." Pycelle looked at the bald old man with admiration and said, "We can equip 50 Dragonslayer crossbows and place them on the ships." Thump, thump, thump. The sound of hurried footsteps outside the door interrupted the scholar's words. Everyone frowned as they looked at the door that was violently pushed open. The gray-robed scholar who rushed and howled. "Something bad has happened. Lord Pycelle, Lords and Your Majesty, Dragonstone Island has fallen. Lord Lucian has died in battle. The Dragon Queen has taken Dragonstone Island." "What?" the 5 elders exclaimed in unison. Even Tomon, who had been acting as if nothing had happened, exclaimed. The little fatty was 9 years old. At least he knew who was the enemy and who was on his side. Scholar Da Vinci, what are you talking about? I just received a letter from Lord Lucian. You? The scholar raised the letter in his hand with trembling hands. You were also at the crow's nest just now. You personally saw me receive the letter? Scholar Da Vinci was in his early 30s. He had a round nose, a round face, and a bald head. He was the scholar's assistant. Yes, the scholar's assistant was also an erudite scholar. There are more messenger crows flying over from Dragonstone Island. The battle is over. The Dragon Queen has taken Dragonstone Island within an hour. How is that possible? Dragonstone Island has Dragon Slayer crossbows. Even the Megalosaurus did not dare to come close. Does that woman know magic? Pycelle said with a pale face. She really knows magic. The few of them looked at the panicking scholar and mumbled. Pycelle waved his hands unconsciously. What kind of magic can break through? Forget it. Give me the letter. As he spoke, the old scholar stepped forward and snatched the letter from the old scholar's hand. The letter is from that woman. She wants us to pay the ransom. If we don't pay, we will send them to the Great Wall to be black-clothed men. But why are there only 32 soldiers? The scholar muttered. Little Rose was shocked. She said in fear, they're all dead. Only 32 out of 400 guards are left. Hiss, the witch is so vicious. The bald knight's scalp tingled. Not only is she vicious, but she is also greedy. Pycelle slowly put down the letter. 10 gold royals for each soldier. 5,000 for Sir Rek. Is she crazy? Are you crazy? On Dragonstone Island, in the hall where the Megalosaurus was lying, Sir Titus Rex struggled to open his bruised eyes. He glared at the Dragon Queen who was sitting on the black stone throne. I'm only a knight. A knight's ransom is not more than 300 gold royals. 5,000? Do you think I am Jaime Lannister? Idiot, do you think Jaime Lannister is still alive to kneel in front of me and shout? Dany tilted her head and said in disdain, But I am not worth 5,000 gold royals. Titus Rex said, aggrieved. Dany was waiting for this sentence. She immediately said, Then put on the black cloak and guard the Great Wall. I have a wife. I can't bear to— Your wife is beautiful? Dany asked curiously. His wife is an ordinary-looking Lannister collateral relative. The old crab said. The black-armored knight who had boasted about slaying dragons looked at the Dragon Queen with pleading eyes. He said sincerely, Margot is not beautiful, but having a wife is better than nothing. I can't bear to leave the noble life now. Dany's mouth twitched. She asked, Then how much can you pay? For 100 gold royals, how about that? The black-armored knight gritted his teeth. Dany waved her hand. Bronn, drag him out. If we don't get the ransom in a week, pack him up and send him to the Great Wall. No, the black-armored knight looked desperate. He screamed. Chapter 373. Dragonstone Island changed hands, and the whole world was shocked. She took Dragonstone Island in less than an hour without losing a single soldier. How did the Dragon Queen do it? Everyone knew that Lannister paid a great price to take Dragonstone Island. The Knight of Flowers, Loras, was even disfigured. Because of this, the nobles of the Seven Kingdoms were even more shocked by the Dragon Queen's terrifying witchcraft. On the day that Dragonstone Island fell, the ministers of the King's Landing believed that the mystic dragon, which had used evil and terrifying witchcraft. Then, they sent messenger crows everywhere to tell the City of Knowledge, the Church, and all the nobles that the Dragon Queen had become a follower of an evil god. Just like how Stannis attacked Storm's End Castle, she used sacrifices and blood magic to take Dragonstone Island. They called on the heroes of the world to unite the knights and followers of the Seven Gods, Church, to protect the Church. The Dragon Queen did not respond to this, but a few days later, a merchant for Dragonstone Island brought news that the holy church that Stannis had rebuilt into the Red God Temple welcomed the statues of the Seven Gods again. Well, after Lannister took Dragonstone Island, he did not destroy the Red God Temple. Because Cersei had not chosen the Lord of Dragonstone Island at that time, and Lucian was only the acting lord. As Barristan had said that day, the 7 wooden statues had been consecrated by the Archbishop. Archbishop Danny had consecrated them. Of course, the fact that the Dragon Queen believed in the 7 gods could not deny the fact that she was a witch. In fact, Danny was not in the mood to argue with the King's Landing. The day after she took Dragonstone Island, she rode her dragon back to Slaver's Bay. If not for the 3-eyed crow sneak attack, Danny would have left the Westeros and gone to the Rhone River to intercept the fleet that set off from Coer. Well, it was the fleet that transported the dragon-slaying crossbows. Even if she did not have time to burn the dragon-slaying crossbows, there were still many things waiting to be dealt with in Slaver's Bay. How could she be in the mood to mess around in the Westeros? Barristan and Whitey stayed on Dragonstone Island to deal with the possible attack from the King's Landing, while Danny took Old Yemont back to Slaver's Bay. Dragonstone, Pintos, Dagger's Lake, the Great Lake in the center of the Lorne. It was a journey of more than 8,000 kilometers. Because the old man was old, he had to stop and rest for a while. After flying for 2 days and 1 night, Danny once again returned to Slave Bay, a place that made her feel comfortable. Above the blue sea, about 30 kilometers away from Astapor, 2 megalosaurus, one big and one small, one green and one gold, were flying towards them. He wanted to get close to Boss Black Dragon, but he was also afraid of the unfamiliar Boss Black Dragon. After not seeing him for a short while, Big Brother seemed to have changed again. The last time Dahe learned magic, it had already frightened the 2 younger brothers. At this moment, there was an additional divine pressure that made the dragons fearful. They hesitated to move forward, hissing endlessly at the side. "Oh, 7 gods, this is your dragon? So beautiful, what a magnificent scenery." Old Yemont took off his flying helmet and looked at the 2 dragons flying together in a daze. It was as beautiful as a dream. "For dragons, Danny, you will be the greatest Targaryen in the history of our family." The old man wiped his tears and smiled. "No, 5 dragons. I am in a hurry to leave Dragonstone Island, because Little Red is about to be born. Although there is no weirwood on Dragonstone Island, it is still part of the Westeros. Slave Bay is still safer." She had already decided that unless they could be like Little White and Dahe, who could share a dragon spirit, she would not bring any of them to the Westeros. Megalosaurus in the form of a dragon spirit could not be stolen, not even the gods, because the dragon spirit represented that the soul of Megalosaurus and the Dragon Queen were one. Enslaving the soul of a Megalosaurus was equivalent to enslaving the Dragon Queen, but even the gods could not enslave the great wizard Valeglia. Well, although Danny's green prophet meditation was complete, it could not split thoughts, nor could it possess animal companions. The ring's second soul bound Little White, just like the main soul bound Dahe. It seemed that she was only a mage who had learned the green prophet meditation, and the meditation did not give her some of the green prophet's talents. However, Danny was not discouraged. Now, she often entered the state of being one with the world and the wind, which was also the state of listening to the song of the wind. In that state, her green prophet meditation technique was undergoing a mysterious evolution at every moment. In the future, she might become the first, which was the green prophet who listened to the song of the wind on the weirwood. "Little Green, come here." The wind blew Danny's fluffy hair. She stood up with the dragon's back and waved at Little Green. For some reason, Little Green understood her meaning even though she was not in the form of a dragon spirit. He slid sideways under Dahe, and the 2 dragons' bodies staggered slightly. In Old Yemont's cry of surprise, Danny lightly jumped and stepped on Little Green's back 8 meters below. Little Green's body couldn't help but sink a bit, then quickly rose up and flew in front of Dahe steadily and happily. Squeak, Little Gold, who was less than 7 meters long, also came over, as if he wanted to learn from third brother and play with Mother Dragon. "You can't, you're too small." Danny waved her hand to drive him away. "It's too dangerous, Danny. Don't do that again in the future." Old Yemont faced the wind and shouted loudly. Luckily, they were close to Astapor, so Dahe reduced his speed. Otherwise, he would have shouted himself hoarse, and Danny wouldn't have been able to hear him. I'm the spirit of the wind. Listen to the song of the wind, and I will become a god. Danny opened her arms and said loudly in a language that old Yimont could not understand. She was not bragging. The song of the wind had improved her ability in all aspects. The most direct benefit was reflected in the changes in her character attributes, PS. Originally, her speed and strength had increased at the same time, but now her speed had soared by a large margin. There is also the special effect of the Song of the Wind to assist in cultivation, which made her truly qualified to become a cultivator. Under the blue sky, the blue sea, and the white dock, workers, peddlers, and shop assistants in short-sleeved shirts and silk pants, as well as sea merchants from other cities, looked up and saw the black dragon flying at low altitude. They all cheered loudly, "The queen is back! Long live the dragon queen! Long live the megalosaurus! Long live the black dragon! Long live the queen Danny Lilith! Her Majesty is home! The megalosaurus is home!" Gradually, cheers and noise spread from the dock to the streets, and then from outside the city to inside the city. Countless new freedmen put down their work, walked out of their houses, and stood on the street, waving and shouting at the megalosaurus that was slowly gliding in the sky. Woo-woo! An unsullied blew a buffalo horn that had been relocated at the top of the Great Pyramid. Immediately, Unsullied and Centaur maids walked to the steps of the pyramid and knelt down to welcome the returning queen. Looking at the city below that had fallen into an uproar because of the arrival of the Dragon Queen, looking at the various dragon banners fluttering in the wind, looking at the men and women kneeling on the ground on the Great Pyramid that towered into the sky, and looking at the androgynous men and women kneeling on the ground. Old Yimont's eyes were wet, and he understood in his heart. Targaryen did not necessarily need the Iron Throne. This was the true home of the Dragon Queen, the true foundation. The new freedmen who received the queen's favor revered the Megalosaurus, but they did not hate the Megalosaurus like the City of Knowledge. In the Westeros, the Megalosaurus used blood and fire to conquer the world, bringing fear and death to the common people and nobles. In Slaver's Bay, the Megalosaurus used flames to burn the chains and shackles of the slaves, bringing freedom and new life to the slaves, becoming the guarantee of their safety and happiness. Therefore, in Slaver's Bay, the Megalosaurus was sacred, not the demonized demon dragon of the Westeros. The people supported the true dragon family from the bottom of their hearts. In this land, the Targaryens were the indisputable orthodoxy of the dynasty. Hiss! 3 Megalosaurus slowly circled 200 meters above Astapor, responding to the people with a loud and long dragon roar. When the 3 dragons landed on the top of the pyramid, Mormont, whose chest was inlaid with exquisite white glaze and a pure white cloak, walked over with red eyes and said excitedly, "Your Majesty, you have finally returned." Behind him, the Unsullied, the Centaur maids, and the officials working at the Great Pyramid knelt together and said, "Welcome back, Your Majesty the Queen. Get up, all of you get up." Danny landed lightly on the dragon's back and walked to Blackie's side, helping old Yimont down. It took a long time. The Westeros matter was more troublesome, but I gained quite a lot. She took off her backpack, took a warm and wet towel from the maid Eerie, and wiped her face. Then, with their help, she took off her gray armor. Jorah Mormont had never seen Yimont before, and his expression was a little confused. "You are the son of Commander Geo. I know you." "Know what about me?" In order to help his wife pay off her debts, he became a slave trader and was later abandoned by her, wearing countless hats on my head. The Great Bear was stupefied. Old Yimont was wrapped in a thick layer of fur. At this moment, as he took off his clothes, he looked at the majestic and spirited White Knight affectionately. "Good, very good. This is the demeanor of a White Knight." Mormont's burly body, clean and shiny armor that was as white as snow, made the old man admire him greatly. Jorah heaved a sigh of relief. It had nothing to do with Lyneth. After taking off her armor, Danny felt unprecedentedly relaxed. She moved her arms and legs a little, then smiled and explained to everyone, "This is Scholar Yimont Targaryen, the second brother of my master. Greetings, Scholar Yimont." Everyone immediately bowed respectfully. "Ah, so does Scholar Yimont." Sir Yura reacted and said in surprise, "Your Majesty, why did you go to the Great Wall? This is different from the original plan." Dany's face darkened, and she said hesitantly, "Let me freshen up first, then I will tell you about my experience in the Westeros." I gained quite a lot, but the process was not very pleasant. When she returned to Slave Bay, it was noon. Dany did not hold a big banquet. She simply filled her stomach and went to the bathroom to take a bath. She changed into a silk robe, a layer of light leather armor, and a mail armor. Because of the return of the Dragon Queen, the citizens of Eastport crowded from the Great Pyramid after lunch. She had to stand on the first stone step and greet the new freedmen at close range. Old Yamont was behind Dany, looking at the crowd below who stretched out their arms and shouted Misha fanatically. With a complicated expression, he said to the little black girl, Miss Sandy, "I did not expect your Majesty to be so loved by the people here." After introducing the senior leaders of the Great Pyramid to old Yamont, Dany entrusted the little black girl to him and let the old scholar train Miss Sandy with all his strength. At the same time, she also entrusted Yamont to the little black girl. Let her teach him the customs of Slave Bay and let him familiarize himself with the new Targaryen kingdom. The Queen liberated us and brought us a happy and peaceful new life. Of course, we love her. You probably haven't seen the past life of the slaves, especially the slaves of Slave Bay. Otherwise, there would be no doubt, the little black girl said seriously. Under the sun, the crowd swarmed over, and their enthusiasm was as dry as the temperature in Slave Bay. The elderly and children, men and women, all sincerely expressed their love and respect for the Dragon Queen. Yamont was silent. Chapter 374. The Great Wall, Dark Castle. Just after lunch, in the square in front of the castle, a few instructors were training the Night Watchers. Further away, giants and barbarians were busy at the construction site. Dragon Queen had left the Great Wall for more than a week, and the arc-shaped walls surrounding Dark Castle had been reinforced. Although Stannis had requested to stop the project and help him repair Nightfall Castle when the Queen had just left, the Night Watchers and barbarians had refused without hesitation. "We have sworn to the Dragon Queen, a sacred oath, that the Night Watchers will remain neutral. Repairing the castle of another king is completely different from repairing the walls of Dark Castle." Bowen Maxey's voice trembled, but his tone was firm. "No, some of us are Dragon Queen's captives, and the rest have signed a lease agreement with the Dragon Queen. We will not work for E.S. God in Blazing Red Heart." The barbarian roared at Erlu. At that moment, Stannis's face was twisted, and his hand was on the hilt of his sword. "Hiss!" In the grayish-blue sky, a dragon roar suddenly sounded. In the construction site, the barbarians and Night Watchers at the top of the Great Wall, the Night Watchers training in the training field, and some Deer faction knights following the training all put their hands in front of their foreheads to block the noon sun and looked up at the sky. "It's a dragon, a black dragon. The Dragon Queen is here." Sir Elisa and a few Dragon faction knights were overjoyed, waving their arms wildly at the sky. "Back so soon? Are you worried about the barbarians?" Erlu walked out of the king's tower, gritting his teeth, his eyes unreadable. The anti-dragon faction knights beside him looked at each other, and a sinister smile appeared on their lips. Yes, Erlu had moved into the king's tower. The commander's tower belonged to the Night Watchers, and when the commander-in-chief was elected, he would have to move into the commander's tower. Nightfall Castle was too dilapidated, and it would take half a year to repair it. At this time, the factions of the Deer Party had also quietly changed. They were divided according to their attitude towards the Dragon Queen. The Dragon Alliance Party, formed by the nobles of the royal domain, and the Dragon Devourer Party, formed by the Empress of the Land of Storm and the Land of Riverbend, Red God believers. The Dragon Queen had already given up on the fantasy of a marriage between dragon and deer. The Dragon Queen completely looked down on her lord, calling herself a true dragon, but treating King Stannis as a grasshopper on the ground. Now, they advocated for an alliance with the Mother of Dragons, fully abiding by the covenant of the one who ends the long night shall be king. If they won, they would be the king. If they lost, they would be content to be the Dragon Queen's subjects. After all, they had been doing that for hundreds of years. The Dragon Devourer party turned their unspeakable plot into a practical plan. They planned to find an opportunity to deal with the Dragon Queen and remove the biggest obstacle to the Iron Throne for King Stannis, who had entrusted his family with his future, just like what Yemont was worried about. The Dragon Queen's swift departure had dealt a huge blow to the devouring dragons with her gone. How were they going to scheme? At this moment, seeing the Black Dragon coming to the Great Wall again, they were ready to make a move. The Megalosaurus was more than 1,000 meters in the air. Ygritte opened her watery blue eyes wide and was the first to notice the abnormality. No, there is no one on the dragon. Look, the Black Dragon is carrying a black sack. Hiss! The Black Dragon quickly descended from a height of 1,500 meters to 300 meters, 200 meters. It was indeed a sack. Everyone gradually saw it clearly. But Blackie did not land in the courtyard. It only flew low over the walkway at the top of the Great Wall and threw the two sacks together on the top of the Great Wall. Blackie lowered its head and let out a cry in the direction of Dark Castle. Its eyes flashed with a human-like light. It quickly changed its direction and flew towards the southeast. Seeing the Black Dragon fly higher and higher and disappear into the clouds, Jon felt an inexplicable sense of loss. He turned his head towards the Great Wall and said, "It came to the Great Wall to deliver supplies. I wonder what is in the sack." "Gold coins, 7 levels of hell, it's all gold coins." Todd was lying on the battlement, holding a handful of gold coins in his hand. His face was red as he waved his hand wildly at the people below and shouted, "Countless gold coins that can't be carried. A few £100, a few £1,000. Gold coins?" The Night Watchers were shocked but also enlightened. The Dragon Queen fulfilled her promise and delivered supplies to the Great Wall. With gold royals, there will be food. Bowen was so excited that his whole body trembled. "It's not gold royals. It's a type of gold coin that I don't recognize. It's smaller than gold royals. It seems to be the Radiance coin that is popular in the free cities," Todd shouted from above. "Radiance coin?" Stannis blurted out. He looked at the knight beside him in shock and muttered, "The Black Dragon came from the other side of the narrow sea. She returned to Slaver's Bay." "Then did she take Dragonstone Island?" Gordiffelin asked doubtfully. "Definitely. Don't forget, she has a dragon," Stannis said with a gloomy face. But Florin and the other anti-dragon knights looked at each other. They were all at a loss and were in low spirits. She really left the Westeros? She didn't gather the old officials of the royal territory at Dragonstone Island? After a long time, the Night Watchers finally brought the 2 sacks of gold coins to Dark Castle. The giants, barbarians, Night Watchers, and some knights of the Deer Party all gathered around. The sacks were as tall as a person and thicker than a wooden bucket. When the sack was opened, the golden light dazzled everyone's face. "It's Radiance coin. There are several types. Radiance coin from Queers, Volantis, and Slaver's Bay. But the face value is the same, about 3 Radiance coins for 1 gold royal." A Night Watcher who looked even more feminine than a woman said. His name was Sardine, and he came from a brothel in Old Town. He was a male prostitute. Blacksmith Tanner tried to lift it, and his face turned red, but the sack only shook a few times. "It's so heavy. It might really be 1,000 pounds in total. That's tens of thousands of gold royals." He clicked his tongue. "There's also a letter." Todd handed over a roll of snow-white paper. Peristan took it, but before he opened it, he pinched the paper and said doubtfully, "This isn't parchment. It's thinner, cleaner, and whiter. Look at what's written on it." Sir Alistair urged. "Oh." Peristan temporarily put aside his doubts about the material of the letter. He cut open the wax with the picture of a 5-headed dragon and opened the folded letter. He read, "More than 1,000 pounds of gold, about 250,000 radiance coins, P.S. 100,000 for the night watchers to use as they wish. 150,000 for half a year's worth of food for the savages of the Great Wall, as well as the starting fee for migrating people to the Narrow Sea. The night watchers, Vol, Morona, and the other Kiliarchs will discuss how to use it. In 2 months, Targaryen's fleet will go to Eastwatch to pick up the people. At that time, a second batch of supplies will be sent. Remember, Slaver's Bay is too far from the Great Wall. Astapor can't transport the gold over even if they have it. Don't waste it. We have a share of the gold. Long live the Dragon Queen." Ygritte shouted. Don't say we're freeloaders now. The Dragon Queen has already paid for us." Vol shouted towards the Deer Party's knights. "Long live the real Dragon Queen." The savages shouted. Also, Peristan pressed down with his right hand and said to the night watchers, "The Queen also asked if the Commander-in-Chief has been chosen. If the Commander-in-Chief has been chosen, then in the name of the Commander-in-Chief and myself, she will explain the sacred oath of united front against ghosts, and the one who ends the long night will be the king to all the lords above the rank of count." Red Pomegranate sighed and said, "Her Majesty is right. The Commander-in-Chief must be chosen as soon as possible." In just 20 hours, Blackie returned to Astapor. At this time, it had only been 3 days since the Dragon Queen returned to Slaver's Bay. Having a dragon was just that convenient. Especially after devouring the rat chef, Blackie's physique did not change much. Its strength, speed, and endurance had almost doubled. Previously, Blackie could only carry 500 pounds. Any more, and it would seriously affect its flying posture. Now that it was carrying half a ton of gold, it was still agile and fast. When it was not carrying any weight, it could reach a maximum speed of 450 kilometers per hour. It could glide at a speed of 250 kilometers per hour for 3 days and 3 nights without rest. In fact, from the time it carried the sack and left the Great Pyramid to the Great Wall, dropped the gold, and flew back, it had been 2.5 days. It did not touch the ground, nor did it eat anything. In the 3 days back in Astapor, Dany only dealt with one thing, which was to detain the Count of Shattered Shackles clan. Scholarly was imprisoned. Scholarly was too awesome. In the month that Dany left Slaver's Bay, he exterminated 80% of Meereen's nobles and merchants. He did not kill anyone, but they were all sentenced to death or permanent labor, life imprisonment. According to the code formulated by Dany, the result of a trial involving the death penalty must be approved by the Queen or the Hand of the King before it could be finally carried out. At this time, there was no Hand of the King in Slaver's Bay. According to the original plan, it was going to be done by Barristan after returning from his trip to the Westeros. The Queen was also out, so the death penalty had not been carried out yet. When the news of the Queen's return spread, the Green Saintess of Astapor, Grazda, immediately came over with 7 or 8 frightened, toga-robed Gith people. At that time, Dany had just watched Blackie fly away with the gold. She was wearing loose silk underwear, lying under the cool persimmon tree by the pool, chatting with old Ymont and Cora about the Westeros. Well, Missandei was also listening. "Your Majesty, you are back." The old Gith woman, wrapped in a green flowing gauze, ran to the Dragon Queen in tears, crawled at her feet, hugged her strong and well-proportioned legs, and sobbed, "The Count of Broken Shackles is crazy, Queen. That butcher is crazy." Lady Green Saintess, get up first." Dany helped the old Saintess to the soft couch opposite and pretended to be puzzled and asked, "What's so urgent that you can't say at the banquet tonight?" Well, Dany was going to hold a party at the Great Pyramid tonight and invited all the senior officials and foreign businessmen in the city. It was to celebrate her return and to introduce old Ymont to everyone. As one of the ministers of the council, the Green Saintess was naturally invited. "Your Majesty, you can't help but be anxious. The good families in Meereen City are now empty. They are all detained by the Count of Broken Shackles and sentenced to death. There are more than 20,000 people." "What do you mean? How can they be sentenced to death just because of the confiscation? More than 20,000 people? What is this all about?" The Dragon Queen was anxious and angry, but she also looked confused. While covering her face and crying, she secretly observed every expression of the Dragon Queen. The Green Saintess breathed a sigh of relief in her heart. Fortunately, with the ability to observe people's expressions that I've trained for decades, I can be 100% sure that the Dragon Queen doesn't know about this. The Butcher clan didn't get any hint from the Queen. He acted on his own. Too hateful. After cursing Cleon a few hundred times in her mind, the Green Saintess wiped the tears and sweat off her wrinkled face with a light green handkerchief. She cried to the Dragon Queen, "Your Majesty, the Count of Broken Shackles misused his power, framed the loyal people, oppressed the people, took bribes and broke the law, stole women, disregarded the law, and disrupted the order of the court." The Green Saintess did not repeat herself. She listed hundreds of crimes that Cleon had committed. Danny felt a headache coming on. She could only interrupt her and say, "Keep it simple and get to the point. What exactly did Cleon Shackle do?" Chapter 375. The Green Saintess slowly recounted what had happened in Myrene in the past month. Not only was Yimont stunned, but even Danny was convinced by the scholar. Not to mention Slave Bay, which had a population of 5 million. Even in the ancient times of the Celestial Empire, where there were tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of people, major cases involving tens of thousands of people were rare. Zhu Yuanzhang, who liked to kill meritorious officials, only killed about 30,000 people in Hu Weiyong's case, and only 15,000 in Blue Jade's case. However, in Myrene, which only had a total population of about 300,000, Scholar Lai handled a terrifying case involving 80,000 people and as many as 20,000 prisoners on death row. As the Green Saintess said, almost all the Gith nobles and merchants in Myrene were defeated. Well, in a surprise attack on Myrene, because Myrene did not have time to resist, Danny only detained the Great Lords and some of the slave owners who supported Kaiyuan City. She did not hurt the Gith people above the middle class and below the Great Lords. There were economic losses, and Danny deprived them of their slaves and most of their fixed assets. Because of this, the Gith people who were dissatisfied with the Dragon Queen gradually gathered together and formed a terrorist organization called the Sons of the Harpy. Of course, Danny was not a White Lotus, and she was not like the original Danny Lilith who was bound by the curse of "You are as benevolent as Liga." Can't find a clear reason, so keep enduring? It was impossible. Whether the Sons of the Harpy caused trouble or not, the Gith people had to be cleaned up. According to her original plan, she intended to choose the battlefield under Myrene City to let the Gith people bear the pain of the War of Liberation and completely destroy the existing social structure of Myrene. There were two reasons for choosing Myrene as the battlefield. 1. Resisting the enemy outside the country sounded simple, but it was difficult to do. If Danny chose the battlefield at Tolos, 900 kilometers west of Myrene, just the food transportation alone would kill her. 2. The terrain of Myrene is very unique. To the north of Myrene is a huge plain that leads to the Dothraki Sea. If her army leaves the city walls and goes to the west to attack Tauros, the allied army will definitely cut off her escape route from the Dothraki Plains and the sea at Slaver's Bay. They might even attack Myrene, which is the center of grain transportation. If one were to compare Myrene with the famous passes in the history of the Celestial Empire, it was very much like Shanghai Pass. It was close to the sea and connected to the Great River. Beyond the pass was a vast plain and a strong enemy of the barbarians. Beyond the pass was Myrene, Kaiyuan, and Astapor. It was because of this black-hearted plan that Danny moved the Gith of Kaiyuan to Myrene and the new freemen of Myrene to the Kaiyuan Plains. As for whether or not the Dorgis in Myrene would revolt, despite the scholar's torment, Myrene still did not lose control. In fact, one of the Dragon Queen's main field forces, the Imperial Guards, was stationed in Myrene. Unfortunately, God's plan was not as good as man's plan. The Dragon Queen had gone against her conscience to play dirty, but the scholar had easily disrupted her plan. Because of an assassination, The one who was assassinated was not the king, but the commander of the imperial guards, and tens of thousands of heinous rebels were implicated. Of the less than 300,000 Gith, 60,000 were imprisoned, and 20,000 were sentenced to death. With this ratio, even in the entire history of China, the scholar dared to shout to countless ancestors, "Who else?" What was even more impressive was that not only did he attack the nobles and merchants, even the religious forces of Serene were almost wiped out. The status of the Green Saintess of Serene in the religious world at Slaver's Bay was similar to that of the Archbishop of the Church of the Seven Gods, but her entire family was locked up by account, and her family's property was confiscated. It was just too bam. The Dragon Queen smashed 3 teacups and a teapot with one slap. Too hateful. Smashed on the tea table, and the porcelain bowls and teapot fell to the ground and shattered. The queen was furious, her cheeks flushed, and her eyes were full of murderous intent. Bastard, how dare he treat my codex as child's play and ignore the tradition of not punishing the saintess? He's tired of living. These words seemed to support the Green Saintess' courage and backbone, and also opened a valve of resentment in her heart. Following the Dragon Queen, she scolded, "Klein is a cruel, merciless, inhumane, cruel, and cunning butcher. He was lucky to get to where he is today with his insignificant achievements, all thanks to Her Majesty's grace. But he did not think of repaying Her Majesty's trust. He should be executed immediately and let the Megalosaurus eat him." How about this? The Dragon Queen thought for a while and said, "Your Excellency Green Saintess, why don't I ride a dragon to Serene now and use the Queen's privilege to arrest Klein immediately? Or let's go through the normal procedure. I'll write a Queen's edict and give it to you. Then you can take a ship to Serene City and use the edict to find the great commander of the Imperial Guards, Sir John, to tie Klein Shackler up and put him in prison." What's the difference? The old Saintess was stunned. Danny pointed at the 7 toka-robed Gith people who were blocked 4 to 5 meters away by the Unsullied, and asked, "They're all the victims of Serene who were bullied by Klein, right? Plaintiffs and witnesses." "Yes, they're all Serene merchants who came to Astapor to complain to you." The Green Saintess nodded. Originally, she was worried that the Dragon Queen would cover up for her own subjects, or even that she was the mastermind behind the scenes. So she gathered a group of plaintiffs to prove how heinous Klein was, hoping to put a little pressure on the Queen so that she would not be so ruthless. After coming here, she found that she had thought too much. The Queen had always been so wise and benevolent, and she also sympathized with the Butcher Earl's atrocities and decided to arrest him immediately. In this way, the witnesses who were used to complain and gain sympathy were useless. Do you remember the code of nobility that I made? It's the legal provision against crimes committed by nobles. Danny asked. This. The Green Saintess was stunned and began to think hard. But after thinking for a while, she only remembered that there was such a law, but she could not remember the specific content. "I don't really remember," she said honestly. Danny waved to the little black girl in a purple cheongsam with a serious expression and said, "Miss Sandy Eye, come and explain to Her Excellency Green Saintess." Miss Sandy Eye's big golden eyes widened and said, "The Code of Nobility stipulates that there are only 2 ways to arrest a noble. First, regardless of whether there is conclusive evidence, the Queen or the King's hand can announce the crime in front of the person and immediately arrest him. But in the trial process, the Queen or the King's hand cannot appear as a jury. Second, the plaintiff provides sufficient witnesses and material evidence, legal and reasonable, and the Queen or the King's hand can approve the arrest warrant. A minister holds the arrest warrant to arrest the criminal noble, and both the Queen and the King's hand can appear in the jury. To put it bluntly, like the judicial system of modern society, arrest, administrative, and trial, judicial, were 2 different institutions. The Queen could automatically choose to join one of them, but she could only be one of them. She could either be a police, prosecutor, or a judge. She could not arrest and convict people. There was no doubt that this law greatly limited the Queen's judicial power. "Yes, I remember, that's it." The green saintess nodded repeatedly. Catching a glimpse of Yimant's thoughtful eyes, Dany smiled and explained, "The story of my father killing Duke Stark and his son was too shocking. When facing Mrs. Stoneheart and Jon Snow, I was a little lacking in confidence. In order to prevent such incidents from happening again, I made a law that strictly protects the rights of the nobles. Of course, there are also laws that protect the common people." Due to the ancestral mad blood gene of the Long family, Dany did not dare to act arbitrarily like the emperor of the great celestial empire. Whether it was his descendants crazily slaughtering the innocent, or a certain Targaryen being too crazy and having his entire family wiped out, she did not want to see it. Of course, it was very likely that the Targaryen who had awakened the mad blood would not even care about the Queen Dany's code that Elder Dany had made. At that time, the law in the Code King's speech that abolished the Mad King's throne in favor of another Targaryen would come into effect. With the law to follow, there would be a proper channel to vent the grievances of the people. Her descendants would not end up in a miserable state of extinction. At least the probability would be reduced. "What should I do?" the Green Saintess asked blankly. Either she let the Dragon Queen use her special power to immediately arrest the Butcher Count, which would save time and put Cline in prison tonight, or she let the Dragon Queen participate in the final trial. She would go through the normal procedure and personally bring people to arrest Cline. That seemed to be very satisfying. However, Meereen and Astapor were 1,000 kilometers apart by sea. If the wind was favorable, it would take 4 to 5 days. In fact, it was not up to the Green Saintess to choose. It was the Dragon Queen's right. "Why don't you go back and think about it? Cline can't run away anyway. I will immediately ask Miss Sandai to write a letter to John Bolton and ask him to monitor Cline," Dany said. "No need to think about it. I will go to Meereen now and see what face Cline will have to face me." The old Saintess had also come to her senses. Since the Dragon Queen wanted to arrest Cline according to the code, she would definitely judge him according to the code. She did not know how much time would be wasted in the meantime. Since she could not immediately let the Butcher count the criminal code, she might as well arrest him personally and ridicule him in front of his face. "Don't be in a hurry. You are the minister of the council. Attend tonight's banquet first." Dany smiled and pulled the Green Saintess to Yimant. "Come, let me introduce you. The party at night was very grand. Other than the officers, the officials of Astapor, and the Free City's big sea merchants, there were also 100 or 200 famous free people in the city. The food was also very sumptuous, and there was an unlimited supply of good wine. Everyone returned home drunk. "Dany C., help me do something." At around 10 o'clock, after the guests left, Dany called the little assassin to her bedroom. Well, Dany rejected her suggestion to go to Volantis or New Gisborne as a spy. After freeing Kai Yuan, she kept her by her side as a shadow guard. Dany C., who was wearing a dark gray leather armor, walked out from the shadows and asked expressionlessly, "Are you going to kill the Green Saintess?" Under the orange oil lamp, Dany, who was writing a letter on the table, froze for a moment and turned back with a wooden face. "What do you think?" The little girl said seriously, "When you were away, the Gisborne people from Meereen went to find the Green Saintess and gradually formed a small Gisborne group. Miss Sandai thought that after Cline was defeated, the victory would make the Gisborne group expand further, from a group seeking survival to a legitimate political force in Slave Bay. In the future, they will inevitably demand more political power." Did Miss Sandai really say that? Dany was shocked. Yes, Blackie really saw the essence of the old and young of the previous dynasty. If they could not be killed, they would inevitably rise again in some way. After all, the Gisborne also had 200,000 or 300,000 people. If they really recovered and united, even if they did not rebel, they would become part of the power structure of Dany's dynasty. Dany patted her little head and asked with a smile, "Do you understand what I'm saying?" "I don't need to understand." Dany C. turned her head awkwardly and muttered with a nasal voice, "I am a sword in the dark. As long as the dagger is sharp enough, it will be fine." "Oh, there are some things that can't be solved with a dagger alone." Dany smiled and pinched her cheek. Before she struggled to resist, She pulled out a roll of parchment from the table and stuffed it into her arms. Give this to Klein. Chapter 376. Danny C. did not have wings and could not fly to Murine. Little White and Big Black, who had dragon spirits, were not at home. Danny C. could only ride on Little Green and personally send the little assassin to the outskirts of Murine. 4:00 in the morning, on the 7th floor of the Great Pyramid, in the bedroom of the Count of Broken Shackles' clan. Slap, slap, slap. A few crisp slaps sounded between the beds. There was a wide feather bed by the window. Under the pink silk curtain, a strong man who looked like a black pig was entangled with two women, one brown and one black, like tree roots. They were sleeping soundly. At this time, there was a little person in black who was squatting beside the strong man's pillow. She stretched out her small hand and slapped him hard on the mouth. Looking at that face, wasn't it Danny C? Clan, wake up, she slapped and shouted, but the strong man with black and red hair did not respond. Helpless, Danny C could only turn over and pull out a bronze chamber pot from under the bed. She pinched her nose and poured it on Clan's nose. Clan opened his eyes in a daze. The room was dim, and there seemed to be a candle swaying above his head. His consciousness gradually returned, and the smelly liquid in his nose began to send stimulating information to his olfactory and taste nerves. Demon dragon above, who peed on my face? You guys are going too far, aren't you? He rubbed his sore temples and cursed at the woman beside him. Clan, you're awake? Danny C put down the candle and asked coldly. Who? There was someone else in the room? Clan was completely awake with a sudden shudder and a layer of sweat on his body. You are. Demon dragon, why are you in my house? Clan only opened his eyes to look at the little girl and recognize her identity as an old acquaintance. Well, Clan and Danny C were very familiar. They were both slaves of the great benevolent lord, and they had revolted together and destroyed the great benevolent lord's entire family. Are you here to kill me? He shook his body a few times like a chicken and said in horror. If I want to kill you, how would you know? Danny C rolled her eyes and said in a bad mood. Oh, that's true. The Count of Shattered Shackles was relieved. He wiped his face and complained. What's wrong with you? Why did you pee on my face? Dang, dang, dang. Danny C kicked the copper pot beside the bed a few times and threw the letter over. She said impatiently, Don't talk nonsense. Her Majesty the Queen is back. This is a letter for you. Ah, Her Majesty the Queen is finally back. Klein was shocked. He opened the letter and asked casually, Did she approve me? I'm being arrested? Damn it, those traitors still haven't been completely caught. Some of them actually ran to Astapor to report me. Butcher Count cursed loudly. After cursing a few times, he stopped. Bewildered, he moved closer to the two girls by the pillow and looked left and right. Even such a loud noise didn't wake them up. Butcher was shocked and angry. You suffocated Xena and Angie? Danny C crossed her arms and stood a few meters away from Butcher. She said indifferently, knockout drug. Why else would I pour urine on you? Oh. Butcher turned his gaze back to the letter. Under the weak candlelight, one could see that his brows were furrowed deeper and deeper. It seemed that he had encountered a big problem. Are you done reading? After a full quarter of an hour, seeing that Butcher Count was still sitting cross-legged at the head of the bed and staring at the letter with a serious expression, Danny C was a bit impatient. Butcher suddenly raised his head and sighed. He waved to the little assassin and said, Danny C, come over here and help me. How do you pronounce this word? How stupid. After learning for more than a year, you still can't recognize all the words. Danny C said disdainfully. However, she still walked over and asked, Which one don't you know? This. Danny C's face scrunched up in embarrassment and annoyance. She muttered in a low voice, The Queen is really something. Why did she use such a rare word? Butcher glanced at her with a wooden face and moved his finger to the next word. Hey, this is a letter from the Queen. I can't read it. Danny C's face was slightly red. She retracted her head and said with a straight face, "Then, can you explain to me the story of Scholar Bao?" Butcher Count asked again, "What's Scholar Bao?" "The queen thinks that my methods are too cruel and will affect the people's perception of me." However, in Westeros history, there was also a famous official who enforced the law. Scholar Bao had 3 guillotines. He killed the husband of a princess, the dukes of 7 countries, and his own family members who committed crimes. He also killed countless nobles and poor prisoners. However, this Scholar Bao, who was even more ruthless than me, became a model official who was loyal, just, and righteous. The queen asked me to learn from Scholar Bao and present myself as Scholar Bao. At least, let the people think that I am Scholar Bao. I have a lot of respect for Scholar Bao, and I want to know more about him. Clean sighed with admiration. There was Scholar Lai before and Scholar Bao after. They are both role models for my generation to learn from. Speaking of which, the Westeros are really full of talents and famous officials. It is really something to look forward to. I have never been to the Westeros, so I don't know much about Scholar Bao. Braavos was located at the intersection of the Narrow Sea and the Trembling Sea. It was made up of hundreds of islands in the bay, and the islands were connected by stone bridges and riverboats. It was like a water city in another world, Venice. However, in terms of terrain, Braavos was 100 times better than Venice. The bay where Braavos was located was surrounded by islands as tall as mountains. There was only a natural gap that was large enough to accommodate long-distance merchant ships. It was as if the gods had molded a stone wall around the bay to protect it from any tsunamis, storms, and enemy fleets from the ocean. Even during the period of Valeglia, the sky was covered with a thick layer of fog that could make the Megalosaurus lose its way. The Dragon King had never thought of conquering this water city. Today, the other 8 free city-states and the Westeros could not take down this base city even if they joined forces. In fact, ever since Braavos was built, no enemy had ever broken through its first line of defense, the Titan's crotch. The people of Braavos had built a statue of the Titan at the gap. It was made of a mixture of stone and bronze. It was hundreds of meters tall and stretched across the mountains of 2 independent islands. All ships entering and leaving Braavos had to pass through the narrow passage at its crotch. There had been no exception for hundreds of years. Until today, the red sun was setting in the west. The sea was sparkling, and the sky and sea were soaked in a blood-red sunset. A swan ship with white sails was slowly approaching the gap. No matter how many times they saw the bronze giant in front of them, the sailors from the Midsummer Islands could not help but be shocked. The sailors put down the ropes, barrels, and sacks in their hands. The captain left the rudder. The red archers put away their golden and wooden bows. They walked to the deck together and looked up at the godlike giant. The sun was immersed in the sea. 2 blazing flames were ignited in the Titan's eye sockets. It was as if the gods had opened their eyes and looked at the world. The swan ship came under the legs of the black granite reef. Suddenly, the giant seemed to have come to life. Roar! The giant's mouth let out an earth-shattering roar. Coupled with the flashing red eyes and the green hair that swayed in the wind, a green rope tied to the head, the sailors were really scared. They were afraid that the broken sword in the Titan's right hand that was raised high above its head would come swinging down and split the laurel wind in half. That's scary. Can the giant really roar? On the bridge, a black guy was horrified. That's the horn. It's a trick of the Braavosi. Every time a ship enters the harbor, the guard in the Titan's mouth will blow the horn to alert the munitions factory behind. If it's an enemy, the horn will sound different. Captain Kuhalu smiled. The swan ship sailed under the giant's armor. They could see the beehive-like arrow holes on the inside of the Titan's thighs. There were even rows of killing holes under the skirt. The bald black girl with the golden and wooden bow sighed. I wonder how many passages and rooms are built inside the Titan. I heard that there are thousands of armored soldiers stationed inside at all times. Even the Dragon King would not dare to hiss. A loud and majestic roar came from the sky. The black girl and the captain's expression changed. This sound, they all felt that it was familiar because they heard it 2 years ago. However, the roar was not as loud and domineering as this. Clang! The golden and wooden bow fell on the deck. The black girl Ko-Jia suddenly turned her head and screamed in horror. Megalosaurus! The red sun was like a huge plate that slowly sank into the dark sea. A black mark with the setting sun as the background flew along the red, sparkling sea surface and quickly flew towards the Titan. As it got closer and closer, the black shadow became clearer and clearer. It was like the god of the sky that came out from the red sun. It's Megalosaurus. It's him. That black dragon, Black Diamond. Dragon Queen called him Big Black. Captain Kualu's dark and rough face showed a complicated expression. I haven't seen him in 2 years. He's grown so big. He could already draw back then. I wonder how smart he is now. Will he be able to recognize us? Ko-Jia said, Dad, the Dragon Queen might be up there. Should we wave at her and shout? Thinking of the painting hanging in the captain's room, Kualu felt a little excited. However, when he looked up and saw the giant Titan statue, his excited brain instantly sobered up. No, he shook his head and said seriously, the Dragon Queen is not here with good intentions. I'm afraid that there will be a big dispute between her and the people of Bravos. You mean the Alliance? But didn't the people of Bravos always say that they are against slavery? The Dragon Queen might be here to form an alliance with the people of Bravos. The black girl was a little confused. Kualu's black face showed a mocking smile. Since the beginning of Bravos, they have been promoting the idea of abolishing slavery. After 900 years, they have become the world's #1 city-state. However, they didn't even abolish slavery in the neighboring Novos. The other slave-trading city-states also never treated Bravos as an enemy. On the other hand, the Dragon Queen doesn't shout slogans to the outside world. However, in just 2 short years, she liberated 3 cities in Slaver's Bay. Now all the slave traders in the world have trouble sleeping and eating. Roar, roar, roar. The Titan suddenly let out a rapid and sharp roar. Then, the stone and bronze giants seemed to come alive. Countless holes opened up. Ballistas, bows, catapults, and even dragon-slaying crossbows, which were identical to the ones in the City of Knowledge, were all pushed out from the holes. Under the light of the fire, the densely packed metal arrowheads reflected a cold light. Dong, dong, dong. Heavy drums sounded from a munitions factory behind the giants at the mouth of the gorge. At the entrance of the Great Lagoon, which was behind the Titan of Bravos, there was a fist-shaped reef island. On top of it, there were countless catapults, ballistas, and fire-breathing crossbows. This was the munitions factory, the headquarters that guarded the main port of Bravos. At the same time, the munitions factory was also a dock that could accommodate dozens of large ships. On its shores, there were countless docks, sheds, and docks, where even more ships were anchored. The city's defense fleet was stationed here. At the same time, it was also the shipbuilding center of Bravos. On average, 1 warship could be built in this place every day. The name of the munitions factory was appropriate. Woo, woo, woo. The sound of horns on the munitions factory's dock was continuous. One after another, warships and paddling boats left the rocky island and formed a formation at the wide mouth of the lake behind the Titan, ready to welcome the enemy. Blackie picked up the goldenwood bow from the deck and looked at the huge fleet in front of them. She said bitterly, the Bravos people were prepared? They're moving too fast. This is troublesome. Kualu's face was pale. He stomped his feet and cursed. We're stuck in the middle of the battlefield. What should we do? Chapter 377. Hiss! The black dragon flew over the Titan's head calmly, just like how it usually flew over the mountains and rivers on the earth. The Titan's fortress, which could withstand the attacks of all the fleets in the world, had become a rock. At this moment, facing the Megalosaurus, it was no different from a rock. The broken sword in the Titan's hand threatened countless merchants, tourists, and pirates entering Bravos. But despite the Megalosaurus's attitude, the broken sword could not be swung down at the enemy. The calmness of the megalosaurus only brought endless humiliation and despair to the thousands of guards in the fortress below. The world's #1 sea checkpoint, the Titan, had fallen. This is Kulu watched in a daze as the megalosaurus flew over the Titan and then flew over his head like a normal person flying over ants. It flew over the fleet with the horns sounding everywhere and headed straight for the inner city of Bravos. Hee, this is ridiculous. He suddenly laughed. The Bravos fleet that had shocked him, made him respect, and made him panic could only make him laugh. So what if they reacted quickly? So what if they were ready to go? So what if they were filled with arrows? So what if they were numerous? In the face of attacks from humans, the Titan's fortress and the invincible fleet of Bravos were insurmountable and undefeatable. But only one dragon, as if taking a stroll in the park, crossed these obstacles and entered the heart of the city. The demon dragon is attacking. Look, that's the megalosaurus. The dragon queen is attacking Bravos. Panic suddenly descended on the water city like a tsunami and swept through the entire city like an unstoppable tsunami. From the arsenal to the checkered dock where the customs registered, and then to the old closed vendors' dock where foreign merchant ships stopped. Merchants, citizens, workers, vendors, and fishermen, they all rushed and shouted. Some people waved at the black dragon in the sunset. Some hid in fear, some followed others in confusion. Some looked serious and ordered to leave the port immediately. The megalosaurus entered the inner city, flew over the streets, and came to the square above, looking down at the sweet water canal below. It flew from a civilian district to the noble district. It seemed like it was sightseeing, ignoring the panicking crowd below, and only focused on observing the city on the water. North of Water City, Sea King's Palace. In a tower near the sea, an old man with a sickly look came to the window with the help of a maid. Looking at the black dragon leisurely hovering and gliding above the islands of the gods, a hint of anger flashed in the Sea King's dull old eyes. He panted and cursed. How dare she? What does she think Bravos is? An amusement park? A tourist attraction? Cough, I should have killed this female dragon back then. Lord Sea King, please calm down. Chief Swordsman Koei Luo took a step forward and arrived beside the old Sea King like a shadow. He looked at the black dragon with a cold expression and said, "Who would have thought that an infant from 16 years ago would become the dragon queen of today? She insulted me, insulted Bravos. I want her dead." The old man's face was ferocious. Blue veins popped out on his bony hand that was holding the maid's right wrist. He tightened his grip as if he was trying to break someone's thin neck. The round-faced blonde maid was in so much pain that tears welled up in her eyes, but she did not dare to make sound. Swordsman Koei Luo shook his head and said, "We have sworn an oath to the White Knight, Jero Dane, that we will accept the Dragon Queen's visit and treat her as a guest. Similarly, the Dragon Queen has also sworn an oath to accept the host's hospitality as a guest. I know, a guest's right is sacred and inviolable." The old man smiled bitterly and sighed. I want to learn from Wade Fry from the neighboring continent, but I don't dare and I can't. I'm only the Sea King, and the Sea King isn't the master of Bravos. Hiss, the black dragon slowly flew towards the west, towards the Sea King's palace. "They're here," Chief Swordsman said. Yes, the Dragon Queen had come to Bravos. At least the officials and people of Slaver's Bay, the nobles and top merchants of Bravos all thought that the Dragon Queen would visit Bravos today. On the second day of the Dragon Queen's return to Astapor, the Green Saintess took a ship to Serene to arrest the Count of Shattered Shackles. Count Leon Shattered Shackles was formally charged, and the Dragon Queen informed Serene, Kaiyuan, and Astapor of the matter. She also announced the formation of a final jury of 15 people, and after Leon was escorted back to Astapor, they would hold a public trial. The case would be tried strictly according to the code. The Dragon Queen was the chief judge, and 5 nobles, 5 representatives of the new freedmen, and 5 representatives of the Gith people would put an end to the case of the Harpy's son at the same time as the trial of Leon. Calculating the time to travel to and from Marine, It would take at least half a month before the official trial began. Therefore, the Dragon Queen had time to negotiate with the people of Braavos. Well, the Dragon Queen did not idle after returning to Slaver's Bay for a few days. The next day, she led the cattle, picked up the hoes, and led tens of thousands of farmers to cultivate crops outside the city. In fact, the Dragon Queen's great leap in agricultural production plan had never stopped. In the more than a month since she left Slaver's Bay, Astapor had the White Knight Yura, who represented the Queen every now and then to participate in agricultural production. Mirene had the Blood Alliance Guard Argo, and Kayuan had the fat eunuch Bevos. They were all qualified to exercise authority and perform duties on behalf of the Dragon Queen. However, after Blackie flew back to Astapor from the Great Wall, the Dragon Queen decided to go to Braavos. Because the Dark Star, Geralt, completed the task she gave him, crossed the narrow sea, rushed to Braavos, and met the Sea King in the Sea King's palace. As the representative of the Dragon Queen, Geralt was received by the Sea King of Braavos and a group of nobles, and bravely questioned the Sea King on the throne in the palace. Why did he agree to arrange for the Faceless One to assassinate the Dragon Queen, who was his old friend? Well, he was lucky that the Sea King, Frago Intalion, did not get angry and let the chief swordsman cut off his head. But the Sea King did not admit the relationship between the Faceless One and Braavos. Naturally, there was no involvement in the murder of the Queen. In this way, the talks between the two sides reached a stalemate. The Dark Star planned to leave Braavos with such an answer. The Queen had told him that if the people of Braavos were not sincere, he should go to Pentos. As for the plan of food futures to save the world, Dany had the intention, but the Sea King did not even admit the matter of the Faceless One. So how could the two sides trust each other? In the end, the key keeper of the Iron Treasury, Bersalo Ryan, stood up and proposed. The Sea King and the Dragon Queen should each make a sacred oath to meet and talk in person, and both sides would not harm each other. The Dragon Queen only needed her or her White Knight to make an oath. The Braavos side needed the Sea King, the key keeper, and the chief swordsman to make an oath at the same time. It seemed that Braavos was very sincere and completely sincere in wanting to get along with the Dragon Queen in harmony. Then, the Dragon Queen seemed to have forgotten the lesson of the City of Learning last time and did not hesitate to agree to this matter. So, there was this evening when the Black Dragon flew over the Titan, and the Dragon Queen came to Braavos. Well, the two sides agreed on a time and place for the negotiation, so the munitions factory fleet could react so quickly because they were prepared in advance. They were ready to let the Dragon Queen see the majestic military power of Braavos, and it was a show of strength. In the end, he was easily taken down. However, beyond the expectations of the Sea King and the Key Keepers, the Dragon Queen did not land at the stargazing tower of the Sea King's palace after touring around the islands of the gods. Instead, she went to the neighboring flooded town and landed on the rooftop of the Green Eel Inn by the Moon Pond. The hundreds of islands of Braavos were distributed near a main river, where the so-called islands were originally swamps near the estuary of the river. The river came from the southern continent of Ursos, and the island of the Sea King's palace was north of the river, facing the open sea, so a huge harbor could be built, Purple Harbor. But at the estuary of the river, there were many islands and reefs nearby, and there was no place for ships to dock, so a dock could not be built. There was no doubt that an island with a dock was more prosperous. However, because the flooded town was right at the estuary of the river, although it was not as prosperous as the Purple Harbor and the Old Clothes Merchant's Dock, it was still crowded with people because of the river boats. In short, the flooded town had people and inns, and it was a place for middle-class residents and inns. At this time, the Dragon Queen arrived at the flooded town, and the Black Dragon landed on the rooftop of the Green Eel Inn by the Moon Pond amidst the exclamations of the citizens and tourists. Well, because the 4-story Green Eel Inn had an open roof terrace, the Dark Star bought this in 3 days ago. That's right, they bought it. The Megalosaurus is here. The Megalosaurus went to the Green Eel Inn. Dragon Queen, I saw the Dragon Queen. Quick, go to the Green Eel Inn. I want to stay in the same inn as the Dragon Queen. Seeing that the megalosaurus did not burn the city, the citizens regained their composure and no longer ran in a panic to hide. Instead, they surrounded the Green Eel Inn. Why is the inn door closed? When they arrived at the Green Eel Inn, they were surprised to find that the inn did not seem to be open for business. The fat boss of the black ship worker inn next door suddenly said, "I remember now, the inn was bought by an outsider. He calls himself a Dornish and plans to settle down in Bravos. He even hired a team of craftsmen at the dock. I heard that he wants to renovate the inn in the Dornish style." Creak. As the crowd was talking, the inn door opened on both sides, and a dozen assassins in gorgeous silk robes walked out. Their faces were filled with excitement, and their cheeks were flushed red, as if a huge pie had fallen from the sky and landed on their heads. They were dizzy, and their steps were light as a feather. Even the water dancer's steps were messed up. The assassins, dressed like peacocks, separated the crowd and made way for the people behind them. Then they saw a hook-nosed knight in a white robe, escorting a tall, silver-haired lady out. Everyone's eyes were wide open, and their mouths were wide open. The lady had exquisite facial features, fair skin, and a pretty face. The lady exuded a dignified aura, and there were 3 dragons on the lady's leather armor. "Targaryen, it's really the Dragon Queen." A Westeros merchant moaned. "Ah, she's Dany Liz Targaryen, the Queen of Slave Bay. Dragon Queen, this is the Dragon Queen. Gods, I've seen the Dragon Queen." Everyone's mouths were like little motors that had been switched on and started buzzing. Silence. The hook-nosed knight beside the Dragon Queen had a loud voice and instantly shut down the hundreds of little motors at the door. At this moment, the Dragon Queen cleared her throat and began to speak. "As you guessed, I'm Dany Liz Targaryen, the mother of dragons, the Queen of Slave Bay. This time, I came to Bravos under the joint invitation of the Sea King, the Iron Treasury Keykeeper, and the Chief Swordsman to negotiate a solution to the assassination of me by the Faceless One." They unknowingly took another step forward, and another step forward, and another step forward. They were closer to the threshold than before they heard the words "Faceless One." Not only were they closer, but more and more people were gathering around. Assassins, tourists, mercenaries, citizens, shop assistants, dock workers, vendors. The news of Dragon Queen's arrival at the Green Eel Inn spread like the wind in all directions. People who were idle and busy stepped on the last ray of light of dusk and rushed to the moon pond. After explaining how the City of Knowledge violated the guests' rights, the Dragon Queen looked up at the sky. It was a cobalt blue, and there wasn't much time left. The Sea King and his people should be here soon. In view of this, the Sea King, the Keykeeper, and the Chief Swordsman made a joint oath that we would never hurt each other during the negotiation period, nor would we violate the guests' rights. Now, I'm here for world peace, for the happiness of the world's people, for the thousands of slaves who are worse than death. I need to talk to the Sea King. The matter of Faceless One, you must give me an explanation. It must be solved or else. The Dragon Queen, who was originally amiable and soft-spoken, suddenly turned stern and said in a cold voice, "I will burn Bravos. Let the Sea King's palace and the School of Black and White turn into scorched earth, and let this water city boil. The worst result is here. Don't say I didn't warn you." Wow. Everyone was shocked, angry, and frightened, and their faces were green and white. While they were at a loss, the Dragon Queen took a step back, and the door of the inn slowly closed. Is it useful to say that? Hearing the uproar outside, Darkstar's stern face flashed a trace of disapproval. If the City of Knowledge cared about the contempt and blame of foreigners, it wouldn't have repeatedly arranged for scholar spies to steal the technology of smelting steel and firing high-grade lenses from Reese and Coer. The Sea King and the nobles of Bravos, if they really wanted to do something, they wouldn't stop because of public opinion. The nobles only believe in swords, and the swords in their hands make them confident and powerful, while the swords in the hands of the enemy make them afraid and obedient. Dany walked to the stairs and said with a faint smile, "If the public's words were really useless, the story of the rat chef wouldn't have been passed down through the ages. Or is it that they have no sense of shame at all and don't care about becoming the rat chef in the legend? Even if they could be shameless and proud, at least I can take the righteousness and the title and stand on the moral high ground to judge the enemy. Righteousness and whatnot are not as practical as a dragon flame." Geralt sighed, stopped, and said to the dozen or so assassins behind him, "You all wait here and prepare to welcome His Majesty the Sea King." "Yes, Sir Geralt," the assassins respectfully answered. Darkstar accompanied the Dragon Queen to the third floor, where a spacious hall was. The former dining room was empty, and the walls and roof were covered with new yellow satin. The fireplace was lit, and 40 to 50 candles were lit on a chandelier. The room was warm and comfortable. Danny was by the window, gazing at the scenery of the moon pond. Drowntown was named appropriately. There used to be a city in the mud at the mouth of the river. Hundreds of years had passed, and the environment had changed. The buildings there had been submerged under the green water, and only the domes and spires of the ancient buildings were occasionally exposed. Since the ancient town had sunk to the bottom of the river, its original dock for riverboats had become deeper, and more ships could be docked there. Therefore, the people of Bravos built a dock out of wood and stone, and surrounded it with a pond for ships to dock there. The locals called it the Moon Pond. The entrance of the Green Eel and was facing the Moon Pond. Winter was coming, and the weather was getting colder. Otherwise, the children would have jumped into the water long ago, playing in the Moon Pond and swimming in the deeper water. Some mischievous children would even dive into the buildings at the bottom of the river, and then climb out through the domes that were exposed above the water. After waiting for about an hour, a fleet sailed over from the distant sea, escorting a strange cruise ship that was covered with exaggerated, smiling faces from the bow to the stern. The ship slowly entered the river. "It's the Sea King's fleet. He's on the smiling cruise." The Darkstar's eyes flashed, and his voice was flat. Danny turned to look at the cruise ship and asked, "Is everything ready?" The White Knight in reserve raised his strong chin toward the wall by the river and said in a low voice, "Everything is ready." Arya had also seen the dragon. Oh no, she was no longer Arya Stark. The person who saw the dragon flying over her head was the cat by the canal. The instructor of the Faceless, the Kind Man, had told Arya on the first day she entered the School of Black and White that the Faceless would give up their previous memories, feelings, identities, and assets. Even the sewing needle that John had given her, which represented Arya's identity, had to be thrown into the river. She couldn't bear to part with it, so she hid it. But while she could hide the needle, she couldn't hide her name, surname, personality, habits, and feelings. The Kind Man wouldn't allow her to hide them. Every day since she came here, she had to play a game of mutual lying with the street children. She had to fabricate her name, background, today's experience, personality, and feelings so that the other party would judge whether it was true or not. Gradually, the lies slipped out of her mouth seamlessly because she had learned a skill to make herself believe that this is the truth at the last minute. Telling a lie that even she believed was only the first step. Arya was then given various identities and adapted to various lives. The little girl who sold oysters, the beggar girl in the Purple Harbor, the thief near the Palace of Truth, the waiter in the hotel, the street cleaner. Now, she was the maid of Brusco, the fishmonger at the drowning town dock, the cat by the canal. Now, she was a nameless person. The Faceless, the believer of the god of 1,000 faces, had 1,000 faces, 1,000 personalities, and 1,000 lives. Just like how the Kind Man had done to countless Aryas, the traces of Arya gradually disappeared, until one day, the cat by the canal dreamed of a wolf, and then she became a wolf. She saw the world with the eyes of a wolf, used the teeth of a wolf to bite her prey, and used the body of a wolf to feel the passion that did not lose out to her age. Gradually, she dreamed of a girl named Arya Stark. She was freed from the brainwashing, and she found herself. During the day, when she was awake, she was a nameless person. At night, when she was asleep, she was a happy and unrestrained she-wolf. She knew that she was Arya Stark. Therefore, she could not help but pay attention to the news of the mystic dragon and the Dragon Queen. Because the Dragon Queen's surname was Targaryen, and her surname was Stark. The cat chased the mystic dragon to the Green Eel Inn and ate a few melons in the crowd. The Faceless assassinated the Dragon Queen. The Faceless was discovered by the dogs. The City of Knowledge violated the rights of the guests. The Mother of Dragons was indeed a Targaryen, and when the negotiation failed, she went berserk and burned Bravos and the House of Black and White. But she seemed to be a member of the House of Black and White, and she was also a Faceless. Chapter 379. At the mouth of the canal, on the third floor of the Smiling Face cruise ship. These are the words that the Dragon Queen said to the crowd. They are complete, without missing a single word. A water dancer in a flowery robe knelt before the wooden throne and repeated the Dragon Queen's words. Well, according to the custom of Bravos, the water dancer assassins were used to wearing colorful silk garments that were very eye-catching. If you met them on the street, you could tell their identity at a glance. The nobles and merchants of Bravos, regardless of their gender, preferred dark and solemn clothes. This was the exact opposite of the Westeros. An obscure light flashed in the eyes of the key keeper Basalo, and he asked nonchalantly, "Are you sure it's the Dragon Queen herself? We're not even sure about the details of the negotiation. How could she arrange for a substitute to come over? Besides, she and I are old acquaintances. Who can fool the other?" The Sea King Brother Freyr sneered. "It's true, silver hair, purple eyes, and a handsome face that surpasses the average person. Especially the temperament. Dignified, amiable, and domineering, it can be changed freely with the tone, harmonious as one. Ordinary people can't do that." The water dancer below said seriously. "That's good," the keykeeper murmured. "Have you investigated the matter of the Green Eel Inn?" The chief swordsman standing beside the throne asked. "Well, about a week ago, Geraldine came to Bravos as Dorn Arthur and spent a huge sum of 2,000 gold royals to buy the Green Eel Inn and the 3 warehouses behind it. After that, he drove away all the tourists in the name of renovating the inn, and the inn's business was also suspended. The staff and chefs were all on paid leave. In addition to hiring craftsmen to do a simple renovation of the inn's 3rd floor, Geraldine also recruited 15 water dancers who were proficient in sword skills from the Moon Pond. A week ago, the keykeeper's expression was unpleasant. At that time, Geraldine had not yet gone to the Sea King's palace. When did he come to Bravos, and how many things did he do with different identities? If he didn't have such caution, he wouldn't be worthy of being a white knight. The chief swordsman praised. But at that time, no one could be sure that the Dragon Queen and the Sea King would have a face-to-face meeting. Basalo, the key watcher, said angrily. He had always thought that he was the one who suggested the 2 Kings Association to break the deadlock between White Knight and the Sea King. He was the one who initiated this meeting, but now, could it be that he had been fooled? What's the point of saying all this now? The chief swordsman shook his head and said to the Sea King, "The most important thing is to ensure your safety. We must always be vigilant, and we are about to face a queen of Westeros." In fact, the things that had happened in the Westeros in recent years were all shocking. The queen's betrayal, adultery, incest, using a lion in place of a deer, Robert's mysterious death, Iden Stark being beheaded by Joffrey, the Red Wedding, the Purple Wedding, the patricide, the Great Fire of the Academy. In the end, the chief swordsman sighed. "I didn't expect Westeros to be so rotten. It's too scary." "There's nothing surprising about barbarians who don't know etiquette and aren't educated," the key watcher said with a look of disdain. "The more rotten and chaotic Westeros are, the better it is for us. Cough, cough, cough." The Sea King covered his mouth and coughed out a puddle of sticky yellow phlegm. His face looked better, and he asked, "Do those water dancers know that the Dragon Queen is about to arrive?" "No, they only think that they serve the Dorneys, Arthur. They don't even know the true identity of Geraldine," the rainbow-robed water dancer kneeling under the throne said. "Have you checked the houses near the Green Eel Inn?" The chief swordsman asked. "There are no suspicious people within 500 meters, and there are no flammable goods such as kerosene and kapok." After a moment of silence, the Sea King Frere asked softly, "Is the nameless man here?" There was silence in the ship's hull. After a while, the key watcher on the wooden chair twisted his body uncomfortably and said, "He's waiting for you by the moon pond." "Who?" "The kind man. He's here in person." With 2 rowed longboats moving side by side to clear the way, 10 warships meandered into the canal, almost causing traffic on the river to come to a standstill. Beside the Green Eel Inn, there were 2 large warships with decks full of ballistas. However, not only were the ballistas not loaded, they also deliberately changed their direction to avoid the airspace near the inn. After that, the smiling face cruise ship slowly entered the moon pond and stopped beside the small dock. 2 blue-robed eunuchs walked down the ship, holding shiny gongs in their hands, and ran along the dock towards the Green Eel Inn. "Dang!" The eunuch hit the gongs and shouted in a sharp voice, "His Majesty the Sea King has arrived. Please step aside." Behind the eunuchs, there were water dancers in golden short robes. They held swords in their right hands and torches in their left. They formed 2 rows between the dock and the inn, separating the crowd of onlookers and clearing a path for the Sea King. 16 strong black men carried down a huge octagonal palanquin from the ship. The palanquin and the poles were painted with red paint. The surface of the palanquin was 7 to 8 meters square, with a gold roof and colorful brocade curtains hanging in all directions. As the palanquin swayed, the people nearby could see the sickly Sea King through the gaps and the huge throne he was sitting on. It was the same one on the ship. At that moment, the Dragon Queen and the hook-nosed knight went downstairs again. She even ordered 2 colorful assassins to climb up the wooden ladder and change the plaque on the door. Green Eel Inn was changed to True Dragon Resort. She didn't mind this shabby place. The Dragon Queen didn't leave the inn, no, the resort. She didn't leave the resort to welcome the Sea King outside. Instead, she opened the door and allowed the Sea King's chief swordsman to bring people into the 3rd floor of the resort. After the chief swordsman checked the spacious negotiation room on the 3rd floor, he came down and reported to the Sea King's palanquin. The palanquin approached the entrance of the resort and landed. The brocade curtains were opened and 2 maids helped the old Sea King down. The Sea King had a pig's kidney face and sky-blue eyes that Danny was familiar with. However, his face was older and weaker than in her memory. His strong muscles were loose and his tight skin was wrinkled. However, the majesty in his eyes was stronger than before. "Your Majesty," in Italian, "I haven't seen you for more than 10 years. You're still so... What's wrong with you?" Danny asked with concern. She was going to say, "Old but vigorous, hale and hardy," but the old Sea King's appearance was too weak. Danny wouldn't be surprised if he died in front of her in the next moment before answering her question. She couldn't even say any polite words. She could only show her sincere concern. The old Sea King seemed to be very touched. 2 tears came out from the corner of his eyes. He said with emotion, "It's an old illness. It's okay. But you, Danny, you were a chubby little doll back then. Now you become a queen. If Sir William Derry was still alive, he would be very happy and proud to see you now." When William Derry was mentioned, Danny remembered the time when little Danny, Rise, and second brother Way were driven out of the mahogany door by the servants. She couldn't help but feel sick of it. It was obvious that the old Sea King was behind this. Robert's throne was becoming more and more stable. He even defeated the rebellious King Balon. Little Danny was driven out just after Balon's rebellion was quelled. Targaryen, who didn't have a dragon, seemed to have lost its value as an investment. In order not to offend the new king of the Iron Throne, the Sea King plotted to let the servants take away the family property that William Derry bought for the 2 siblings, the property that they brought from Dragonstone Island. "Your Majesty," in Italian, "it's cold outside. Let's talk inside," Danny invited. Soon, the group climbed up 3 flights of stairs and entered the warmly decorated hall. A long wooden table and fur-covered chairs were prepared in the hall. Danny sat alone on the north wall, while the Sea King and the Keykeeper, Bezeler, sat on the other side. Danny began to look at Bezeler, who was twice the size of the others. He was a white fatty with a kind smile and proper etiquette. At first, the iron vault was built in the underground mine by 23 escaped slaves. Each founder had a key to open the huge underground vault. They and their descendants were called Keykeepers. The members of the Keykeepers were not the same. After hundreds of years, some people fell and lost their keys. There were also new nobles who became the new Keykeepers. The location of the iron vault where the gold was stored was also changed. The old keys were no longer useful. It was said that the people of Bravos had too much gold, and the previous small iron mine could not hold it. In short, until now, the keys in the hands of the Keykeepers could not open the door of the new vault. It had completely become a symbol of the family's heritage and power. The Ryan family was the descendant of one of the original 23 founders. They were definitely senior Keykeepers and the real masters of Bravos. At least, they were one of the masters. Your Excellency Bezeler, Your Majesty the Sea King, first of all, I have to apologize to the two of you. I did not go to the observatory as agreed, but instead troubled you to come to my broken hotel. As for the reason, I don't need to say it. You can understand. Yes, I was worried, I was afraid. So I stood at the door and told the people of Bravos the whole story of this meeting. I hope you can forgive me for being so careful. It's really that the experience of the City of Knowledge has left a psychological shadow on me. Danny smiled and told the truth. We understand. Your Majesty the Queen is also cautious. We all understand. The fat Keykeeper laughed. It's already very brave of you to come to Bravos in person. The Sea King also smiled and skimmed over the matter. Then, shall we officially begin? Danny raised her eyebrows and asked. Yes. The Sea King nodded, put away his smile, and said seriously, Since Your Majesty is sitting opposite me, I won't say anything more. Yes, Faceless has accepted the mission to assassinate you. But like all the religious groups on the Islands of Gods, the Black and White House is an independent organization. The Sea King and the government of Bravos have no right to interfere. In fact, I went to the Black and White House to find out about the bounty on you after Sir Jero's visit a few days ago. In the end, he looked at Danny with a sincere face and asked, How about I call the person in charge of the Black and White House to discuss this matter with you personally? Danny resisted the urge to slap the old man and nodded. That's fine too. Clap, clap, clap. The old Sea King clapped his hands and shouted in the direction of the stairs. Your Excellency Priestess, please come up. Dong, dong, dong. Heavy and slow footsteps came from the wooden stairs. It was a person's footsteps. From the frequency of the footsteps and the heavy landing sound, it could be judged that it was an old man. But there were 3 people coming up. 2 thin and shriveled little girls were supporting an old man in a hooded robe. The other 2 people did not surprise Danny, but the horse-faced, brown-haired girl was exactly the same as the soul she saw in the direwolf last time. Area. Chapter 380. The horse-faced girl was none other than Arya. She had been a cat by the canal, watching the Dragon Queen in the crowd. Even after the Dragon Queen closed the door to the inn, she did not leave. The cat was working as a helper at the docks of Drowning Town. She wanted to know more about the Megalosaurus. Well, that black dragon was almost the same as the demonic dragon in Old Nan's story. It fulfilled all her fantasies about the Megalosaurus. She wanted to see a dragon. The Dragon Queen was at the inn. That black dragon that had flown off somewhere would come back. She wanted to see it again. A small hand grabbed her wrist. It was her senior sister, Waifu. Waifu was a pale-faced girl who looked no more than 10 years old. Her cheeks were sunken, and she was thin and weak. She looked malnourished. But this little girl was older than Arya's mother. She was 36 this year. The strange poison of the House of Black and White had fixed her appearance and body shape to that of a 10-year-old. The kind man is looking for you. As the former Stark, you should know your greatest enemy, Waifu said. Who? Arya asked in surprise. Then she seemed to think of something. She shook her head and denied it. You've got the wrong person. I'm not Stark. I'm the cat by the canal. I work for the fishmonger Brusco. I don't have any enemies. Waifu stared at her for a long time. Then she nodded. Yes, you are the cat. The kind man wants you to remember someone. The king of the north, Stark's mortal enemy. Are you willing to go? Arya turned around and looked at the blurry figure of the woman by the window on the third floor of the Green Eel Inn. Her hesitation turned into determination. Do you want to see Dany Lys Targaryen? I'll go. Then Arya and Waifu put on black and white robes and entered the true dragon courtyard as the kind old man's maids. Dany was surprised by the horse-faced Arya's appearance. Arya also recognized Dany, the beautiful knight she had seen in her dream. Involuntarily, her eyes began to flicker, and a strange expression appeared on her face. She recalled the female knight's warning to her that day. You're a shapeshifter, a wolf spirit. When you're in the wolf dream state, you must remember the taboo of a wolf spirit. Don't eat human flesh, don't deny your instincts, don't indulge in things that don't belong to humans. Her long horse-like face began to turn red and hot. She had eaten people before and was addicted to it. Luckily, I was in my wolf form and she didn't recognize me, Arya thought with relief. The hooded old man noticed Arya's awkwardness, but he only frowned and didn't pay much attention to it. Well, he thought that Kitty was starting to bring in the identity of Arya Stark. It would be strange if Stark's heart was as calm as still water when he saw Targaryen. And this was exactly his goal. This nameless man greets your Majesty Daenerys. The old man walked to Dany's side and bowed respectfully to her. One old man and two young. The robes of the three faceless people were very distinctive. The right half was black and the left half was white. What was even more distinctive was the old man's face. The moment he lifted his hood, Dany almost screamed. What a face that was! His skin was rotten and peeling off. The white tendons and red flesh showed the gray of a dead person. The bridge of his nose, forehead, chin, and other angular parts revealed golden skulls. Right in front of Dany, a white maggot the size of a finger wriggled its way out of the eye socket. What the fuck? She cursed in her heart and almost shouted out loud. But in the next moment, in the blink of an eye, the old man's face changed. It was an ugly face with angry eyes. A big what flashed in Dany's mind. In the next moment, just as she suspected that there was something wrong with her eyes, she blinked again and the old man's face changed again. A serious and rigid old man with a white beard. So, she blinked again. Old man's face. Blink again. A dull old man's face. Blink again. An expressionless old man's face. Blink again. An old man with an extremely faint smile. In this way, Dany kept blinking, and the old man's face kept changing from extremely terrifying to amiable. In the end, he became the kindest old man in Dany's eyes. Looking at that face, the hostility in Dany's heart gradually disappeared. Amazing! She closed her eyes and said sincerely, Your Excellency High Priest's face-changing technique is at the peak of perfection. I'm amazed. To be honest, even a master of Sichuan opera couldn't compare to this old faceless man, P.S. It was too real. His expression was as vivid as a real person's. It was almost impossible to tell that it was a fake face with the naked eye. The old faceless man smiled indifferently, with obvious pride in his eyes. Since he knew the purpose of today's negotiation, how could the faceless man not show off his skills? What's more, a certain queen had just used Estapo's dog to insult the famous faceless man. However, many times, we don't judge a person by his face. Dany was unwilling to let the old man leave after showing off. For example, Estapo's dog can detect a person's aura and good and evil emotions. As long as it's an assassin, there will be malice in his heart. She said it again. Let Estapo's dog see a ghost. Dragon Queen's words are very true. The kind old man's heart was filled with hatred, but the kind smile on his face continued, giving people a feeling like a spring breeze. Dany's expression froze. She suddenly realized that she only felt kindness and peace from the old man, and even a feeling of closeness. But people with normal IQ knew that the old man must have hostility and killing intent towards her. Could it be that faceless people are also divided into levels? Could it be that Arya killed the Night King, not because the scriptwriter was retarded, but because she had reached the highest level of faceless, and could even hide the aura of a living person and the killing intent in her heart? Dany was a little uncertain. "Your Majesty, you came to me to ask about the assassination of you, right?" The kind man continued to smile kindly, and then said kindly, "You captured the nameless person in the Great Pyramid of Estapo, and then released her. So, I don't have to deny the failure of the Black and White School. Yes, we intended to assassinate you, but unfortunately failed." "Unfortunately?" Dany's face was gloomy. "Your Majesty, please believe me. The Black and White School has no malice to you. They're just doing things for money." The person who looked at the key handed over a ball of kindness and said with a smile. Dany was so angry that she laughed. "Killing me is not malice? The person who wants to kill you is the employer. Assassins are like swords. Although they kill people, they don't have a personal will." The person who looked at the key explained. The kind man was very dissatisfied with the statement of the person who looked at the key. Although he was talking about the nature of assassins, faceless people did not put themselves in the category of assassins. They were organized, had beliefs, and had lofty ideals. They were an orthodox religious group. So, he turned his head and looked at the fat man beside him. His kind face instantly turned into a serious and rigid face. Dany, who had been staring at him, was shocked again. She wondered if she was a little old and dizzy. He didn't blink, but she still couldn't see his change of face. The serious man said, "Your Excellency Bersalo, you have misunderstood the doctrine of the God of 1,000 faces. All mortals have to die, and all mortals have to serve. Death is a merciful relief. The nameless people are not assassins. They only represent the relief of the God of 1,000 faces. Moreover, the nameless people never selfishly give out gifts, nor do they actively choose to kill people. The nameless people are only the servants of the God of 1,000 faces." What he said was the truth of a lifetime. At least the explanation of the doctrine of the God of 1,000 faces that faceless people believed in was not wrong. The assassination of faceless people was regarded as a sacred ceremony, just like the baptism of Christians. Death is a merciful relief. Does it sound like nonsense and perverted? This started with the birth of faceless people. For some unknown reason, Valeglia plundered slaves from all over the world and crazily excavated the 14 fire peaks. The 14 fire peaks were active volcanoes sealed by Valeglia's witchcraft. Active volcanoes. Just imagine, you can guess how harsh the environment inside the mine was. It was said that the strongest slave miners could hardly live for more than a month. Living so miserably, it was better to die happily. As a result, the people who couldn't bear it, but were unwilling to kill themselves, brought death to the slaves. They were the first faceless people. At that time, death was really a merciful relief. But this doctrine was now. Not to say that it was inappropriate. At least ordinary people couldn't accept it and couldn't understand it. It was undeniable that in any society, in any environment, there were people who couldn't see past it. But the people who were assassinated by faceless people, 99% of them didn't want to die, and they didn't think that death was a merciful relief. Anyway, Dragon Queen was living well, very happy, and wanted to live for another 500 years. Not only that, even the person who looked at the key twisted his fat face. "Hey, Your Excellency Priestess, the way you talk nonsense with a serious face is really annoying." Dany leaned on the back of the wooden chair and lazily said. The kind person didn't speak, but his face changed, becoming a terrible, angry face that could only be seen in nightmares. "Dany, such words should not come out of the mouth of a queen, especially when you are facing a highly respected high priestess." The Sea King's face was stern as he spoke in a serious tone, as if he was an elder. "Do you want to die?" Dany squinted at him from the corner of her eyes. The old Sea King was so angry that his face turned white. He pointed at Dany with a trembling hand, trembling and unable to say a word. The chief swordsman suddenly stood up and coldly stared at the Dragon Queen, saying, "Are you threatening His Majesty the Sea King?" Dany spread her hands and said innocently, "Everyone saw that even the Sea King is old and suffering from illness every moment, but he still doesn't want to die and doesn't think that death is a merciful relief. As the saying goes, don't do to others what you don't want done to yourself. Don't you understand this principle?" The Sea King's face turned purple. He glared at the frivolous Dragon Queen and said, "I respect the God of Thousand Faces, but I also have my own beliefs. The problem is, I don't believe it either." Dany became more and more innocent. "Don't talk about this nonsense. Let's get to the point." Dark Star slammed the table impatiently and glanced at the four people opposite him, saying, "The Faceless may not be loyal to the Sea King, but they must serve the interests of the whole of Braavos. The assassination of Her Majesty, the Queen, definitely has nothing to do with the doctrine of the God of Thousand Faces. If there is no money and some ulterior political purpose, I won't believe it even if you beat me to death. We only have two requests. First, don't send the Faceless to assassinate Her Majesty the Queen and her subordinates. Second, Braavos maintains a neutral political position and doesn't interfere in the affairs of Slave Bay and the Allies. In return, Sir Jarrow, is this your personal opinion, or are you relaying the Dragon Queen's conditions?" The Sea King angrily interrupted Darkstar and emphasized in a firm tone, "I also want to tell you two things. First, Braavos supports religious freedom. We don't interfere in the operations of the Black and White House. The assassination of the Queen has nothing to do with me or Braavos. Second, no outsiders are allowed to interfere in the internal and external affairs of Braavos." He looked straight into Dany's purple eyes and said word by word, "At the peak, Valeglia had more than 500 Dragon King, but the Dragon King never controlled our policies." Chapter 381. Valeglia at its peak conquered the whole world, but it still respected Braavos, the Sea King said firmly. That was bullshit. Valeglia never respected Braavos. Braavos was built by a group of rebellious slaves, while Valeglia took hundreds of thousands of slaves from the whole world every year and sent them to the 14 Fire Peaks to mine. It lasted for hundreds of years, almost forming an assembly line of mining slaves industry. Countless slaves revolted every year. To the people of Braavos, they felt that it was a great victory to be able to escape from Valeglia. It was enough to be recorded in history, passed down through the ages, and sung by the world for thousands of years. But to the people of Valeglia, it was just one or two supervisors who neglected their duties, just like one or two substandard products on the assembly line. Obviously, the people of Valeglia would not delay the production of the whole factory for a few substandard products. As for the ancestors of Braavos who escaped, the Great Wizard might have sent 3 or 4 Dragon King to search the coast casually. They did not find anything, so the matter was over because they were very busy spending hundreds of thousands every minute, so they could not afford a delay. In the end, the ancestors of Braavos were overjoyed, thinking that they had defeated hundreds of Megalosaurus from Valeglia. After that, there was something that made the people of Braavos even more proud. 100 years after the slave revolt, the city of Braavos had been quietly developing for 100 years. During that time, they did not dare to contact the outside world, fearing that the Dragon King of Valeglia would come for them. Little did they know that Valeglia had already forgotten about this. But the people of Braavos still felt guilty. Before the city was completely exposed, they sent messengers with a lot of gold to Valeglia, going in through the back door, buying power and making arrangements. After making sure that the people of Valeglia would no longer trouble them, Braavos was excited as if they had defeated the Megalosaurus and sent out hero invitations, introducing the illegitimate daughter of Valeglia, Braavos, to the world. That's right, Braavos was not as independent as the Westeros. It still belonged to Valeglia's sphere of influence and was known as the illegitimate daughter of Valeglia. Think of Volantis, the eldest daughter of Alleglia, Lis, Mir, and Terosai, the three sisters of Alleglia, and you will understand the position of Bravos at that time. In fact, before the Cataclysm, Alleglia had indeed ruled the world. Other than Westeros, even the Soros continent, which was filled with miasma and plagues, had built a large number of Alleglia-free fortresses. Unfortunately, they were too close to Alleglia and were destroyed by tsunamis during the Cataclysm. The Sea King's pretentious words were as laughable as Kakuzu's claim that he had fought against the first Hokage. Dany chuckled and leaned forward. She placed her elbows on the table and looked into the old Sea King's sharp green eyes. She said faintly, "Everyone, Bravos has never been regarded as a real enemy by the Dragon King, so it has never experienced the dragon's calamity. This has caused you to misunderstand one thing. You think that a strong bison should fear 500 fierce tigers and can be dismissive of 5 fierce tigers. In fact, to Bravos, 5 dragons and 500 dragons are really not much different." Bang! The Sea King slammed the table with all his strength. His eyes were spitting fire as he panted, "Dany Lissa, you are too arrogant. Even your father and grandfather would not dare to say such things to me. Don't flaunt your seniority in front of me, and don't compare those 2 good-for-nothings with me." Dany wanted to shout, but she still bore the title of Targaryen. She could scold him in private, but she could not deceive her master and destroy her ancestors in public. She said faintly, "They don't have dragons. In this world, everything else is illusory. Only dragons are the masters. Everyone has been used to this rule for 6,000 years. I don't want to be the master of Bravos, but the problem is that I, who could be the master, am not willing to be the grandson. Do you understand, Your Majesty Frager Antolin?" The Sea King Frager panted. His pale, sickly face was flushed red. He looked deeply at the confident, arrogant, and domineering dragon queen opposite him. He gritted his teeth and said, "When the Targaryens were at their strongest, there were more than 20 dragons, but they did not have such crazy ideas like yours." Dany finally could not help but curse loudly. "Don't mention those idiots. They are not worthy of being Targaryens." "What?" The Sea King, the Keykeeper, and the Chief Swordsman were all stunned. "I am the Patriarch of the Targaryens and the Archbishop of the Church of the Seven Gods. I announce a new rule of the Targaryens. Any Dragon King who kills one another, any Targaryens who kill their relatives, will lose the surname of Targaryen. Just like the illegitimate child is called Vishouse, those idiots who were expelled from the clan will be called Idiot. Blood Dragon Dance. Black Party Rhaenyra Idiot versus Green Party Aegon Idiot. It feels so idiotic. You are crazy." The old Sea King was horrified and said with some fear. Not to mention the old Sea King, even Arya, who had always been rebellious, was so shocked that she lost her rigid and solemn expression. Her gray eyes widened, and even the mucus at the corner of her eyes could be seen. "I'm not crazy." Dany sighed helplessly and asked, "If it were you, with more than 20 dragons at home, would you still fight so hard for an iron chair that pokes your buttocks?" Everyone was silent. The old Sea King sighed sorrowfully. "The Bravos of the past generations had been guarding against this, and I actually encountered it. That's right. People with normal intelligence would not only fix their eyes on the narrow area of the King's Landing. So what if they ascended the Iron Throne? The Westeros were divided into 7 kingdoms and royal territories, and the Iron Throne could only govern one royal territory. If it were the Bravos, when the Megalosaurus multiplied and the family's strength increased, they would definitely fight for the right to rule the western continent of Ursus. It was just like what countless cities and races had done after the Cataclysm. The Volantis had tried to unify the free cities. The Dothraki had tried to turn the western cities into their pastures. Pintos and Bravos had fought for the plains above the Lorne River. Mir and Terosai had fought for the lands of strife. Kohler had fought for the plains in the Lorne River with Pintos and Volantis. Even now, after the Bravos became the leader of the 9 free cities, they were still working hard to expand their power and began to interfere in the affairs of the Westeros. They were all ambitious. With strength, they began to try to rule the world. Therefore, after Aegon founded the country, the Bravos were always on tenterhooks, worried that the Targaryens would gather the power of the Westeros and invade the free cities. Especially during the period between Aegon I and King Rhaenyra, equivalent to the Kangan and Shenlong era of the Dragonians. The megalosaurus of the Targaryen family multiplied in large numbers. Dozens of people, dozens of dragons, and the upper echelons of the free cities were scared out of their wits. If they put themselves in the shoes of others, they would definitely work hard to restore the hegemony of the Valeglia era. Therefore, the Bravos bewitched Alyssa, Princess Rhaenyra's best friend, and stole 3 dragon eggs. The Bravos did not dare to send the Faceless One to steal the eggs, because at that time, no one dared to provoke the Targaryens. In fact, King Rhaenyra was already prepared for an all-out war. As long as he found out who had hatched a dragon, he would lead his family and dozens of dragons to attack. At that time, no one knew who Alyssa had given the dragon eggs to, or where she had gone. Otherwise, war would have already broken out. Princess Rhaenyra only guessed that her best friend had gone to explore the Sea of the Sunset based on her dreams. In fact, Alyssa had died a long time ago. Of course, the Bravos would not leave anyone alive to invite disaster upon themselves. It was not until 250 years later, when Dany saw the red dragon egg in Volantis, that she revealed to old Ymont the secret that had troubled the Targaryens for hundreds of years. But the Bravos Sea Kings had been in fear for more than 100 years, only to receive news of the Blood Dragon dance. What the fuck? While crying tears of joy, the Sea King of that era also thought disdainfully in his heart, dozens of dragons, but none of them have the ambition to match it. To think that they're the bloodline of the conquerors of Valeglia. Those Targaryens are a bunch of fools. Thinking of this, Sea King Brother Felix suddenly understood the Dragon Queen's words at this time. But this also meant that the Dragon Queen was a normal person. She did not inherit the foolish blood of her ancestors. She was not brainless. She was asking the world for the position of the Dragon King. This was what the Bravos Sea Kings were most worried about. Anxiously turning his head, the Sea King happened to meet the eyes of the Keykeeper. Both of them saw the deep worry in each other's eyes. But the Sea King ignored the deep determination hidden in the Keykeeper's eyes. What you said is very reasonable. You are the Dragon King. You have the right to ask for more. The Sea King sighed and turned to look respectfully at the benevolent man. With pleading eyes, he said, "High Priest, can you bend the rules and make an exception for the Dragon Queen?" After a long silence, the benevolent man glanced at Arya from the corner of his eyes and said lightly, "A life for a life." The Dragon Queen spared the life of a nameless person. Under the witness of the God of 1,000 Faces, the followers of the God of 1,000 Faces under the jurisdiction of the House of Black and White will not attack the Dragon Queen again. The benevolent man did not surrender directly, but compromised with the Dragon Queen on the grounds of a life for a life, while preserving the dignity of the House of Black and White. In fact, before figuring out the Dragon Queen's trump card and being 100% sure, the House of Black and White did not intend to send the Faceless to continue to perform tasks. For this reason, the only remaining insider, Grand Secretary Pycelle, wrote many letters to reprimand the House of Black and White for not keeping their promises and not doing anything for the money. The benevolent man's answer to Pycelle was a life for a life. "Where are my officials?" Dany asked calmly without any joy on her face. The benevolent man answered with silence. After a while, the Keykeeper broke the awkward situation. His fat face squeezed out a happy chrysanthemum, which brought the Dragon Queen great kindness. "Your Majesty, if it is not a deep personal grudge, very few people would pay a high price for the Faceless to kill to bring a gift to your subordinates. In fact, there is only one king, but anyone can be an official. It is not worth it, not worth it." Dany was somewhat at a loss of what to do. If she forcibly asked the Faceless not to act against her subordinates, wouldn't that give them something to use against her? Under normal circumstances, the king did not care about the life and death of his subordinates. Just like the fat man Bersalos said, anyone can be an official. Originally, the Faceless did not care about the officials of the slave bay, but now that she was so concerned about the life and death of her subordinates, would she deliberately use them to threaten her? Even if one day, after a falling out, the Faceless really went to a large-scale assassination of her subordinates. Even if they could not hurt her, they could at least make her furious and make her suffer. "What is the price for killing me?" Danny asked. "This." The fat keeper looked embarrassed. On the left, he looked at the stupefied Sea King, and on the right, he looked at the old man with a kind smile. "Your Excellency High Priest, you see, can this matter be revealed?" The fat man sorrowfully asked. "Yes." The benevolent man gently nodded. Then, the key-keeper stretched out a hand. Chapter 382. Looking at the face of the Keyman, Bezalel squeezed out an awkward smile, stretched out his hand that looked like white bread, and raised his 5 carrot-like fingers together. 5 million gold royals? Danny raised her eyebrows, somewhat surprised. "Yes." Bezalel pursed his lips and nodded. "Ah, what do you say now? You are just a Keyman, yet you even know the remuneration of the Faceless. There is no doubt that the gold royals of the Black and White House are stored in the Bravo's iron vault, and you still say it has nothing to do with it?" Gerald Dane sneered. "The Bravo's iron vault collect deposits from all over the world. The former King Eris and now Dornmartel also have deposits here." Bezalel looked up and rubbed his fat hands as he said, "No wonder, in just over 300 years, Bravos jumped from a remote sea city to the head of the 9 free city-states." Danny sighed with a complicated expression. During the Valeglia period, Bravos was just an illegitimate daughter. Not to mention the other 8 city-states. Even the neighboring White Harbor in the north was inferior. In the first few hundred years, Bravos could only eat the residue of the narrow sea trade, mainly competing with White Harbor for the trembling sea trade, but White Harbor had a longer history. After the Great Catastrophe, Volantis was also a big sister for more than 100 years. When Aegon and his sister landed in the Westeros, Bravos had already become the head of the 9 free city-states. This speed of getting rich, it was no wonder that an immature dragon queen could earn 5 million gold royals. Even if the others were not as valuable as the dragon queen, as long as there were enough of them, the Black and White House could also earn 5 million gold royals in a year. Danny did not know how many Faceless the Black and White House had, nor did she know how often they took orders, so the income was really hard to calculate. But the Faceless were completely free of cost. The Faceless who carried out the mission were believers of the God of Thousand Faces, and they did not even get a commission. All the gold would fall into the hands of the Black and White House, and then be locked in the vault. How many Faceless are there in the Black and White House? She could not help but ask. The kind person became kind again and said kindly, "There is only one Faceless person, but believers are all over Bravos, walking the whole world. Just like the Church of the 7 Gods, other than the irregular meetings, the believers would not stay in the church every day. The House of Black and White is the Baylor Cathedral of the God of 1,000 Faces. That's all. Thus, if you ride a dragon and burn down the Black-White School, at most you'll burn me to death. If you want to catch all of us in one fell swoop, that's just wishful thinking." Danny actually understood and felt more and more that Faceless one was a big trouble. But she still had to pretend that she didn't understand. She gave the kind person a kind smile and asked, "The High Priest seems to be emphasizing that only the Faceless under the jurisdiction of the Black and White School will no longer attack me. In other words, someone can break away from the Black and White School and regain their freedom?" The benevolent man was very surprised. He didn't think that the Dragon Queen would be able to detect such a small loophole. What he didn't know was that a white-skinned Chinese with a yellow heart was sitting opposite him. A foreigner was playing word games with a Chinese. "Your Majesty the Queen, someone will introduce you to the Church of Black and White School." The benevolent man cleared his throat and solemnly explained, "The Faceless one in the world is the priest of the Church of the God of 1,000 Faces. They have no worries and serve the God of 1,000 Faces wholeheartedly. They bring the gifts of the God to the people who deserve to die, so they're under the control of someone, the high priest. But all churches can't only have priests. There are also ordinary believers. There are even monks who have returned to the secular world, but still retain their faith. At that time, the Nameless One will no longer be a Nameless One. Danny didn't believe that the black and white school would allow the old, faceless one to retire. In the movies, when an assassin wanted to retire and return to a normal life, almost none of them succeeded. They were all killed by the assassin organization. Not to mention the old assassin's pension. The dead could at least better keep the organization's secrets. How many people would a qualified faceless one kill in his life? If he revealed his mission and the secrets of the faceless one, how big of a storm would it cause? If a famous person uses the skills of a nameless person to kill me, who will it belong to? Danny asked with a frown. You have the black and white school's promise that as long as it is a believer of the God of 1,000 faces, they will never attack you. This is a stronger and more sacred promise than the rights of guests and the sacred oath. If someone violates it, even if the black and white school can't prevent it, they will be given the greatest punishment after the incident. The benevolent man said resolutely, "Ha ha." The old faceless one spoke seriously, but Danny just wanted to laugh. A faceless one against a queen, it was really worth it. After a long time, the benevolent man asked, Dragon Queen, regarding the assassination of you by the nameless person, are you satisfied with the black and white school's answer? It's okay. Danny gritted her teeth. What could she do if she wasn't satisfied? Since ancient times, the results of negotiations were not based on whether the two sides were right or wrong, but on how thick the muzzle of each side was and how far the shell could shoot. After some probing, Dragon Queen found that her muzzle was thick enough, but it couldn't kill the enemy in one shot. In the face of the faceless one with deep roots, powerful branches and leaves, yet extremely hidden, the Dragon Queen also felt powerless. She had a cannon, but there was nowhere to fire it. Clap, clap, clap. Fatty Bersallo clapped his hands, and a smile blossomed on his face. Okay, the misunderstanding between the black and white school and Dragon Queen has been perfectly resolved. How about we go to the Sea King Palace to celebrate? The benevolent man stood up and shook his head. Someone has to serve the God of 1,000 faces goodbye. Once again bowing to the Dragon Queen, the benevolent man led Arya and Waif to the stairs. Wait a minute. Darkstar extended his right hand to the faceless one. Your Majesty, you haven't asked who wants to kill you. Sir, forgive me for not being able to comply, but the black and white school will never betray a devotee. The benevolent man stopped, as if answering Gerald Dane, but his head turned to the Dragon Queen. Devotee? Danny had a strange look on her face. Fatty Bersallo explained, according to the doctrine of the God of 1,000 faces, death is the gift of God, the end of pain. So, if a person wants to get this gift, they have to make enough offerings to God. The faceless one will represent God and give the gift to anyone in the world. Damn, you can make a shameless assassination so fresh. I can't help but admire you. Gerald, don't make things difficult for the high priest. I know who it is. Danny smiled helplessly. In the whole Westeros, except for Duke Tywin. Who else can make up their mind to invite the faceless one as soon as they know that I'm hatching a dragon? The benevolent man's pupils contracted, and without saying a word, he turned and left. Tywin Lannister. Arya's eyes flashed, and she took one last look at the Dragon Queen before following the benevolent man. Your Majesty, you are so smart. Fatty Bersallo gave a thumbs up and praised. If Duke Tywin didn't find the Iron Treasury as a guarantee, I wouldn't know that Tywin, who is tens of thousands of miles away, would be so afraid of you. Now it seems that he did the right thing. You are the biggest threat to the Iron Throne. Sigh. There is no one in the Westeros more clear-headed than Duke Tywin. Tywin needs a loan to invite the faceless one? Isn't it said that Tywin's poop is gold? Danny was surprised. Fatty Bersallo's eyes flashed, and he said pointedly, Your Majesty, you think that Targaryen's enemy is only Lannister? I don't want to think. I want them to think that Targaryen is not their enemy. Danny chuckled. A wise decision. If you insist on revenge, At least 5.5 of the 7 kingdoms will not be able to resolve the conflict with you. Bersalo praised. What does this have to do with Tywin's loan? Geraldine asked. Bersalo showed a shrewd smile and said, since Theon Bella sits on the Iron Throne, and the nobles of the 7 kingdoms are hostile to Targaryen, then Duke Tywin doesn't need to spend his own money to serve the kingdom. Even if Targaryen is Lannister's mortal enemy, even if his grandson sits on the Iron Throne, or even his own grandson. Makes sense, Dany praised. No wonder Lannister can become the richest man in the 7 kingdoms. Even in the distant Slave Bay, you can hear the story of Tywin pulling gold. Fatty's face suddenly turned bitter, and he stammered, Your Majesty, there is something I don't know if I should say. Say it. I can take the worst news. Dany rolled her eyes at him and sighed. The Iron Treasury cannot be defaulted. You know that, right? Bersalo said. Yes. The debt of the royal family is guaranteed by the Iron Throne. Bersalo observed the Dragon Queen's expression and said carefully, according to tradition, the new dynasty has the obligation to repay the debt of the previous dynasty. Dany's heart was burning with anger, but her face was calm, and she said lightly, So, if I sit on the Iron Throne, I still have to pay Tywin the money to hire the Faceless to assassinate me? Bersalo seemed to have encountered an extremely difficult matter. His white steamed bun-like face wrinkled like a bun, and his pair of chubby hands twisted into a fried dough twist. In theory, it is like this. He seemed to be too ashamed. His head was almost buried on the table, and his voice was extremely low, like a mosquito in a mosquito net in summer. Dany was expressionless, and Geraldine sneered. Both of them stared at Fatty's bald head without saying a word. The atmosphere was oppressive. The firewood in the fireplace crackled, and sweat the size of beans seeped out of Fatty's shiny head. The Sea King, who had been pretending to be dead for a long time, seemed to wake up from his sleep and muttered, The Dragon Queen grew up in Bravos, and she's our good friend. Bersalo, for my sake, can you give me a 30% discount? Bersalo Ryan immediately came to life, and with a pair of innocent eyes, he shouted, Your Highness Sea King, I am only one of the key keepers. I do not have the final say in the Iron Treasury. At most, Fatty clenched his teeth and said with a twisted face, At most 20%. The Ryan family does not want the dividends from the Iron Treasury this year. Dany, what do you think? The Sea King looked at the Dragon Queen with a pair of sincere eyes. Dany did not comment and asked, How much money does the King's Landing owe? Or, to ascend to the Iron Throne, how much money do I have to repay the Iron Treasury? Bersalo immediately said, The repayment within a year is only 35 million. If it is you, the loan for hiring Faceless One will be 20% off, and it will be cheaper by another million. How much is the annual interest? Dany asked again. Not much, only 5%, much cheaper than the 3% of the Old Town's church bank. Bersalo smiled. It was lower than the low-interest loans of many modern banks, and was not considered a usury. However, in this world, there was no interest on deposits, and sometimes large withdrawals had to pay a storage fee. This kind of interest was similar to national debt. Chapter 383. If I said I don't want the Iron Throne anymore, would you believe me? Dany laughed strangely. Ha ha! The Sea King and the Keeman laughed along, completely treating her words as a joke. Your Majesty, 5 million gold royals may seem like a lot, but once you quell the rebellion and restore stability to the 7 kingdoms economy, as long as you don't be as extravagant as King Robert, you can easily pay off the loan in 20 years. Bersalo comforted gently. 5 million is nothing to me, but I don't want to be bullied. To tell you the truth, even if I really sit on the Iron Throne one day, I won't pay a single copper coin back to Theon and Lannister. You want to go back on your word? The smile on Bessaro's fat face disappeared, and his expression darkened. Dany, you have to think clearly. The Iron Treasury can't be defaulted. The Sea King advised. I know. Dany nodded and sighed. If a king doesn't pay off his debt, you will lend money to support another duke in the kingdom. The duke will use your money to overthrow the old king and become the new king, and the new king will repay the old king and his own debt to the iron treasury. Do it, do it, do it with all your might. She waved her hand and said encouragingly, Go and give money to Lannister, to Tyrell, to anyone in the Westeros. I support you. The Sea King and Bissaro looked at each other. They didn't expect the Dragon Queen to have such a reaction. Did she think that the gold in the iron treasury was not as useful as dragons? It seemed, we can put this matter aside for now. After all, Lannister is still sitting on the Iron Throne. Perhaps, before the Queen takes back the Iron Throne, the debt problem will be solved. Bissaro laughed, like a Mithra Buddha again, rubbing his fat hands. Once we're done with business, why don't we go to the Sea King's palace? There's a grand banquet waiting for Her Majesty the Queen. Since a week ago, His Majesty the Sea King has been preparing for tonight's negotiations and the banquet afterwards. At this moment, who knows how many dignitaries, singers, and poets have gathered at the Sea King's palace. Forget about the banquet. I'll leave after we're done with one last thing. Dany waved her hand and refused. You're not going to the banquet at the Sea King's palace? That was specially prepared for you. Bissaro frowned. I don't want to attend that banquet either. Let those people entertain themselves. The Sea King mumbled tiredly. A hint of dissatisfaction flashed through the fatty's eyes as he looked at the Sea King, but it was only for a moment before he smiled and nodded in agreement. That's good, that's good. What does Your Majesty want to talk about? Your iron treasury collects deposits from all over the world, doesn't it? Of course, even the Jade Sea Lightning Island has a branch of the iron treasury. Just the Bow dynasty alone took a loan of 13 million gold royals from us. Compared to them, the Iron Throne's money is nothing, said the fat man proudly. How did the Bow clan borrow so much money? Dany asked in shock. The barbarian lands now have 3 monarchs. Each country is divided into 3 parts. Even if we don't go to war every year, we would at least have a small war every 2 years and a big war every 3 years. How can we not lack money? Did the Iron Treasury take a loan from the other 2 monarchs? Dany asked coldly. No, their dynasties are newly established. Unlike the Bow clan, whose government has already decayed, each of them still has an important trading town. They don't lack money, said the fat man regretfully. Are you going to take my money? What? The Sea King and the Key Keeper exclaimed at the same time. Do you want my gold at Slaver's Bay? Dany said confidently. What do you want to do? The Key Keeper's fat face was excited and nervous at the same time. Oily sweat instantly covered his nose. I want to buy food from the 9 free cities. You want to use the Iron Treasury's credit as a guarantee to buy food from the Allied forces. The Sea King looked at Dany with disdain and shook his head. That's a good idea, but the Allied forces aren't stupid. Why would they sell their food to you? Dany smiled and said, I'm not buying this year's food. I'll store the gold in the Iron Treasury. You guys will be my agent and sign a contract with the merchants who own the land and food. The Iron Treasury will also pay the deposit and balance for me. The food I buy will still be bought by you guys and handed to me in the end. Simply put, the Iron Treasury is a middleman for food. I hope that from now on, for the next 5 years, the entire world's land will be planted with food. Rice, wheat, corn, smoked meat, and so on, as long as it can be stored for a long time. For the next 5 years, I will buy all the food at the highest price that has ever been seen in the past year, without any limit or time limit. What does this mean? The Sea King was stunned. Is it possible? Can the Iron Treasury do it? Dany asked. I'm afraid you'll have to spend a lot of money. Understanding flashed in Bissaro's eyes. After exchanging a look with the Sea King, a sense of superiority suddenly appeared on his face that made Dany feel baffled. In the past half a month, the Archbishop of King's Landing and the Old Town of Hyder have contacted all the major food merchants in the free cities at almost the same time to buy food in bulk. The price of food has increased by at least 5 times. He suppressed the smile at the corner of his mouth and said seriously. The lower-than-expected price of food attracted all of Dany's attention. She said in surprise, Only 5 times? Is 5 times very low? Bezalel looked at the Dragon Queen strangely. Could it be that this was a fatuous ruler who said, "Why not eat meat?" Danny suddenly thought of a terrifying possibility and asked seriously, "How much did Hyder and the Archbishop spend to buy food?" This. Bissaro hesitated for a moment before he reluctantly told her the information that he had spent a huge amount of money to gather. Hyder estimated that he would spend 3 million gold royals to buy food. It's very terrifying. They were the ones who raised the price of food. The Big Sparrow of King's Landing also has 500,000 gold royals. Therefore, the price has increased even more. As expected, someone had failed to keep the appointment. The old man of the old town did not play any tricks and honestly contributed 3 million gold royals in cash. But the Big Sparrow, with a sigh in her heart, Danny asked deliberately, "Where did the Big Sparrow get the money?" I remember that he did not get the support of the old town Starry Sanctuary. The Starry Sanctuary was once the holy see of the seven gods and was also the only shareholder of the church bank. Your Majesty, this is a trade secret. We have to keep it a secret for our guests. The fatty hesitated. Tell her everything." Before Danny could say anything, the Sea King rubbed his waist and shouted, "The sooner we finish the discussion, the sooner I can go back." Bersalo's fat face showed obvious anger, but the old Sea King was so tired from the pain of his illness that he did not notice it at all. On the other hand, the chief swordsman Ko'eluo, who had hardly spoken, glared at the fatty with sharp eyes. With just a glance, the strange look on the fatty's face disappeared and was replaced by a ball of kindness. The Big Sparrow used the church bank as collateral and loaned 277,777 gold royals. "What?" the Sea King exclaimed, and immediately turned his sharp eyes to Bersalo. He questioned, "Why didn't you inform me of such an important matter? It was only a little more than a week ago." Naho did not even bring back the agreement. Bersalo lowered his eyes and said, The Sea King glanced at the Dragon Queen, who was watching the melon with her eyes wide open. He only sneered twice and did not put on a good show in front of outsiders. Danny looked at the two of them and regretfully smacked her lips. She asked, "What did you do with the remaining gold royals?" About another 500,000 gold royals were spent on weapons and armor. From what I know, it seems that Mill alone ordered more than 10,000 sets of paladin equipment, which are the Church's Child of War's silver armor, rainbow cloak, and starlight sword. There were also covers, blacksmiths, and iron ingots, Tarosai's crossbows and arrows. The fat keykeeper concluded, "The Big Sparrow is not stupid. With gold royals and food, we need the power to protect them. Restoring the Church's armed forces is the best choice." Danny sighed and asked again, "Even so, we only spent 1 million gold royals. What happened to the rest of the money? Isn't it obvious? In the future, it will cost a lot to maintain the Church's armed forces of tens of thousands of people." He let the Iron Treasury transport the cash to King's Landing. It could be considered as preparing for a rainy day. The fatty shrugged and said matter-of-factly, "Preparing for a rainy day." Danny smiled bitterly. 1 gold royal was about 12,000 RMB in purchasing power. 500,000 gold royals was about 6 billion. In summer, under normal conditions, no natural or man-made disasters, 1 kilogram of rice was $5. In winter, the price doubled to $10. Now, it had increased to 5 times the original price, which was $50. The food that was bought on the other side of the narrow sea had to be transported back. Considering that King's Landing was located at Blackwater Bay, which was right next to the narrow sea, the straight-line distance of 400 kilometers to 1,300 kilometers, the loss and transportation cost added up. Even if the seven gods blessed and there was no sea disaster, the cost would only double, definitely more than that, which was $100. In the sky, the Big Sparrow only had 60 million kilograms of food. Well, 60 million kilograms sounded a bit much. If it was converted into tons, it would be 30,000 tons. It seemed to be enough. But considering the population of King's Landing, 500,000 locals plus the endless refugees in Hujin County equals, 1 kilogram of food per person a day, considering that he had to support tens of thousands of churches' armed forces. On average, it might be more than that if one person was 300 kilograms a year. The church could only support 200,000 people a year. Considering the miraculous food, like the brown soup in King's Landing and the stockpiled food of the nobles and merchants, the Big Sparrow did not need to feed everyone in King's Landing. He could probably last for 2 years, at most 3 years. Well, the Big Sparrow seemed to have calculated. He thought that this winter would be the same as the previous years, which would only last for 2 or 3 years. How much profit? What? Danny looked at the fat man who asked the question in confusion. He rubbed his fat hands and asked with a smile, I mean, as the middleman, how much difference can the iron treasury make? How much do you want? Danny smiled. Well, the fat man's eyes flashed with shrewdness. He counted with his fingers and began to calculate for the Dragon Queen. You see, for large amounts of gold in a foreign country, there is a 3% to 15% processing fee. Considering the tense situation between Slave Bay and the Alliance, at least 14. Sigh, with your status, Dragon Queen, we only charge 13. 5%. That's not much, right? Well, it's not much. Danny nodded. It really wasn't much. Transporting gold from Slaver's Bay to Volantis, which was the nearest city, was about 6,000 to 7,000 kilometers of sea route. On the way, they still had to pass through the eastern summer sea, where there were many pirates, and the Valyrian ruins, where the weather was unpredictable compared to the cost of the Spanish treasure fleet in the 17th century. 15% commission was not much. After all, the money was stored in the iron treasury. She could use it anywhere in the world, saving a lot of transportation and guarded costs. Secondly, there is the profit of being a temporary food merchant that you're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.